that two-factor authentication.
Well, several restaurants around the DMV are offering deals to federal employees, some of them including IKEA College Park and IKEA Woodbridge. Both of them are offering free breakfast to furloughed workers and contractors. The Jose Andres Group also offering free dine-in lunch from 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday at several of its restaurants.
All right, we have a lot more news, weather, and traffic coming your way.
Fox 5 Morning at 6 a.m. starts in just 60 seconds.
A school stink, a sewage leak closing a local high school, and it's not just the students impacted. We're live with how officials say it happened. A monster brewing in the Atlantic, Jamaica, getting ready for a direct hit from Hurricane Melissa. Landfall expected in a couple of hours, and the storm is threatening to cause catastrophic damage. More trouble in the skies as well. This morning, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association sounding the alarm on the negative consequences to the continued government shutdown. And a crushing defeat to the Commanders. The team suffered a blowout against the Kansas City Chiefs. Good first half, second half, different story. Reaction from fans coming up as the team tries to rally to save their season. Your news at 6. That's right now. Appreciate you being with us on this Tuesday morning as we're just rolling on through the work week, right?
It's flying by. Thanks for joining us here live on Fox 5 and those of you streaming on Fox Local. We got to get over to the other half of our team. We got Taylor, Annie Mae. Good morning, ladies.
Taylor, if you really want to pull a Tucker, you got to run in last second.
You really do.
Out of breath, exactly. Play it up for the cameras. He'll be back with us tomorrow.
Yeah, I will. I miss his little jog.
It's like the Tucker Shuffle. I don't know what it is.
I like
something.
That.
You're like, okay.
Anyway, he's going to bring back the rain for us, too. So tomorrow we will at least have the chance for some rain midweek. Today looks dry, though. Just kind of a cool, breezy, cloudy day eventually. So, again, bundle up this morning. It's certainly chilly to start out. Will remain cool throughout the day. Of course, we'll talk about the rain threat out there for tomorrow evening, the Halloween forecast, plus a look ahead to the weekend coming up. Annie Mae?
All right, thanks. We'll take a look here if you're headed 6 o'clock there onto your roadways Tuesday morning commute. This is what it looks like overview-wise. Looking at a lot of pretty normal numbers. We are looking at the high heel race, though, that'll affect some street closures there for you between noon today and 11 p.m. So that's going to affect 17th Street, R Street, Q Street, Church Street, P Street are some of the ones that we're taking a look at this morning. But keep an eye on that. No parking, emergency no parking is going to be in place as well. So keep that in mind. Fox5DC.com as well. Back to you.
All right, thanks for the reminders. Now to our top story. Anacostia High School will remain closed today as crews clean up a massive sewage backup. It forced an emergency dismissal yesterday.
Also pushed several nearby families out of their homes. Let's get to Maureen Nube. She's down in Southeast this morning with more details for us. Mo?
That's right. So we haven't seen any crews working this morning, but they have been, we understand, working around the clock to get the school cleaned up. Nonetheless, there is still no school today because they want to make sure that the air quality inside is okay. In the meantime, there are also some residents, about 10 of them, that live nearby here in Fair Lawn. They, too, are waiting and watching to see when they can come back home and begin their cleanup. Let's show you a little bit of the damage. This is from a Facebook video posted by an ANC Commissioner, Tom Donahue. He walks through Anacostia, pointing out where you can see the sludge and the sledge from all of that sewage sewage that poured into the school. That flooding began when a pump failed during DC Water's capital improvement project, sending sewage back through underground lines with into both the school and also homes along Fairlawn Avenue. On Sunday, the Department of General Services brought in a certified industrial hygienist contractor to begin cleanup and disinfection. But despite those efforts to clear drains and sanitize affected areas, strong odors and air quality concerns led DCPS to dismiss schools early on the school early on Monday. In an email to parents, Principal Kenneth Walker apologized for the disruption and said updates would come once it was safe to return. The Department of General Services says industrial hygienists are also collecting air samples again today before giving the all clear. In this video, Commissioner Donahue questions why the community was left in the dark for hours when the issue first began.
I was on Fairlawn all day yesterday. We received no information from DCPS that the school was affected, and yet they still they still allowed students to come into the school.
DC Water says that they are monitoring the situation and will see what happened with this pump and also coordinate with DCPS to make sure this does not happen again. In the meantime, school closed again today. The 10 residents displaced for now. We'll have to see if they're allowed back in their home later this morning. We'll update you on that. And, of course, keep watching DCPS to see what they decide about school tomorrow. They say that parents will be alerted when they make that decision. That is the latest from now. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
I'm Akia Turner in the newsroom with this Fox 5 News alert now. Hurricane Melissa's outer bands are lashing the island of Jamaica with heavy rains and winds of up to 175 miles per hour. Melissa, a Monster 5 Category 5 storm, is now the strongest storm so far this year and the strongest ever recorded in Jamaica. It's expected to make landfall today, threatening 3 million residents with catastrophic damage and a life-threatening storm surge that could reach up to 13 feet. A National Hurricane Center warns of extensive infrastructure damage to the island nation. Now, so far, Hurricane Melissa is blamed for 3 deaths in Jamaica, 3 in Haiti, and 1 in the Dominican Republic.
It was like a big boom, so we thought they were just moving things around upstairs.
Just sitting in the living room watching TV, and I heard a boom. I didn't feel the earth shake or anything, or the building shake.
I was at my soccer practice at Athelton High School, and I felt a loud boom, and it shook the whole stands. It was really loud. We all got scared.
Here at home, an earthquake yesterday shaking neighborhoods in Howard County, Maryland. Officials say the epicenter of the 2.5 magnitude quake was in Columbia. Residents we spoke with reported feeling the rattle just after 5 o'clock last night. Fortunately, there were no reports of injuries or damage.
Not what you expect, right?
Absolutely
when you wake up in the
not.
morning. But we've seen from history that we can get earthquakes here in the area. So fortunately, no damage in this one. And you heard some people felt it, but no damage or anything like that.
That's the good side.
Just everybody that can say, hey, I was in an earthquake. You know, if the conversation ever comes up. Exactly.
Yeah, so.
Always the best part when you can say it, but you didn't actually experience anything because it wasn't that bad. But going to be a nice day again for today. A mainly dry one, but it's going to be kind of cloudy out there. Certainly chilly to start out. We're in the 40s currently. We will eventually gain a breeze, although it's not bad quite now. So at least bundle up this morning. We're in the 30s to mid 40s with the temperatures currently. It's going to take some time to warm up. We have a lot of moisture kind of near us, but not going to impact us for at least one more day. We'll get some showers well south of the area for this afternoon, and then we're going to see this rain eventually impact us not until mainly more or less Wednesday night into Thursday morning. So today clouds will be on the rise ahead of that system. We'll still be in the upper 40s at 9 a.m., mid 50s by noon, upper 50s by 5 o'clock, and it will be kind of breezy out there. Afternoon high temperatures will be slightly below where we were yesterday, mid to upper 50s. And then here we go with that system heading into Wednesday night. It could bring the chance for some showers, some beneficial rainfall into Thursday morning. So we'll have much more on that coming up. You can also look ahead to the Halloween forecast and also the weekend forecast by downloading the Fox Local app. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen. Also, let's head over to some shout outs we have going this morning. Lisa and Haley, good morning. We're waiting for your Bichon to show up. I have a half Bichon. I love them. So it looks like their pictures are having some trouble getting into the system. So we'll have more of those coming up. Anyway.
All right, 6:06. We'll take a look here at your roadways. Instead, 270 southbound, we're looking at about 40 minutes right now if you're headed between 70 and the Beltway. So not really looking at too much in terms of your increased drive time as we're now in the 6 o'clock hour. 12 minutes for your outer loop top side drive time here between 95 and 270. Looking great there for that 9-mile stretch as we're taking a look at a little bit of a yellow zone there. 17 both directions north and southbound between 195 and the Beltway. That's BW Parkway, looking great as you're headed north and southbound between the Beltway and 195 at 195 and the Beltway.
Are they going to be able to feed their children? Are they going to be able to stay in their homes? I mean, it may not be much to people, congressmen and senators, but it means a lot to the everyday person.
Government shutdown now in day 28, and this morning a major union representing 800,000 federal workers is calling on action from lawmakers. The American Federation of Government Employees is demanding the Senate pass a funding bill. They want a clean bill, just the extension. The demand comes as many federal workers have missed their first full paycheck of the month. Meantime, the shutdown is putting a strain on federal food aid. Department of Agriculture announcing it will not distribute SNAP benefits to more than 40 million Americans who rely on it. That'll begin November 1st. 12th time the Senate has failed to pass a temporary funding bill to reopen the government. We'll be talking with Senator Chris Van Hollen later this morning.
Celebrity chef Jose Andres is doing his part to help those in our region impacted by the government shutdown. His World Central Kitchen served meals yesterday to furloughed workers in Canal Park and Navy Yard. Several volunteers helped out with that. Our Fox 5 cameras were also there. Many of the furloughed workers tell us they are grateful for the generosity.
Also happening today, the No Limits Outreach Ministries will host another food distribution for impacted federal workers. Today's distribution, 7721 Barlow Road in Hyattsville. That's from noon until 2 p.m. You must bring a government ID with you, a government work ID, to receive a food box. All the locations and times of the distributions on our website, fox5dc.com. And, of course, all the latest information on help for federal workers and information on the shutdown on Fox Local. Scan the QR code on your screen to download it now. Also the latest on fox5dc.com.
Well, it was another tough loss for the Burgundy and Gold. The Commanders fell to the Chiefs last night in Kansas City. This is the team's third straight loss.
Although the final score was 28-7, it was a lot closer. First half was dead even. The Commanders had some good takeaways as well, did a lot of things right. Picked off Patrick Mahomes twice in the first half and 0 penalties. So off to a great start. Just couldn't convert those opportunities into any points. We talked to fans last night for their reaction after the game.
Our defense is trash right now. We got to do better.
I'm a little disappointed. I need them to play more aggressive, and I need the chemistry there on the field.
I just think we need to keep it competitive. You know, try to make the fans happy. I don't know about a playoff win because we got to win a division, and we kind of too far behind, but anything can happen. I believe in us.
Didn't help the kicker was hurt, so they went for it on all the fourth downs in the first half and didn't convert all of them. Commanders with a short week now turn things around. They got some tough matchups. Seattle is coming to D.C. next, but Seattle's 3-0 on the road. And the next two teams they're matching up against, a combined 10-4 on the season. So got some work to do.
Freeman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it.
Gosh, he was on fire in baseball. A marathon game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. L.A. got the win after a walk-off home run in the 18th inning. Yes, 18 innings. Final score was 6-1. And when it comes to that walk-off home run by Freddie Freeman, he's now the first player in MLB postseason history to hit multiple walk-off home runs in the World Series. You may recall he had one in Game 1 in last year's World Series. The Dodgers now lead the series 2-1. Game 4 is tonight in Los Angeles.
See the back of Shohei Ohtani there. 2 more home runs last night. And guess what he's doing tonight? He'll be on the mound pitching. Guy can do it all. Just incredible. Dodgers up 2-1. Coming up, President Trump in Asia. That trip continues, a 5-day tour talking trade with the region. The new deal being brokered by Japan this morning.
Plus, a frightful attempted burglary turns out to be a hoax. The backlash now being felt after an investigation in Alexandria revealed it was all a joke. We'll be right back.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
An emergency hearing has been called for the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador earlier this year. Yesterday, a judge in Maryland called for that meeting to remind the federal government it cannot move Kilmar Abrego Garcia outside of the U.S. That hearing was quickly scheduled after the Department of Justice revealed to a Tennessee judge they plan to deport Garcia to Liberia as early as Friday. The judge asked the Department of Justice why they were continuing to use resources on the case when Abrego Garcia has already agreed to be deported to Costa Rica.
The President of the United States, as Commander-in-Chief, has the authority to do these strikes.
If this president feels that they're doing something illegally, then he should be using the Coast Guard. If this is an act of war, then you use our military, and then you come and talk to us first. But this is murder. It's sanctioned murder that he is doing.
Continue to brew between the U.S. and Venezuela as the Trump administration doubles down on its attack against alleged drug smugglers. So far, there have been 10 U.S. airstrikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, is accusing Trump of fabricating a war. Over the weekend, the country says it captured a group of mercenaries it claims were allegedly working with the CIA to provoke a military confrontation. Meantime, President Trump says his actions are justified and cartels pose a threat to national security.
President Trump in Japan as part of a 5-day visit to Asia focusing on tariffs and trade. And this morning, the president's meeting with Japan's new conservative prime minister has already started off on a good foot. The leaders signing an agreement on securing the supply of critical minerals and rare earths. That deal comes fresh off the heels of Trump's 100% tariff on Chinese imports. The president is expected to head to South Korea later this week to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. They will certainly have that conversation about those tariffs.
Your time now, 6:15. That means it's time for weather and traffic on the 5, taking in this view from Annapolis. And now that we're used to the season, I think people are probably better dressed for it today, Taylor, than yesterday.
Exactly. I mean, this morning was kind of a shock to me, even in terms of how it felt when I got up this morning. It's chilly out there for sure. You need some extra layers. It's going to warm up a little bit towards the afternoon, but still remain cool, very fall-like throughout the day. And we're going to gain some more cloud coverage. So it's going to be kind of that cloud. We'll have that fall gloom, kind of back late fall gloom, and we'll have a cool breeze that unfolds as well. Right now we're at 46 degrees. You can kind of see our camera shaking right there behind me from our stacked camera in DC. We do have a little bit of a breeze that kind of has started to start up. Temperatures currently are in the upper 30s to mid 40s for some of you. We have a lot of moisture down towards our south, which will eventually bring up some showers, but not until the middle of the week. So more or less the main time window will be late Wednesday into Thursday morning. Ahead of that, we're going to see the cloud coverage increase for today. 57 degrees for the high temperature this afternoon. Again, if you want some sun, get out there early. We're going to drop back into the 40s overnight, so maybe not quite as chilly as what we're dealing with right now, and that's mainly due to the cloud coverage, which will help act as a blanket. And then here we go tomorrow. We'll see an increasing threat for showers as we go throughout the day, but that really starts to pick up towards the evening and overnight into Thursday. So let's time it out for you. Here we go for today. Just kind of cloudy out there, maybe an isolated sprinkle, but nothing too much to even mention. By 2 p.m. tomorrow, we can see some showers start to arrive from the west that will gradually lift northward and continue to spread over the area as we go throughout Wednesday night into Thursday morning. The Thursday morning commute could end up being a little bit soggy. The best news with this all, it's that it's out of here by Halloween day on Friday. The weekend looks nice. Just a heads up, we do fall back with the time this weekend. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here at your roadways, 6:17 your time. Still not looking at too much in terms of your increased drive times there between 301 and the Beltway. It's about 13 minutes there for that 9-mile stretch if you're headed northbound right now. Maryland 210 northbound, seeing a little bit of an increase there between 228 and the Beltway, now up to about 25 minutes for that 10-mile stretch. Looking at the inner loop of the Beltway, still looking good there, about 7 minutes for 6 miles between Branch Avenue and I-295. That's what you're looking at right here, your little bit of a slowdown. We'll take a look I-295 northbound, looking good for the most part as well. 7 from the Beltway towards the 11th Street Bridge. Keep that in mind as you are headed out the door.
It is now 6:18 this Tuesday morning as we turn our attention to Fairfax County in Northern Virginia. The school district there facing new allegations of anti-Semitism. The Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington alleging students from Thomas Jefferson High School and Langley High School posted anti-Semitic videos on social media. The videos allegedly show depictions of violence and the kidnapping of Jews. Fairfax County Public Schools is investigating. It says students found distributing anti-Semitic videos will be reprimanded.
A masked trio accused of an attempted burglary is now facing backlash after a police investigation revealed this was all a prank. According to authorities, the group tried to break into a home in Alexandria, Virginia, while making threats. A woman related to the victim later confessed. She revealed that she approached the home alongside her 2 teen sons and a teen nephew as 2 adults and a child stood in the background and filmed it.
What we do know is that the victim in this incident called her brother. Her brother responded to the scene with a firearm instead of what I just said earlier, calling us. And so absolutely could have resulted deadly. I want to emphasize to everyone, these are not pranks, right? To be taken lightly. It is a very serious incident.
The victim and police have decided not to press charges.
Baltimore County now, a bag of chips sparking a massive police response at a high school. Body camera video showing the moment officers responded to Kenwood High School last week. An artificial intelligence weapons detector mistakenly alerted authorities to the school about a student with a weapon. The video shows officers searching the student before discovering that the AI detector was not correct and that there was no gun. Instead of a gun, it was a bag of Doritos.
This is extremely traumatizing for a kid to go through this stuff, and school officials need to look into the weeds and think this thing through and do some critical thinking about how would this stuff really work, not just buy it to do shiny objects in them, as we call it, and kind of appease the parents to say, see, we're doing something.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence can do some amazing things, and it clearly has some limitations. Baltimore County leaders are now calling for a review of that AI weapons detection system.
Prince George's County leaders want a meeting with the CEO of Shoppers after the grocery store chain announced plans to shut down 4 locations next month. The group wants to talk about potential plans to keep those locations open, saying if they don't, it will create food deserts in the area. Shoppers calling the decision to close the store is a very difficult one, but not commenting on a potential meeting. It is now 6:20. When we return, new questions are being raised by neighbors who say they knew the woman who was killed in a fire in Sterling.
Also, NBA continuing to feel the heat from the aftermath of the illegal gambling ring. How the league might be making some changes in the wake of that scandal. We'll be right back.
There are new questions about the death of a Northern Virginia woman who was killed in a fire last week in Sterling. The Loudoun County Fire Marshals and Sheriff's Office are trying to figure out what caused the fire that also damaged several homes. Meantime, neighbors tell us they could hear the woman's screams from the third floor of one of those burning properties.
I woke up and it's like, oh my God, the homes are gone.
Just a total tragedy. You don't expect it to happen in your own neighborhood. And, just the fact that there was a loss of life is really a tragedy.
Along with that woman's death, 8 people were displaced in that fire. Meantime, a Prince George's County firefighter is behind bars on child pornography charges. Joshua Murphy, who has been with the department since 2018, is suspected of committing some of those crimes inside of the Chillum firehouse. He has since been placed on administrative leave and is currently being held without bond.
All right, let's get to the latest on the major bust of the illegal gambling ring when it comes to the NBA. This morning, the league says it's reevaluating policies on legal sports betting after federal indictments against Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. In a memo to all 30 teams, the league says it is reviewing rules on injury reporting, training, and player safety. NBA calls gambling a dire risk to players' careers and livelihood. Capitals fired assistant coach Mitch Love after an NHL investigation into personal conduct. The league also suspended Love for the rest of the 2025-26 season. He can apply for reinstatement next year. Reports say the probe looked into allegations of domestic abuse, though details have not been released.
6:25 is your time on this Tuesday morning, and we have to talk about Hurricane Melissa, Taylor, that is certainly barreling down and nearing Jamaica.
Right, so still a very strong Category 5 hurricane that's barely moving, so the outer rain bands and the high winds of these are continuing to just lash the island. So we are anticipating landfall at some time today, maybe this morning. It's just moving so slow and still trying to make its way into Jamaica right there. Regardless, it's still a very catastrophic, late-threatening storm there. It will continue to move across the Caribbean, potentially making landfall across Cuba and then over Turks and Caicos and parts of the Bahamas before just moving out to sea. So at least some good news with this is that it's not going to impact us or make any kind of landfall across the U.S., but we are certainly have our thoughts with those folks down in Jamaica and the cleanup that will continue after that. Halloween forecast back here at home. I know I've mentioned some rain midweek. It's out of here for Halloween with temperatures getting to near 60 degrees that day. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. 6:25, we'll take a look at your roadways. Still not looking at too much here in terms of your higher volume of traffic. At DC 295 southbound, an example there, about 11 minutes between Kenilworth and the 11th Street Bridge there for that 5-mile stretch. So certainly has increased, but not looking too bad. There is a crash reported, though, near M Street if you're headed 695 inbound. This is through Southeast. Just use caution as you're passing through that area specifically. 3 minutes right now. Those delays we'll keep an eye on from the 11th Street Bridge. Marissa?
All right, thanks so much. Coming up, a new poll is revealing the top issues among voters in the Commonwealth.
Plus, how DoorDash is planning on helping impacted federal workers and contractors, worried about where their next meal might come from amid the ongoing shutdown. Stephanie.
Hey guys, speaking of the shutdown, we know so many people are impacted, but there's a question of whether the issues impacting air travel will help force an end to that stalemate. Well, I can tell you the Air Traffic Controllers Union, they're definitely pointing out those issues. They're going to be here at Reagan National. We'll have more coming up after the break.
Welcome to Fox 5 at 6:30. Here are some of the top stories that we're following this morning. Israel's military says Hamas has handed over the remains of an Israeli hostage to the Red Cross in Gaza. President Trump warned this weekend he's expecting more remains returned within 48 hours. Under a U.S. brokered ceasefire, Hamas is required to return all hostage remains. So far, 15 have been handed over. Israel has returned the bodies of nearly 200 Palestinians in exchange as aid groups urge more humanitarian access to Gaza.
Evacuations continue in Jamaica as the Category 5 hurricane barrels its way toward the island. Landfall expected in just about an hour or so. Right now, at least 3 people have been confirmed dead across Jamaica and Haiti, also being hit by the storm. Hurricane Melissa expected to make landfall again about 8 o'clock this morning. Forecasters predicting the storm will bring catastrophic flooding to that island. It's very slow moving. Maureen.
Anacostia High School will remain closed again today after a sewage backup yesterday or over the weekend flooded the cafeteria, the basement, and other areas of the school. Crews have been working to clean up the mess, but they want to make sure that air quality is okay before students are allowed back inside. A nearby neighborhood, Fairlawn Avenue here, about 10 residents were also displaced because of that sewage backup. Officials say the mess started when a pump failed during a water maintenance replacement project, and crews are still working to make sure that things are okay. But again, Anacostia High School closed again today for a second day. Back to you.
All right, Maureen, thanks so much. It's 6:30. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 5 and streaming on Fox Local.
All right, still darkness behind us. Got an hour or so till we get some daylight for this week. No, we'll change the clocks this weekend. How are we looking out there, Taylor? Aside from the storm, what's going on here?
Right, not a whole lot. So we're going to get some clouds out there today, a very fall-like day. It's going to be a cool one for sure. And then we're talking about some rain midweek, which we could currently use some rainfall at this point in time. Looks like the best chance will actually be Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And then it's out of here for Halloween, just in time for that. And then the weekend's looking nice, too. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here, 6:31 now, your time at your roadways. Tuesday morning commute. This is your overview if you see where you're headed. Take a quick look at those numbers. We'll take a closer look, though, right now at your majors. We're not looking at too much in terms of increased drive times anywhere, incidents anywhere. So we'll look 50, DC 295, as well as I-295. Looking as well here in Maryland, 270, the Beltway, Maryland 5. Finally, as you're headed through Virginia, looking good there, 395, 95, as well as 66. Not seeing too many incidents. Marissa?
Annie Mae, thanks so much. It's 6:31. Today marks the first day air traffic controllers received no paycheck as the government shutdown rolls forward into week 4.
And the Union for the Unpaid Federal Workers now taking action at airports across the country, including here in our region. Let's get to Stephanie Ramirez down at Reagan National with what's happening there. Hi, Steph.
Hey guys, good morning. We know a lot of people are feeling the pain in this federal government shutdown. When it comes to air traffic controllers, though, their union says that these air traffic controllers, they're still, even not being paid, being forced to work mandatory overtime. 6 days a week, they're working 10-hour shifts. And it's something that the union, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, is concerned about. So their president is going to be here at Reagan National later this morning, leafletting, essentially handing out flyers with information on how this federal government shutdown is truly impacting air travel, right? And the union is saying this includes the unnecessary risk to national airspace system, the national airspace system. It negatively impacts aviation professionals and threatens $1.5 trillion in money aviation contributes to the U.S. economy annually. Now, we have been seeing the federal government shutdown impacts on air travel, including delays here at Reagan National. There's a recent ground stop at LAX due to not enough air traffic controllers. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures that this weekend the FAA saw 22 staffing triggers, one of the highest figures since the shutdown began. They're dealing with more air traffic controllers calling out sick, feeling the increasing pressure of not being paid and having to find second jobs to pay the bills and the mortgages that continue to mount. And they are already concerned that there were shortages in that profession before we even went into this federal government shutdown. The Secretary of Transportation saying if they don't have enough air traffic controllers, they are going to slow things down. That includes canceling flights and slowing down maneuvers at airports, guys. As you said, this leafletting operation is going to be happening at here, Reagan National, and all across the country. 19 other major airports today. We'll have more coming up in the next hour. I'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. DoorDash recently announced its Emergency Food Response Initiative. The company says the crisis plan is intended to help those who lose Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, or SNAP, on November 1st amid the government shutdown. The food delivery service says that it plans to deliver about 1 million meals to food bank partners. The suspension of SNAP benefits could negatively impact more than 40 million Americans.
Election Day in Virginia is a week from today, and new polling shows the top issues for voters are threats to democracy, inflation, and health care.
The Christopher Newport University poll has Abigail Spanberger leading Winsome Earl Sears in the race for governor. This latest poll gives the Democrat a 7-point lead over the current lieutenant governor, 50 to 43%.
Lieutenant governor's race, Ghazala Hashmi leading Republican John Reed by 2 points. That's a close one, 47 to 45%.
This is close to the attorney general race. Incumbent Republican Jason Mayaris has a 1-point lead over Jay Jones, 46 to 45%. It comes, of course, in the wake of the Democrats' text messaging controversy.
All right, all within the margin of error, so all considered to be toss-ups, aside potentially in this poll for the governor's race. Meantime, as early voting continues in Virginia, today marks Vote Early Day across the nation, the unofficial holiday, a nonpartisan affair. Civic groups, media outlets, consumer brands all banding together to encourage people to cast their votes ahead of Election Day. Only Virginia and New Jersey holding statewide elections this year. The focus is on local races elsewhere. You can get more information at voteearlyday.org. And again, Election Day in Virginia, 1 week from today.
6:35 is the time. You want to take in this view from Annapolis this morning. And for the first time, Taylor, I turned on the heat.
I did
at
the
home.
same
I
thing.
sure did. I was like, no, look at me.
I know. It was chilly overnight this morning. Very chilly out there still. And it's going to be a cool day. We're going to get the kind of some gloom back with the clouds building throughout the day. And that's all ahead of some rain that's going to impact us by the middle of the week. We certainly need some rainfall, so it will become as beneficial rainfall, and a lot of it's going to fall overnight Wednesday night into Thursday. For right now, we're dry, just a little bit breezy. We do have a couple of clouds around. Temperatures are currently in the upper 30s to mid 40s, so it just all depended on where you're located. We're at 36 in Frederick, and then 46 in D.C., 51 degrees right now in Leonardtown. Live look at radar. We do have some showers, a lot of moisture down towards our south, which is trying to lift northward currently, but going to hold off at least for it right now. We will increase that rain threat going into tomorrow and especially into Wednesday night. Ahead of that, we'll increase the cloud coverage. It will be a little bit breezy at times, upper 40s by 9 a.m., mid 50s by noon, and then the upper 50s by 5 o'clock. Here's a look at the high temperatures for today. On top of that, we'll have the cool breeze too, so it will feel even cooler than that. Annie Mae?
Thank you. Right now, we'll take a look here, 6:36 your time at your roadways, your railways. We'll take a look here, Tuesday morning commute. This is blue, orange, and silver for your metro. Expect residual delays to Vienna, Franconia, Springfield, as well as Ashburn following a earlier train with a mechanical problem. So right now, that's at Stadium Armory. Keep that in mind as you are headed out the door, blue, orange, silver. We'll look one time here if you're headed out on your roadways inbound New York Avenue. It's about 13 between Kenilworth and the 3rd Street Tunnel. So this is what it looks like for you for that 4-mile stretch. This is what it looks like 395 as well, 13 from the Beltway towards 14th Street Bridge. For that 10-mile stretch, this is what it looks like as you're approaching the 14th Street Bridge this morning, as well as after the Beltway. But things look really good. 395 northbound, only about 13 minutes. Jacqueline.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you. Let's take a look at what's coming up in the next 45 minutes. First, on the other side of the break, the Commanders shaking off their loss by getting in the spooky spirit, how some lucky students could go trick-or-treating with the burgundy and gold. That is coming up at 6:41 this morning. Then at 6:48, daylight saving time right around the corner. We've got some tips to help you stay on top of your sleep schedule when those clocks do fall back an hour. Then at 6:53, some new etiquette rules you need to know about to impress those around you. And at 7 a.m., we're continuing to follow the latest on that school closure due to a sewage leak. Why it's now impacting more than just students and staff at Anacostia High School. All that and more when Fox 5 Mornings return.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Starting today, Montgomery County will hold a virtual public hearing on bringing solar energy panels to some parking garages in Silver Spring. It would impact hundreds of underutilized parking spaces, allowing them to generate revenue from green roof infrastructure and solar energy panels. That's the idea. At least the meeting today will take place at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Grab your heels and get ready to strut your stuff at the 38th annual 17th Street High Heel Race. This iconic D.C. tradition will take place today at 5 p.m. between 17th Street and R Street in Northwest. The night will include live performances and a costume contest, with the high heel race kicking off at 9 p.m. For those who are interested in participating, you can register online.
3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Caesar, come on. You can do better than that, my friend.
This is so weird.
I'm running. I'm beating you.
Meantime, we had a blast yesterday with our very own tradition, and that's the preview of the high heel race. And subbing in for Tucker, you saw him, Caesar. I thought he did a fantastic job in his silver kitten heels. You can watch tonight's DC heel race on our Fox local app. It starts at 9.
First of all, great job, Caesar. Second of all, he was wearing shoes about 3 sizes too small for him. Third of all, I don't think I would have made it 2 steps without, face planting on the sidewalk.
But he did play it safe with the height of those heels, so I got to give him some credit for that.
I'm going to deduct a point from Jacqueline for trolling him as he was trying to make his best effort down the sidewalk. But nonetheless, it's always a party in DuPont when they do the high hill race. And that, again, as you said, starts at 6 o'clock or so for the festivities.
Yes.
But the race itself will be at 9 o'clock. And it goes fast, so you don't want to miss it, right? It's all about the party, not necessarily the actual race itself.
And wear a block heel.
That's the...
yeah, that's safer.
Okay, all right. Take it from the experts. Tucker's sad he missed out. He'll be back with us tomorrow for sure. Also happening today, Commanders looking to help students get in the spooky spirit with the return of their trick-or-treating event at the stadium, Northwest Stadium. Second year they've done the event, which is being put on with a partnership with Northwest Federal Credit Union. Fun kicks off at 12 this afternoon. It'll run until 2 p.m. That's a great treat for the kids out there.
Absolutely. Well, it is 6:42, and coming up, we're just talking about Halloween. It's just a few days away now, but the district is already looking towards the holidays. We have a preview of the beloved D.C. holiday market returning this season.
All right, also, we talked about it before. We're going to have to change clocks this weekend. You're going to have to set the clocks back 1 hour. Daylight saving time returning. It is a weekend. What you need to know to stay on top of your sleep.
Somebody home care with a
Giant Amazon is planning to cut as many as 30,000 corporate jobs. It may happen as soon as today. The layoffs are expected to be the largest downsize in the company's workforce to date to make up for overhiring during the COVID pandemic. Amazon currently employs about 350,000 corporate employees.
New study sounding the alarm about the effects of data centers on utility bills. Bank of America's economists say Americans paid 3.6% more on electricity and natural gas in this year's third quarter compared to the same time last year. The study says the build out of data centers, as well as building up electric capacity and power grids, is putting pressure on people's wallets.
Yeah, we just talked about turning on the heat. You got to get ready for the bills to change, as well as the temps. As we take in this live view from Leonardtown, Maryland, are those holiday lights I see? Or, I don't know, maybe just lights that they have over the front there. It's almost time. It will be this weekend, at least for me, Taylor.
The weather's making you think about the holidays, and now all the commercials are starting to like sprinkle in some holiday commercials too. We're getting closer to that season for sure. So right now it is certainly chilly to start out. At least this morning we're at 46 degrees. We do have a cool breeze that kind of has unfolded, so that's making you feel even colder, and that's going to stick with us throughout the remainder of today as well. Temperatures currently are in we have a wide variety. We have some upper 30s for areas like Germantown. We're at 46 in D.C., and then we have some 50s popping up across southern Maryland. A lot of moisture hanging down towards our south, and not going to really impact us for today, except for areas extremely south of here. Otherwise, we're going to watch for that rain threat really go up starting tomorrow and lasting through Thursday. 57 degrees for the high temperature today. If you want some sunshine, get out there early because clouds will be on the rise ahead of that storm system going into tomorrow, and also we'll have that wet weather around for Thursday, like I just said. Showers will increase throughout the daytime tomorrow, and most of that rain holds off at least until Wednesday evening. So let's take you through Futurecast and what to expect. Again, a couple of showers may break out briefly tomorrow, and then here we go. Once we go into the evening, we'll have some rain showers that kind of continue to pick up once we go into Wednesday night, all the way through Thursday morning. The Thursday morning commute could be a little bit wet out there before gradually clearing out by the afternoon. We may even see some sun come out by Thursday as well. By Halloween, this is all out of here. Things are looking pretty nice for that day, just kind of cool for Halloween evening. 7-day forecast. Heads up, we do fall back with the time this weekend, but it is looking like a nice weekend with dry weather, sunshine, and temperatures into the upper 50s to low 60s. All right, here we go. Excuse me. We do have some shout outs to get to. Good morning to Sammy right there. We have Brittany also from Bowie. Good morning from Milo. So cute right there. And Jonathan, we also have Carmelo and Gidget from Jessup. Good morning, you guys. I love that you both are nice and cozy on the couch right there. Also, here we go. We have Legend. Oh, a great video. Annie Mae, look at this. Oh my goodness.
My cousin and dog doing the In It dance. Should I know what that is? The In It dance after watching Fox 5? Oh. You know what? I feel like everybody looks at me as the young person here, like I should know things on the internet, and I feel like I do 99% of the time, but I don't. Yeah, I gotta look into it. Right now, we'll take a look at 38th annual high heel race. We were talking about it in terms of a news story there, in terms of your street closures in the area in Northwest. Keep that in mind as you're headed through the Northwest area between noon and 11 p.m. today. It's gonna affect 17th Street, R Street, Q Street, Church Street, P Street. This is a list here, but we'll see the full list, of course, on fox5dc.com. So keep that in mind. That's going to be for the majority of kind of the afternoon into the evening that we were talking about in terms of your area drive times this moment right now. 95 northbound, we're looking between Woodbridge and Springfield, about 23 minutes there for that 14-mile stretch. Looking good for the northbound main lanes. We'll look at the inner loop right here. If you're headed between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road, only about 18, so no incidents to report. 66 headed eastbound from Gainesville towards the Beltway. It's about 32 for that 21-mile stretch. Dulles Toll Road is clear in both directions. Back to you.
All right, Annie Mae, I'm proud to say I actually do know the In It dance. So, and you can eat with it too. All right, well, daylight saving time ends this Sunday, and that means that the clocks will fall back an hour. While many of us plan on getting an extra hour of sleep, health experts say the change can really mess up our health. Some groups have long pushed for standard time to happen year-round, and new research from Stanford agrees. It found that switching back and forth is the worst option for our health. Instead, the study suggests sticking to a permanent standard time because it aligns more with the sun and human biology.
Getting early morning light is great. So when you wake up, get that light, and that'll help accelerate the switch. If we transition to constant year-long daylight saving time, that's better. But what's even better than that is transitioning to year-long standard time.
Standard Time will last until March 8th, when we will again spring forward with the return of daylight saving time.
Just about a month away now from the return of the downtown D.C. holiday market, transforming F Street Northwest between 7th and 9th Streets into a vibrant winter village. This right down by Capital One Arena. More than 115 local artisans and entrepreneurs will offer unique handcrafted goods, gifts, and holiday decor.
So especially this year, we want to make sure that we're inviting our crowds back. We're telling people all the fun things that they can do, and we've heard firsthand all the things that the bid has done to be ready. There's going to be a lot to see and do.
Food vendors, live music, and a winter chalet by Dirty Habits right there across from the arena returns as the market's official bar. The free market, the market itself is free. You got to buy the goods, but you can walk around and enjoy the entertainment for free daily from November 21st through December 23rd.
Mayor Muriel Bowser isn't the only one getting ready for the holidays. The Capitol Christmas tree is also making its way to the district. A 53-foot red fir was cut down near Lake Tahoe in Nevada over the weekend. The tree is expected to make stops all over the country before arriving at Joint Base Andrews on November 20th.
Well, Tucker was out at Lake Tahoe over the weekend. Maybe he had a little hand in selecting that tree. We'll have to talk to him about that tomorrow when we come back.
He's keeping secrets.
Did Mariah thaw out yet? She ready to go?
No, she's after Halloween.
Okay, got to wait another week or so.
Then it'll be time.
All right, when we come back, as we've been talking, the holidays right around the corner, so are holiday parties. If you want to impress, there are a few things you should know.
The new tips etiquette experts say you should know when we return. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Experts are revealing the top new etiquette rules to live by. Starting off with the list at number 1 is to try to avoid typing without sending.
So you don't get the dot, you know,
right.
people waiting on you to finish your thought process. At number 2, making sure not to go into a Zoom meeting without muting. Don't just show up and announce yourself with all the noise in the background. And number 3, don't turn the party into a broadcast.
Ooh.
And I think that a lot of people can associate with that one.
Yes, filming everything. There are even people who get upset about you filming on dates. It's like, get to know me instead of sharing to your followers first. Next up at number 4, don't check someone's location without telling them. Number 5, don't record people's plates before they eat. And lastly, don't tag someone in photos without asking.
I mean, those are all decent things. Clearly, it's the digital lifestyle is what we're focusing on here. I'm not a fan of. I mean, listen, we all do it. I will take pictures of my food sometimes, right?
Yeah, me too.
If it's a pretty plate.
You gotta document the moment.
But if I'm out to lunch with Taylor, I'm not going to take a picture of her plate.
And post it
but
and
I guess
tag
that's
me.
a thing. I don't know.
It really is. Even if you're not eating it, it's like, well, I want to show off this plate. I like what you have more than mine. People won't know that it's actually yours. I think it's extra, but a lot of people are into that.
I'm with you, Marissa. Totally with you. I mean, I think a lot of things on social media are a little bit extra and not actually reality, but that's just me. But yeah, social media is a huge thing, though, too. So you have to consider that. Going to be a nice day to start out. Kind of chilly, though. A little bit breezy throughout the afternoon. Upper 40s at 9 a.m. We'll wrap up the day only with the upper 50s, and we'll have cloudy skies continuing throughout the afternoon. Chance for rain goes up tomorrow, especially towards the evening. That rain lasts into Thursday morning. Gets out of here gradually throughout that day. Friday for Halloween looks pretty nice as this gets out of here, and then we're dry throughout the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. Right now we're looking at the roadways here before 7 o'clock in Southeast is where we'll focus there. 695 inbound. We're looking at a crash reported near M Street that right now just has you using caution. Delays you're seeing from South Capitol Street for I-295 are going to be about 8 minutes there for that 2-mile stretch. So this is what it looks like there, that red zone, as you're approaching 695. We'll take a look at 270 headed southbound. We're looking at a disabled vehicle as the reason why you're seeing an increased drive time at 7 here as we approach 7 after Maryland 109. So right now that's moved to the shoulder. Not without 52 minutes between 70 and the Beltway for your entire drive time there. That's why you see a couple of brake lights there and that red as well as kind of yellow zone leading up to the incident on 270 southbound. Marissa?
Checking 5 things to know here at the bottom of the hour. A Utah judge has ruled that the man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk can wear civilian clothes during his trial. That judge says that Tyler Robinson will still need to be restrained in court. Robinson's attorneys made the request to, quote, maintain the presumption of innocence. The court is expected to address the issue again in January.
Japan's prime minister pledging to send 250 cherry blossom trees to the district after she tuned into the World Series game with President Trump last night. The prime minister saying their shared love of baseball and the iconic cherry trees helped kick off discussions with the president this week. He also gets a golf club, the golf course. The leaders are expected to discuss military and trade policies.
A popular item at Costco is being recalled due to a potential child safety risk. The recall notice says that the pack and stroll folding utility wagon was not marketed for children and poses a fall risk. The wagon also could risk a kid getting trapped between an opening on the item's utility tray and sidewall.
Wagons are a lot of parents' best friends these days.
Yes, it makes it easier.
Maryland health officials launching a new dashboard tracking COVID, flu, and RSV cases. The tool shows hospitalizations and deaths as well as vaccination rates. Nearly 15,000 Marylanders were hospitalized with the respiratory viruses last season. Health leaders say vaccination remains the best way to protect yourself and your family.
More than 183 million email passwords have been exposed, many of those being linked to Gmail accounts. The leak was first detected back in April, but was just made public this month. Other than Gmail, login information for Outlook and Yahoo was also compromised. Cybersecurity experts are urging those impacted to change your passwords immediately and enable two-factor authentication.
All right, a lot more news, weather, and traffic coming up. We're just getting started on this Tuesday morning. We'll see you in just 60 seconds for Fox 5 Morning at 7.
7, a school stink. A sewage leak closes the local high school, and it's not just the students impacted. We're live with how officials say it happened. Plus, a monster in the Atlantic, Jamaica bracing for a direct hit from Hurricane Melissa. Landfall expected in just hours, and the storm is threatening to cause catastrophic damage.
The Air Traffic Controllers Union is now coming here to Reagan National Airport as we move through week 4 of the federal government shutdown.
And a crushing defeat for the Washington Commanders. The team suffers a blowout against the Kansas City Chiefs. We have reaction from fans as the team tries to rally together to save its season. Your news at 7 starts now. Well, thanks for joining us as we rally together to get through this Tuesday. Thanks for watching Fox 5 and Fox Local.
Thank goodness they overturned that touchdown for Terry. It would have been goose eggs last night. It was a great catch, though. Good to have him back. Although he got a little nicked up again at the end. We'll get you an update later this hour. Hi, guys. How are we this morning?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah,
See
a
the
little
sweater
chilly.
dresses.
Yeah, I'm still trying to warm up, to be honest with you. She looks nice and fuzzy.
I am fuzzy.
And cozy.
And cozy.
Like a little bear.
It's that time of the year where we're dealing with the cold mornings, the cool afternoons, and today will be more or less the same. Going to be a dry day for most of you out there. Still kind of cool throughout the afternoon, but clouds will also build in ahead of some rain that will likely move in by tomorrow evening. Anyway.
All right, thank you. 7:01 now your time. We'll take a look here as you're headed out the door. This is 50 inbound through Chevrolet. Editing right now a disabled vehicle at Maryland 202 that has the right lane and shoulder blocked. So right now we're looking at 20-ish minutes in terms of your delays there from the Beltway. Keep that in mind, that disabled vehicle 50 inbound. Jacqueline?
Anyway, thank you. We begin the 7 o'clock hour with a Fox 5 news alert. Hurricane Melissa's outer bands lashing the island of Jamaica with heavy rains and winds of 175 miles per hour. Melissa, now a monster Category 5 storm, the strongest so far this year and the strongest ever recorded in Jamaica. It is expected to make a landfall later today, threatening 3 million residents with catastrophic damage and a storm surge that could reach up to 13 feet. The National Hurricane Center warning of extensive infrastructure damage to the island nation as well. So far, Hurricane Melissa is blamed for 3 deaths in Jamaica, 3 in Haiti, and 1 in the Dominican Republic. Marissa?
It was like a big boom, so we thought they were just moving things around upstairs.
Just sitting in the living room watching TV, and I heard a boom. I didn't feel the earth shake or anything, or the building shake.
I was at my soccer practice at Athleton High School, and I felt a loud boom, and it like shook the whole like stands. It was really loud. We all got scared.
Plus, here at home, an earthquake yesterday shaking neighborhoods in Howard County, Maryland. Officials say the epicenter of the 2.5 magnitude quake was actually in Columbia. Residents we spoke with reported feeling the rattle just after 5 last night. Fortunately, there are no reports yet of any injuries or damage.
Developing in the district, Anacostia High School closed today after a sewage backup flooded part of that building and forced students home early yesterday.
The same issue also forced nearby residents out of their homes. Fox 5's Maureen Ume is live in the area this morning with more. Maureen.
Well, crews worked through the night to make sure that school is okay, but they determined it was not. So school's been canceled again today here at Anacostia High School. 10 residents who don't live far from here on Fairlawn Avenue, they too have been displaced because of the sewer backup that flooded the area, the neighborhood with sewage, water, and waste. Let's take you to video to show you what happened. This is the ANC Commissioner, Tom Donahue. He was inside the school narrating what he's seeing and what he saw yesterday. This is the aftermath. The problem started over the weekend when a pump failed during DC Water's capital improvement project to replace water mains in the Anacostia and Fairlawn neighborhoods. That failure sent sewage flowing back into the school, flooding the cafeteria, the kitchen, the basement, and spilling into nearby homes along Fairlawn Avenue. On Sunday, the Department of General Services brought in a certified industrial hygienist contractor to begin cleanup and disinfection. But despite those efforts to clear the drains and sanitize affected areas, strong odors and air quality concerns led DCPS to dismiss students early on Monday. In an email to parents, Principal Kenneth Walker apologized for the disruption and said that updates would follow once it was safe to return. But Commissioner Donahue says that the community was left in the dark for hours when the issue first began. Here he is describing some of the damage.
In this elevator shaft, you could see the line that the sewage made it up to. There was about 8 to 10 feet of raw sewage that came through areas of the basement here at the school into the pit for the elevator, as you can see.
Well, DC Water says more testing is required before they deem it safe for students to come back to school. DCPS is urging parents to look at their websites and also for correspondence from them to let them know what will happen in terms of school reopening tomorrow. Right now, we haven't seen crews working so far this morning, but we understand they have been working pretty much around the clock since this began to make sure that the school building is safe. As for the residents, we'll have to check in with them to see when they'll be allowed back in their homes. We'll give those updates later this morning. Back to you.
All right, Maureen, appreciate it. Let's look at the White House this morning and another cool start. I don't know. Are we in cool or cold territory these days, Taylor?
I think we're cold.
Cold start? All right. I guess in the 30s makes it cold.
Yeah, exactly. When you drop into the low 40s, 30s, we're definitely in the cold zone for sure. And we're going to be cool throughout the day, too. Very fall-like. We'll have the clouds back in the forecast, too, so we won't see as much sunshine like we did yesterday. Temperatures right now, we're at 39 degrees currently at Dulles Airport, 45 at Reagan and also BWI. Elsewhere, we do have a bunch of 30s popping up north and west of D.C. for at least this morning. We've dropped to 35 in Hagerstown, 45 for D.C., and then on the other side of the realm, we're at 50 degrees in Leonardtown. Some rain showers down towards our south. The lifting kind of northward, not going to really impact us for today, but we'll increase that rain threat heading into tonight and then especially by tomorrow evening into Thursday. Ahead of that, we'll have cloudy skies continuing mid-50s by noon, upper 50s by 5 o'clock. Afternoon high temperatures, especially with the cloud coverage, will feel a little bit cooler, mid to upper 50s throughout the day. Also, you can go ahead and download the Fox Local app. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that will take you to the latest news, weather, and maybe some traffic updates. But for that, we're going to send things over to Annie Mae for now.
Oh, just kidding. We have Halloween pics already. Oh my gosh, we're missing
Prince
Uncle
Frederick.
Tucker. I'm dead.
Oh,
That's great.
oh, this is the Bichon one. This is blue, the Bichon Frise. Indian Head, Maryland. Love it. All right, happy 51st birthday to Tasha from D.C. I hope you have a fantastic day, too. Annie Mae?
Oh, my gosh, we love that. I'm so here for it. I thought that said fries. Did you say Frise?
Bichon Frise.
I was like, fries? I don't know dog breeds. Right now, we'll take a look at Chevrolet. US 50 inbound. We're taking a look at a disabled vehicle at Maryland 202. We're starting off with a right lane and shoulder blocked there. It's about 23 minutes in terms of your delays from the Beltway. So keep that in mind as you are headed out the door. In Southeast, 695 inbound. Crash reported near M Street. So just use caution as you're headed through the area. Delays you're looking at right now from South Capitol Street. That's I-295. As you're headed northbound, it's about 5 minutes there for that 2-mile stretch. So that's what it looks like on your roadways there through Southeast.
Are they going to be able to feed their children? Are they going to be able to stay in their homes? I mean, it may not be much to people, congressmen and senators, but it means a lot to the everyday person.
The government shutdown now stretching into day 28. This morning, a major union representing some 800,000 workers is calling on action from lawmakers. The American Federation of Government Employees is demanding the Senate pass a funding bill. The demand comes as many federal workers have missed their first full paycheck of the month. In the meantime, the shutdown is putting a strain on federal food aid. The Department of Agriculture announcing that it will not distribute SNAP benefits to more than the 40 million Americans who rely on it beginning November 1st. 12th time the Senate has failed to pass a temporary funding bill to reopen the government.
Today marks the first day air traffic controllers will not receive a paycheck. It comes as the federal government shutdown rolls forward into week 4.
And the Union for the Air Traffic Controllers taking action as well at airports like Reagan National. That's where Stephanie Ramirez is this morning. Steph?
Hey guys, and first it is important to note that now we're almost a full month into this federal government shutdown, right? But we are also approaching some trigger points where people are questioning, is that going to be what is going to push lawmakers to end this stalemate? So there's question of whether the military is going to get paid again. We know SNAP benefits are going to be expected to end November 1st. And then there's also impacts to air traffic and air traffic controllers. That's why we're here at Reagan National this morning. In about an hour, the president of the union representing air traffic controllers is going to be here personally handing out leaflets to passengers so they can read more about the true impact of this government shutdown on air travel. It's not just the delays in ground stops. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association noting these vital air traffic controllers are also working without pay, but still being forced to work mandatory overtime, 6 days a week, working 10-hour shifts, and many are having to call out sick, being forced to look for second jobs as the mortgages and the bills mount, which is then forcing staffing shortages and the delays in air travel. And as the federal government shutdown continues, the NATCA says it's introducing unnecessary risks to the national airspace system, negatively affecting aviation professionals and threatening $1.5 trillion in money aviation contributes to the U.S. economy annually. Now, we already heard the Transportation Secretary say on Fox News over the weekend that this past weekend, the FAA saw 22 staffing triggers, the highest since the shutdown began. Ali Yunus tells me this morning that it does make him concerned about flying.
And even without a government shutdown, ATC has had its issues, so let alone when there's a government shutdown. I don't understand the specifics of how they operate, but certainly there's a shortage of staff. So yeah, it's a little scary, to be honest. If I didn't have to travel for work, I wouldn't be traveling.
Do you think, guys, this leaf letting operation is going to be happening not just here at Reagan National, but at 19 other major airports all across the country today. We'll have an update in the next hour. I'll send it back to you for now.
Stephanie, appreciate it. We'll keep you posted on any substantial delays if they happen at our local airports. In the meantime, still ahead inside last night's big game between the Commanders and the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. Burgundy and gold did not come out the way that they wanted it to, but they started off well. So what went wrong in the second half? We have fan reaction.
Yeah, plus the NBA continuing to feel the heat of the aftermath of that illegal gambling ring, how the league could be making some changes in wake of the scandal. We'll be right back.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
All right, your morning jolt for the 7 o'clock hour. An off-duty officer rushed to help a driver in Poland after their vehicle lost a tire on the train tracks. The car seen driving up on the tracks. And in terrible timing, the tire just rolls off to the side. Both passengers of the vehicle, along with the officer, were able to get that vehicle out of the way. And then, of course, you know what's going to happen later, right? Right after they did it, a train rolled on through. So good teamwork there. And you can imagine the stress of knowing at some point a train's going to come through. Yeah. And of all the places for your car to break down.
And good thing they got out immediately. You know, you can always replace the vehicle. But good Samaritans came through. This new video shows the views from inside Hurricane Melissa as it nears Jamaica. Melissa has strengthened to a Category 5 storm. If it stays at that strength when it reaches the island, it will be the strongest storm to hit the region since record-keeping started back in 1851. Weather forecasters are expecting life-threatening flooding and landslides throughout Jamaica. The storm has already left 7 people dead in northern Caribbean.
So, Taylor, I watched this video like for probably 5 minutes nonstop. I was just fascinated by it. And I know I'm just looking at clouds, right? But to see the eye wall, that cloud wall with a top and a bottom to it, I mean, it's
crazy.
Just something that you rarely get a chance to see.
That's right. And I mean, this is the strongest cyclone on the earth so far this year, if you can believe that. To put it into perspective, it is a very strong hurricane as well, Category 5 strength, and it's going to cause a lot of damage, unfortunately, to the island of Jamaica and across the Caribbean, too. So, yes, not surprised that the eye had such a great visual, too, from that video that you can see on social media. It's really cool. 45 degrees right now in D.C. We have a little bit of a breeze out there, but clear skies for now. Clouds will build in throughout the day. Here's where we are with the temperatures right now. We're in the upper 30s to mid-40s, even some 50s popping up down south across southern Maryland. A lot of moisture around us, not going to pose a threat for us, at least for today, but we're going to see the rain chances go up towards the middle of the week and some rain at least potentially Wednesday night into Thursday. Clouds will be on the rise ahead of this storm system, so 57 degrees for the afternoon high. Tomorrow we'll get some showers out there, especially towards the end of the day. It will be kind of a cool afternoon as well, with temperatures in the upper 50s for most of you. That rain threat, let's talk about it. Here we go for today. Clouds increase throughout the afternoon. Most of the showers hold off, but we'll increase that chance, at least the mention of it, late tonight. And then here we go tomorrow morning. Things appear to start out dry. Those showers will kind of spread from the overspread the area from the west to the east by Wednesday evening. We'll continue to see that pick up. Most of this will actually fall while you're sleeping into Thursday morning. However, the Thursday morning commute could be a little bit soggy out there with pockets of heavier rain possible through the middle of the day, and then things should gradually improve once that storm lifts north of us by Thursday afternoon. The best news of it all, it's out of here for Halloween day on Friday, 60 degrees that day. Kind of breezy, a little bit chilly too, especially once we lose that sun. So Halloween evening, if you're going trick-or-treating, I would dress for the upper 40s to low 50s. 7-day forecast, again, a little bit of wet towards the middle of the week. By Friday, we're dry, and then the weekend, it looks pretty nice. Annie Mae?
717, we'll take a look here at your roadways. In Cheverly, this is US 50 inbound direction. We'll look here. Disabled vehicle at Maryland 202, left lane and shoulder still blocked as a result of that. In terms of your delays right now, you're looking at about 34 minutes from the Beltway. So definitely a red zone as you're leading towards the Beltway this morning. 37 minutes in delays from the Beltway in Alexandria. This is 395 northbound as we follow along with a multi-vehicle crash before Virginia 7. That's King Street. Right now, the left lane and shoulder are blocked. That's where you're seeing such massive delays right now for just that 6-mile stretch. Again, that's 395 as you're headed northbound. We're looking as well here, 95 northbound from Woodbridge to Springfield, about 28 minutes there for that 14-mile stretch. In the now 7 o'clock hour, we'll take a look 270 southbound here at a disabled vehicle after Maryland 109. Move to the right shoulder, but not without those delays that you'll see. Your drive time currently between 70 and the Beltway is just under an hour. Steve?
Election day in Virginia is 1 week from today, and new polling shows the top issues for voters in the Commonwealth: threats to democracy, inflation, and health care.
The Christopher Newport University poll has Abigail Spanberger leading Winsome Earl Sears in the race for governor. The latest poll giving the Democrat a 7-point lead over the current lieutenant governor, 50 to 43%.
Much closer in other races. Lieutenant governor's race, Ghazala Hashmi is leading Republican John Reed by just 2 points in this poll, 47 to 45%.
And in the attorney general race, incumbent Republican Jason Mayares has a 1-point lead over Jay Jones, 46 to 45. It comes in the wake of the Democrats' text messaging controversy.
All right, again, Election Day 1 week from today, but early voting continues across Virginia. Today actually marks Vote Early Day across the nation, and the unofficial holiday. It's a nonpartisan affair with civic groups, media outlets, and consumer brands banding together to encourage people to cast votes ahead of Election Day. Only 2 states, though, Virginia and New Jersey, holding statewide elections this year. The focus is on local races elsewhere. You can get more information at voteearlyday.org. Shifting gears now, an emergency hearing has been called now for the Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador earlier this year. Yesterday, a Maryland judge called for that meeting to remind the federal government it cannot move Kilmar Abrego Garcia outside of the United States. That hearing quickly scheduled after the Department of Justice revealed to a Tennessee judge they plan to deport him to Liberia as early as this week. The judge asked the Department of Justice why they were continuing to use resources on the case when Abrego Garcia already agreed to be deported to Costa Rica.
The President of the United States, as Commander-in-Chief, has the authority to do these strikes.
If this president feels that they're doing something illegally, then he should be using the Coast Guard. If this is an act of war, then you use our military, and then you come and talk to us first. But this is murder. It's sanctioned murder that he is doing.
Tensions continue to brew between the U.S. and Venezuela as the Trump administration doubles down on its attack against alleged drug smugglers. So far, there have been 10 U.S. airstrikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, is accusing Trump of fabricating a war. Over the weekend, the country says it captured a group of mercenaries it claims were allegedly working with the CIA to provoke a military confrontation. Meantime, President Trump says his actions are justified and that cartels pose a threat to national security.
Speaking of the president, he's in Japan today as part of a 5-day mission to Asia to focus on tariffs and trade. This morning, the president met with Japan's new conservative prime minister, and the meeting started off on a good foot. The leader signing an agreement on securing the supply of critical minerals and rare earths. The deal comes fresh off the heels of Trump's 100% tariff on Chinese imports. The president is expected to head to South Korea later on today, and then will ultimately meet with China's president later this week. He's hoping to also meet with North Korea's, but so far, no word on any movement there. So there you go. There's our world wrap-up. We'll have more for you coming up in just a minute. It's 7:21. The NBA says it's reevaluating its policies on legal sports betting after the federal indictments against player Terry Rozier and coach Chauncey Billups. In a memo to all 30 teams, the league says it's reviewing rules on injury reporting, training, and player safety, things that can impact bets. The NBA calls gambling a, quote, dire risk to players' careers and livelihoods.
Freeman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freeman has ended it.
In baseball, a marathon game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. L.A. got the win after a walk-off home run in the 18th inning. Final score 6-5. The Dodgers now lead the series 2-1. Game 4 is tonight in Los Angeles.
I mean, that may as well have been 2 games, right? That could have been game 3 and 4. They played 18 innings. That game just wrapped up about 3 o'clock this morning.
I think the second longest in postseason history. So,
in Kansas City, halfway across the country, another tough loss for the Burgundy and Gold. Great first half. Commanders fell to the Chiefs overall, though, last night in KC. Third straight loss for the Commanders. Two tough teams up next.
Yeah, we just couldn't hold it. And although the final score was 28-7, the game seemed to be a lot closer, at least in the first half.
Did a lot of things right. The defense picked off Patrick Mahomes twice, 0 penalties as well. Just couldn't. I mean, that touchdown for Terry McLaurin, upon review, they gave it to him. Said he had the feet down, so that's a good thing. It was a great catch, but that was about it. We talked to some fans after the game for their reaction.
Our defense is trash right now. We got to do better.
I'm a little disappointed. I need them to play more aggressive, and I need the chemistry there on the field.
I just think we need to keep it competitive. You know, try to make the fans happy. I don't know about a playoff win because we got to win a division, and we kind of too far behind, but anything can happen. I believe in us.
Commanders have a short week to turn things around. They will host the 5-2 Seahawks on Sunday at Northwest Stadium. So you think home field advantage. Seattle's undefeated on the road so far this year.
Hopefully we can change it at least. Well, the Commanders, they may not have won the game last night, but they are still bringing some joy across town. Today, the Burgundy and Gold is helping students get into the spooky spirit with return of their trick-or-treating event at Northwest Stadium. This is the second year that they've done this, which is being put on in partnership with the Northwest Federal Credit Union. The fun starts at 12 this afternoon and runs up until 2 p.m.
Well, some good news from last night's game. The Commanders, we talked about the defense. They had 3 sacks on the game last night. 2 of them by Jacob Martin, who just joined us in studio a couple of days ago, helping out with the dog charity. So maybe a little of the luck of Fox 5 is going to rub off. So we get more guys in here, maybe they play better.
I like the sound of it.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of the weather, it's going to be a chilly start to the morning, going to be a cool afternoon, too. Clouds will be on the rise throughout the day, 56 degrees by 2 p.m. So, again, going to be a cool fall-like day. Into the weekend, here's how things are looking. Friday looks nice, a little bit breezy, just kind of cool. The weekend looks dry, and just a heads up, a reminder that we fall back this weekend as well with the time. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here as you're headed out onto your roadways here, 726 at inbound. US 50 right now in Cheverly. A disabled vehicle in Maryland 202 right now has the left lane and shoulder still blocked. Delays right now you're looking at from the Beltway have you sitting for about 33 minutes right now for that 3-mile stretch. So that's what it looks like. 2 vehicles involved in that. You're seeing that red zone as a result in Cheverly. In Alexandria, 395 northbound, looking at 40 minutes in delays because of a multi-vehicle crash before King Street. Left lane, right center lane, and both shoulders are going to be blocked. So definitely a mess as you're headed through that area. It's about 40 minutes again in delays from the Beltway that will keep you updated on. But in terms of your flow of traffic, that's what it looks like as you're passing the scene, as well as a couple of brake lights you can see in both of them. Steve?
All right, when we come back, a massive data leak exposing millions of email passwords. The email service most affected. We'll let you know.
Plus, in the chase for the perfect smile, dentists are warning about following trends, you know, the ones you see on TikTok. We'll tell you what you need to know to keep your teeth pearly, white, and healthy. We'll be right back.
right, welcome back as we give you the sunrise view. 7:30 now. That's how late we're getting the sunrise now. This time next week, of course, it'll be at 6:30 after we change those clocks. But for this week, yeah, we're not getting light out until after the 7 o'clock hour. Temperature is going to warm up. We should get up into the 60s once again. Right now, 45, and we'll get you full details from Taylor in just a minute.
Well, first, though, when you get caught up on the headlines, the check of this morning's top stories. More than 183 million email passwords have been exposed, many of those being linked to Gmail accounts. The leak was first detected back in April, but has since gone public this month. Other than Gmail, login information for Outlook and Yahoo was also compromised. Cybersecurity experts are now urging everyone to change your email passwords immediately and to enable two-factor authentication. 5 years after being torn down, D.C.'s only outdoor statue of a Confederate soldier is back. The Albert Pike statue was returned to Judiciary Square Saturday. The bronze statue was dedicated in 1901, honoring Pike, a former Confederate officer and Freemason leader whose legacy has long been criticized for his ties to the Confederacy. Prince George's County leaders want a meeting with the CEO of Shoppers after the grocery store chain announced plans to shut down 4 locations next month. The group wants to talk about potential plans to keep those locations open, saying that if they don't, it will create food deserts in the area. Shoppers call the decision a very difficult one to make, but they have not commented on a potential meeting. Steve.
All right, once again, we're highlighting stories that have recently made headlines in Fairfax County, as well as getting you an update on safety initiatives as you get a chance to hear from your local leadership as well. And Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis joining us now. Chief, it's always good to see you. Appreciate you coming in.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, congrats on the Marine Corps Marathon.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, and thanks to everybody, law enforcement, veterans, active duty, everybody who was there as a part of it. It was
I was actually at the finish line. I think you blew by me. I didn't run it, but my son Michael ran it for the first time.
Congratulations to him.
What a festive, great atmosphere.
Great day in D.C. I think there were like 9,000 first-time runners, including your son. So I hope he had a good time.
He did.
A lot going on in the county. I want to talk about Halloween enforcement, things like that coming up. But I want to touch on a couple stories that have been big in the county. One, we had a recent homicide involving a teenager in Herndon. Yeah. A lot of people were wondering, and I know juveniles were involved on both ends of this, so there was not a lot that you could talk about openly. But some people were wondering, is this a gang-related situation? Was it something else? Is there anything you can share?
You know, Steve, that's a fair question anytime young people are involved in a crime of violence like this, and it's very sad. So there's no immediate gang nexus that we know about. We know that these are 2 teenagers involved in really what amounts to a petty personal dispute. One of the 2, the shooter, has access to a firearm, and he has low abilities, capacities to maintain self-control, introduces a gun to a petty dispute, pulls the trigger. That one life, the victim is never going to be with us again, and the shooter, his life is forever impacted. So it's really sad, and we work with our school system, as we always do, to ensure that there's visibility of kind of the circumstances, because it stirs people up, as it should, when a life that young is lost.
Yeah, the teenager for sure. All right, let's switch gears to a couple other things that you're doing to try to prevent issues out there. One of them on the roads. We talk about this all the time, but you just wrapped up another period of enforcement. Are we getting better or worse when it comes to road safety?
We're getting better, Steve. Not just with traffic safety, traffic fatalities, pedestrian fatalities. They've both declined dramatically this year. Certainly challenges remain. Fairfax County's 409 square miles, and conservatively 1.3+ million people. So it takes a lot of coordinated effort, not just law enforcement, to maintain good, appropriate, safe driving behavior. So we've issued 50,000 citations in the most recent iteration of Road Shark. Now, I always feel like it's necessary for me to explain what Road Shark means. A road shark is an aggressive driver. So tailgating, unsafe lane changes, speed, and nowadays distracted driving. So that 50,000 citations and warnings, it's not just about citations, changes drivers' behaviors. And we think that's a good thing. And from that, we're seeing some good things. And on the crime fighting front, we're seeing some good things too this year. And our crimes in every category, Steve, are down this year.
When it comes to the road safety, obviously things change as we evolve, right? So in 2025 now, what are you seeing more? Are you seeing more aggressive speeding or people on their phones not paying attention?
It's absolutely distracted driving. And it doesn't take much to turn your head to the left and to the right at an intersection when it's safe to do so and just see how many people are constantly on their phones. And some may say, well, I'm not texting, I'm actually scrolling through my messages. you're still distracted. And I think when you used to, back when I was a young cop, you'd see people swerving a little bit within their lane and not staying within the boundaries, and that would be an indication of impaired driving. Now it's an indication 10 times out of 10 of distracted driving. So while we've done so much better with reducing drunk driving, not just regionally with RAP, but other programs, now we're still confronted with distracted driving, and there's got to be some better technology solutions in the future.
Don't want the distracted drivers with Halloween coming up. A lot of kids are going to be out there, whether it's trick-or-treating, trunk-or-treating. You see a lot of that happening, obviously, but whatever it might be. So what are the recommendations, I guess, to try to make sure everybody stays safe?
Yeah, and I'll be the older parent with kids who are all out of the house now that'll be handing out candy from my front steps. But I think really three things. If you can put some reflective device, even if it's an armband, on your child before he or she goes out trick-or-treating, that's a win. If you're driving, slow down. These kids are going to be darting in and out of cars because they're excited for Halloween. I'm not a big fan of Halloween being on a Friday night or Saturday night, so maybe we can change that in the future. But it just adds an extra element of kind of, party atmosphere. But if you're driving, slow down, be aware. And even if you're in your own neighborhood and you know your neighbors and it's a safe neighborhood and you know everybody, always send a responsible, sober adult out with the kids, because you don't know if a bad actor is going to introduce himself to your community. So the kids still need a responsible adult with them.
The Friday and Saturday nights, it's the adult Halloweeners that might cause more of an issue.
St. Patrick's Day, Halloween.
There you go.
The night before Thanksgiving.
Get through this year, next year, you'll be back to not having Friday and Saturday nights for another 5 years or so. Chief, it's always a pleasure. I appreciate you. Congrats to your son once again on the marathon. It's a great accomplishment.
Thanks.
Let's get to Taylor at 7:36. Get a check on the forecast.
Yeah, good morning. A beautiful morning it is. A nice sunrise happening slowly but surely right now, and it's a chilly morning for most of you to start out. Some areas are still in the 30s, like Dulles Airport. We're in the 40s elsewhere. We do have some sunshine to start out this morning, but clouds will certainly build in as we go throughout the next couple of hours and especially into the afternoon. Checking in with the temperatures, we're currently in the mid to upper 30s north and west of D.C., 45 in downtown D.C., and we're near 50 degrees currently in Annapolis. Live look at radar. Again, we do have a lot of moisture towards our south. Not a huge deal for today. It's tomorrow and into Thursday where we'll actually increase that midweek rain threat. Today, ahead of that, that's why the clouds will be on the rise. Will be a little bit breezy at times too. Upper 40s at 9 a.m., mid 50s by noon, upper 50s by 5 o'clock. So relatively, in comparison to yesterday, it's going to be a little bit cooler out there, especially with the cloud coverage. Breezy day on tap too, so that will add a slight chill to the air too. So I would dress for the mid 50s pretty much all day long. And we'll see you right after the break.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Montgomery County, a virtual public hearing is set for today on possibly installing solar energy panels in some parking garages in Silver Spring. That project will affect hundreds of underutilized parking spaces, allowing them to generate revenue from green roof infrastructure and solar energy. Today's meeting is set to happen at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
DoorDash wants to make sure federal workers have food on the table with its emergency food response initiative. This plan intended to help those who lose SNAP benefits on November 1st amid the government shutdown. The food delivery service says it plans to deliver about 1 million meals to food bank partners. The suspension of the SNAP benefits could negatively impact more than 40 million Americans. Number of restaurants right here in the DMV offering deals, though, to federal employees, and some of them include IKEA College Park and IKEA Woodbridge offering free breakfasts to furloughed workers and contractors. Also, the Jose Andres Group offering free dine-in lunch from 11:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday at several of its restaurants. Paisano's offering a 30% discount on all pizzas if you use the promo code TOGETHER. So those are just a couple of things. We'll put them online so that you can keep track of the discounts for furloughed federal workers.
Maryland health officials launched a new dashboard tracking COVID, flu, and RSV cases. The tool shows that hospitalizations and deaths, as well as vaccination rates and all the data related to that. Nearly 15,000 Maryland residents were hospitalized with these respiratory viruses last season. Health leaders say vaccination remains the best way to protect yourself and your family. Well, Japan's prime minister pledging to send 250 cherry blossoms to the district. This after she tuned into the World Series game with President Trump. The prime minister says their shared love of baseball and the iconic cherry trees helped kick off their discussions this week. The leaders are expected to also discuss military and trade policies.
Local nurse just received a rare award. We're going to speak with her ahead and learn more about that very special honor.
Plus, dentists are sending out a warning against following some of those popular trends on TikTok that promise a perfect smile, perfect teeth. We have their warning coming up.
All right, 7:44, time to take a look at today's Good Day guest list. And once again, we're bringing the star power onto the show today. Live in studio, former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Now, she has a new book out. She's getting a lot of attention about it. It's called Independent. It's about her time in the Biden administration. So Marissa's going to have a chance to chat with her all about that. Do not miss that, coming up at 9 o'clock. Also, we're going to talk with Adam Smith, one of the incredible voices from the stage productions of Aida. And then on Lion Lunch Hour today, Carolina Kitchen taking over Red Snapper grilled branzino, snow crab legs, turkey wings, and so much more. I see. That's the look that we want, Marissa, when we talk about what's coming up today on Good Day.
See, if you have me at red snapper and then you go branzino and everything else, they always bring a full spread. So we're certainly looking forward to that. And we have a full spread, too, of content.
A feast for the senses coming up.
Ooh, there you go. Couldn't say it better myself. Thanks, Steve. It's 7:45. Taking in this view from National Harbor as we get our Tuesday started. In just about 10 seconds, you'll hear from Taylor about the forecast.
Welcome back. Coming up on 7:45 right now with your time, and it is certainly a pleasant morning out there. We've seen some sun at least to start out the day, but clouds will roll in throughout the afternoon. So if you want a glimpse of the sun, get out there earlier in the day. 45 degrees. It's certainly chilly to start out this Tuesday morning, and we have winds out of the north and west and north and east at times. So that's going to continue to at least kick up a little bit of a cool breeze for sure. Live look at radar is showing some showers down towards our south. A lot of moisture there. Not going to really impact us for today. However, we will see the clouds increase ahead of that system. It will eventually bring us some rain towards the middle to really the middle parts of the week, late Wednesday into Thursday morning, and then we'll dry out for Halloween on Friday. 57 degrees for the afternoon high temperature. The cloud coverage will hold off any kind of warm up for today, so certainly going to be a cool day on tap. Tomorrow we'll eventually talk about the chance for some showers developing and will remain kind of cool throughout the day too. Let's talk about that shower threat for today. It looks very limited up until this evening. We'll at least add the mention for that for tonight. Tomorrow starts out dry. Clouds will certainly be out there, and then we'll talk about the chance for showers developing towards the afternoon as these kind of move up from the south and west. They'll increase by Wednesday evening, and then certainly the Thursday morning commute will be a little bit wet with pockets of heavier downpours. That gets out of here by Thursday afternoon, and then the rest of the day and the rest of the week does appear to be dry. So it will all come as beneficial rainfall during that time period for sure. 60 degrees and dry weather by Halloween on Friday. Looks like a nice evening that evening, also for trick-or-treating too. 7-day forecast, heads up. The weekend looks nice, but we do fall back. So we gain that extra hour of sleep, but lose that extra hour of daylight by Sunday. Annie Mae?
Thank you. Right now, we'll take a look here before 8 o'clock at your roadways. Starting off US 50 inbound in Cheverly, following along with a disabled vehicle at Maryland 202 that's moved to the left shoulder. Right now, 2 vehicles involved in that incident. That's why you're seeing this red zone as well as the yellow zone, of course, approaching that as well. 17-year drive time currently between the Beltway and Kenilworth Avenue. We'll move along to Alexandria, 395 northbound. Still looking at that multi-vehicle crash before King Street, even though it is moved to the shoulder. You still see those delays there from around the Beltway for 30 minutes there for that 6-mile stretch. So that's why you're seeing all these cars here that are kind of a little slower than usual, as well as our additional traffic here you see through Alexandria. We'll look one more time here as you're headed 95 northbound, 37 minutes between Woodbridge and Springfield. Starting to see that increase. You can see a few brake lights there, specifically in our camera at the mixing bowl. But that's what it looks like out through the area, 95 at northbound Woodbridge to Springfield. Back to you.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you so much. It is 7:48. A local nurse just joined an elite group of medical professionals receiving a very rare award, and we are so excited and proud of Joy Thornton to share more about this very special recognition and her impact at Children's National Hospital. And you brought the awards for us, Joy.
How pretty are they?
And you deserve all the joy.
Thank
you.
you.
So tell us about this honor and why it's so rare and important.
So I was one of 5 in the U.S. to receive one of these awards. 5 amazing women that I took the stage with in Atlanta, Georgia. But magnet designation is very important to hospitals. It really works on nursing practice and innovation. Less than 10% of hospitals in the U.S. are certified as magnet. And Children's actually got their 4th designation, redesignation, this year. So it was a very, very exciting time for all of us.
So you're creme de la creme, right? You're already at the magnet, and you're the magnet nurse at the magnet. I see that. And you've been doing this for over 15 years now. So what is it about nursing that just brings you so much joy?
Oh my gosh, it's the connection between patients, families. You know, I've worked adult nursing and pediatric nursing, but pediatrics is really where it's at. I love connecting with kids, making their life better, helping parents. Yeah, it's a great job, really.
Wow. When you first got the news, tell me, where were you? What were you doing? Did you hold it together? Take me back.
Oh, I never hold it together in those situations. It actually was a surprise. The first one I got was at Children's, so that was like our local Magnet Award. But my manager and my husband and the CNO, Linda Talley of Children's, really collaborated together to surprise me. And I am also the most gullible human ever. So I thought I was going there to kind of compete against other nurses to get the award. But the whole time it was mine. So, yeah, I walked in, I was flabbergasted.
It's so reassuring, though, to know that your work is seen, recognized, and appreciated. Does one story with a patient or a family, Joy, kind of comes to mind when you think about the course of your career that sticks with you?
I feel like there's so many. You know, I worked in the cardiac ICU at Children's, and now I work in pediatric urology. There's just so many kids that, you know, we help through some pretty invasive studies and tests and surgeries. I couldn't pick just one, but it really does. It's just such a career that, you know, like warms your heart as well.
Yeah, I told you during the commercial break I have a special heart for nurses because my mom retired after 40 years as a nurse and a nurse manager in the mother-baby unit in Atlanta, where you just were in Atlanta. And I understand, too, there's a big nursing shortage as well nationwide. What's your advice for young nurses or even students who are considering entering the field?
Well, I mean, come see us, come shadow, come take a look at what you want to do. Nursing has so many options, I mean, especially at Children's. Children's really supports you in any career path that you want to take. For all those new grads, it just takes time. You'll get there. Ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions and kind of look at what you can do better for everybody.
And it's a career of service, too, at the end of the day. And I believe that that's the best thing you can do with your life is serve others. Where do you keep your awards? I'm glad you brought them here, but where do you put them at home?
I don't know. We haven't built like a shelf or anything for them yet. Yeah, they've been in boxes. I've been so busy.
I understand, but once you do, you got to get some recess lighting and really do it up. You deserve.
We'll do it all.
Well, thank you so much for being one of the Magnet nurses and a standout at Children's National.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, all that you do. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Steve?
Oh, my goodness. Congratulations all around. It's a great honor. Great recognition. 7:51. There's a new Reddit thread getting a lot of attention for the Post's take on new technology and smartphones. Is it too much? We'll talk about it coming up in today's social scene. The internet, as we are well aware, full of tricks to achieve better health, better oral health. You know, things like using rubber bands to close teeth gaps, applying certain substances for the perfect white smile. You see this on TikTok all the time, right? But dentists are now saying the TikTok trends can be catastrophic, not just damaging, catastrophic to your teeth. If you see an oral hygiene trend you want to try, dentists say please make an appointment with them first, because not every tip that you see online is guaranteed to provide the same result for you as it has to the person online, if it's even real, and some could be harmful.
It may have worked for this influencer, but you don't have the same problem they do, or you're coming from a different place, and you may be actually making your situation worse.
You get one set of teeth, right? Dentists say hacks should not be a replacement for medical care. And for your best smile, listen, the dentist has always said it.
Yeah.
Brush twice a day, make sure to floss, and you'll get that smile eventually, right?
You can always tell when you don't do it. Just go to the dentist at the end of the day. I mean, you cannot rely on influencers, and some of it is just AI. It's not even real people.
That is very true. That's very true. I learned my lesson when I did not go for a while, and then I had to get one of those deep cleanings. We were there for like 3 hours.
The scaling?
And they're just like scraping everything away. I was like, I am taking care of these things from here on out. One and done on that, Taylor.
I feel your pain.
You have to go to the dentist every 6 months.
Cleaning.
Yes, exactly. Cleaning every 6 months. It's not exactly the most fun thing to do, but unless you're like Steve, then it's really not fun when you've waited a couple of years.
It was not fun putting it off, so now I'm back on schedule.
Good. Anyway, going to be a nice day out there. Certainly going to be cloudier once we head into the afternoon. Still kind of cool and breezy, too, with temperatures in the upper 50s by 5 o'clock. Rain moves in tomorrow into Thursday morning, and then we dry out for Halloween, and then are pretty nice throughout the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. Approaching 8 o'clock, we're taking a look here at your roadways in Cheverly, US 50 inbound direction. We're looking at a disabled vehicle at Maryland 202. Right now, moved to the left shoulder. Currently, your drive time between the Beltway and Kenilworth is up to about 16 minutes as a result of that in terms of your residual delays. We'll look inbound New York Avenue, 21, magic number there between Kenilworth and the 3rd Street Tunnel. So a little bit of a yellow zone there as well. 23 is what it looks like from the Beltway in terms of your delays at 395 northbound through Alexandria. Your main lanes have a multi-vehicle crash before Virginia 7. That's King Street. So right now it's moved over to the right shoulder. As a result, you're still seeing those delays, but a little bit decreased now. Steve?
So I was just having this conversation at home, and I said, I wonder how many people don't have a smartphone, right?
Yes.
So like 99% of people of adults in this country actually have a smartphone. So it completely saturated the market. A new Reddit discussion, though, is raising the question on whether or not that is a good or a bad thing.
What about the landlines? Jacqueline Matter joins us now from the newsroom to break down the latest.
Oh, my goodness. I haven't seen a landline in for I don't even know how long, since I probably went to my grandparents' house. But this recent Reddit thread gaining a lot of online attention because the original poster wished to go back in time. It all started kind of as a post in the Millennial sub forum where it received a lot of upvotes there. The user commented saying, quote, I wish we could freeze technology right before the iPhone came out. Others say the internet used to be a place to escape reality, but now reality is a place to escape the internet. Most comments responded saying if you don't want a smartphone, well, you don't have to buy one. Others say that you can't really function, though, in today's society without one. So do you guys think things were better before smartphones? And on top of that, is it possible to be successful and productive without having a smartphone?
Yes, I think to the second point, it is. It's possible. You know, as they say where I grew up, the horse is out of the barn now, right? I mean,
we can't go back.
We're used to the technology, and it's going to be hard to walk that back. But the conversation that I was having at home stemmed from this, you know, any concert you go to, any event that you want to get, like you have to scan things now, right? So if you don't have that smartphone, you're not able to do a lot of things that we now take for granted.
That is so true. Even now with QR codes on everything, menus and whatnot, you almost have to have one. But you also have to have the discipline, right, to connect with real life at the same time.
I also love when millennials act like boomers, Jacqueline, and they were complaining about that. Take me back in time to when it was the good old days.
Look, I mean, I remember the days of not being able to, I think, you know, millennials were right there on that cusp where we remember not being able to have those options, having to go and look in books and educate ourselves that way, but still having the ability to easily access things down the road. You know, like I think I was more, it wasn't until I was in high school really that, you know, you could go and look online and find things. And even then you had to double check references with books in the library just to make sure that your information was correct.
Got to evolve, just got to do it the right way.
Even back to printing off directions from MapQuest.
Yes. I remember pulling out a full-on map in my mom's car and trying to give her directions that way.
Thanks, Jacqueline.
We have so much more news, weather, and traffic coming up on Fox 5 Morning at 8 a.m. starts in 60 seconds. Right now at 8 a.m., the government shutdown drags on, and members of the Air Traffic Controllers Association are getting involved. We have details on those funding negotiations as well as a live report from DCA.
Messy situation in one district neighborhood, too, canceling school for some students, impacting homeowners as well. It is a sewage issue, and we will have an update for you coming up in a live report.
And Hurricane Melissa is barreling down near Jamaica as a Category 5 storm with no time to evacuate. Authorities are preparing for utter destruction. We'll break down the latest on that storm.
All right, a lot coming up. I'm going to be talking with Senator Chris Van Hollen as well about the government shutdown, where things go from here. Hopefully somebody will bend, if not break, and can get this thing ended for all the government workers out there.
Yeah, but for now, though, thanks for joining us here on Fox 5, streaming on Fox Local. Good morning, Taylor, and good morning, Annie Mae.
Yeah, good morning.
The sun.
Here comes the sun.
Finally.
Finally. It was a sunny day yesterday, though. It was nice. Today won't be as sunny, though. So clouds will roll in by the afternoon ahead of some rain that will move through by midweek. Temperatures today should be in the upper 50s. And then I'll have a full check on how we're looking for the Halloween holiday on Friday coming up. Annie Mae?
Thank you. This is what it looks like for you Tuesday morning commute overview-wise. We'll take a closer look right now at some of your issues throughout the DMV. In Alexandria, where we'll focus. 395 northbound main lanes right now, a multi-vehicle crash before King Street is moved to the right shoulder, but not without about 17 minutes and delays from the Beltway. Back to you.
It's day 28 now of the government shutdown, and the American Federation of Government Employees, which represents about 800,000 workers, the largest government employee union, is calling on the Senate to pass a clean funding deal.
Air traffic controllers will miss their first full paycheck today. Funding for SNAP food benefits will run out at the end of the month. Democrats have called on the White House to use emergency funds to cover the program, but the administration has denied that request. A funding deal has been rejected in the Senate 12 times due to Democrats' concerns over expiring health care subsidies. And today marks the first day the air traffic controllers will not receive that paycheck, and it comes as the shutdown rolls through into week 4.
Now, the president for the union representing the air traffic controllers taking action at a number of airports across the country, including Reagan National here in D.C. That's where Stephanie Ramirez is this morning with the latest for us.
Hey, good morning, guys. And this is the operation this morning. The president of the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers and his team handing out these pamphlets, leaflets to passengers, calling on them to contact their lawmakers to help put an end to this government shutdown. And I can tell you, I was speaking one-on-one with the president of the union, saying that even before the shutdown began, they were already running around 3,800 air traffic controllers short. It takes 1 year to train this very vital employee. And they were also talking about the other shortages, right? The FAA reporting around over 260 shortages since the beginning of the shutdown. The transportation secretary saying on Fox News just this past weekend that they had 22 air traffic controller triggers on one day this weekend alone because of what's going on. So it's delaying airport air travel. It's impacting safety with no end in sight, guys. And this pamphlet also discusses some of the grueling schedules that these air traffic controllers have to work through, even though they're not getting paid. It's talking about 10-hour-a-day shifts, 6 days a week that they have to work, and work forced mandatory overtime. I asked the union president if there's one thing he hopes passengers take away from all of this. Here's what he had to say.
Third layer of safety that's being stripped away from the system, because air traffic controllers are now going to work completely unpaid. They already missed one partial paycheck. They've now today officially missed an entire paycheck. And on their breaks, moments away from work, they're thinking about how to defer a mortgage, how do they put gas in the car, how do they put food on the table, instead of the 100% focus on the flying public. This system is built on redundancy, it's built on safety. And when you have your air traffic controllers that cannot be 100% focused, that is a less safe system.
And guys, we know when we talk about safety, it hits harder here in this region, especially because of the tragedy over the Potomac that we saw back in January. This leaflet operation happening at 19 other major airports across the country today as well. We'll send it back to you for now.
Stephanie, thanks very much. And again, much more to come this hour when it comes to the government shutdown. In the meantime, food distribution sites will continue this week as well via the Capital Area Regional Food Bank. Today's distribution, 7721 Barlow Road in Hyattsville, from noon until 2 p.m. You must bring a government work ID to receive a food box.
With the potential for 9 to 13 feet of storm surge inundation above ground level, we're expecting catastrophic wind impacts with total structural failure, expectation of catastrophic flash flooding, widespread numerous landslides likely.
Hurricane Melissa is now the strongest storm so far this year, approaching the island of Jamaica as a Category 5. Melissa's outer bands are lashing Jamaica with heavy rains and winds upwards of 175 miles an hour. It is expected to make landfall in just hours, threatening the island's 3 million residents. Hurricane Melissa is blamed for 7 deaths in the northern Caribbean area so far. After moving over Jamaica, Melissa is expected to move to Cuba, Turks and Caicos, and parts of the Bahamas.
All right, 6 past the hour, and let's focus on what's happening here as we look at Reston Station. I was out there on Friday night for an event. Absolutely gorgeous what they have done with that community, and it's just super stunning. And it looks real nice in the sunrise this morning as well. The sun glistening off of it. Real nice. Walk off the metro right into a beautiful developed area. And one of the biggest TVs I think I've ever watched the World Series on as well. Like outdoor TVs. It's really nice out there.
You just stop counting the inches of the television, right? It's
exactly.
just big.
Yeah, just massive out there. How are we doing out there outside today, Taylor?
Pretty nice. I mean, that view is fantastic right there. You can see the sun right behind some of those buildings too, and enjoy it while you can, because we're not going to see a whole lot of sunshine for the next couple of days at least. So we will see the clouds roll in throughout the afternoon into this evening. Temperatures currently, we're at least seeing them warm up a little bit. We're into the 40s now for a good part of the area. Some upper 30s still popping up for Frederick. We're at 40 in Gaithersburg, 45 in D.C. Here's a live look at radar. I know we have a lot of moisture down towards our south. It's not going to really impact us for today, but we will see the rain threat go up going into tomorrow and especially Wednesday night into Thursday. Clouds will be on the rise ahead of this. A little bit breezy too today, and cool, mid-50s by noon, upper 50s by 5 o'clock. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here, 807 at your roadways. Starting off here with the annual high heel race going on. Street closures in Northwest between noon today and 11 p.m. So that's going to be affecting 17th, R Street, Q Street, Church Street, P Street. For a full list, of course, of all the streets and the specific areas that are going to be closed, as well as emergency no parking, just go to fox5dc.com. But that's a quick update on them. 395 northbound moving to your roads today here in Alexandria. As of right now, multi-vehicle crash before King Street has been moved over to the shoulder. So delays you'll see. You're slow for about 14 minutes from the Beltway. 95 northbound looking pretty normal for this hour. 26 minutes between Woodbridge and Springfield. No incidents report there. Steve?
All right, some other top stories that we are following this morning. A Utah judge rules the man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk can wear civilian clothes during trial. The judge did say that Tyler Robinson, though, would need to be restrained in court. Robinson's attorneys made the request to, quote, maintain the presumption of innocence. The court is expected to address the issue again, though, in January.
A Maryland judge holding an emergency hearing to remind the government that it is not allowed to move Kilmar Abrego Garcia outside of the country. The hearing was quickly scheduled after the DOJ attorneys told a Tennessee judge they are prepared to deport Garcia to Liberia as early as Friday. The judge asked the DOJ why they were continuing to use resources on the case when Abrego Garcia had already agreed to be removed to Costa Rica. The government claims they will not remove Abrego Garcia from the U.S. unless the judge lifts her order.
A Prince George's County firefighter behind bars on child pornography charges. Joshua Murphy's been with the fire department since 2018. Authorities say some of the crimes happened inside the Chillum firehouse where he worked. The fire department said they're cooperating with the investigation, and he is currently on administrative leave.
Freeman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freeman has ended it.
Took about 8 hours to get that game in. It was 18 innings, and that is the length of 2 complete baseball games. One of the longest World Series games ever, a marathon Game 3, and that's how it ended. L.A. with the walk-off win at home in the 18th inning, 6-5 final. Freddie Freeman with the home run. Shohei Ohtani had 2 others. Dodgers now lead the series 2-1. Game 4 tonight back in L.A.
The Burgundy and Gold, different story here, suffering a 3rd loss in a row. They fell to the Chiefs last night in Kansas City. The Commanders did a lot of things right, particularly in the first half. The defense picked off Patrick Mahomes twice. They had 0 penalties in that half, but they couldn't convert those opportunities into more points. We spoke with fans last night for their reaction after the game.
I thought we would have came through, you know. We got Terry back, we got Debo back. I thought it would have been better, you know, on a positive note, but it is what it is. I think we're going to end the season 10-7. If we do 10-7, we'll make the playoffs. If not, yeah, but we got a tough schedule, you know, moving forward, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, no lies detected. The final score was 28-7. The Commanders have a short week to turn things around. They host the Seattle Seahawks. That's what she was just referring to, that tough schedule. That's Sunday at Northwest Stadium.
All right. Got some work to do.
I know. And JD5, too.
Seahawks, Detroit, Denver, all going to be up next. College early admission deadlines fast approaching. We're going to talk everything from FAFSA to choosing the right school coming up at 8:30.
But first, we're so excited to speak with Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen. Steve got to get a lot from him, including a detailed breakdown of the government shutdown and efforts to get a funding resolution passed.
To electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Back now with your morning jolt. 3 dogs were spotted in Chernobyl exclusion zone in Ukraine this month, with blue fur raising questions about possible radiation changes to their DNA. But the nonprofit Clean Futures Fund says that they probably got into a leaking porta potty that dyed their fur and it's not radiation. They added that the dye will eventually wash out with the rain. The nonprofit taking care of about 700 wild dogs that are descendants from pets left behind that disaster.
That might be the biggest contrast in possible explanations you'll ever hear.
Exactly. It's like, well, wait a minute.
Could be radiation, could be porta potty waste.
Pick your poison.
Well, for the dog's sake, I hope that it's just a temporary fix and it'll wash
maybe
off.
we should check back in to see if it washes away.
Either way, nobody wants to get close to it.
Absolutely.
So hopefully nature will take care of that one. Another animal story for you. Police in Texas filmed a buck with a hammock tied or wrapped around its antlers. They posted the video saying fully embraced his emo era, but in a serious note, the department says that, you know, the fashion statement raising some eyebrows because the deer clearly got into the hammock, right? Probably what was, you know, rubbing against the tree that it was tied to. They say the deer is totally fine. Eventually will shed those antlers along with the hammock accessory piece. They added there is no need to cause him any additional stress. So there you go.
I'm glad to know he's okay. It could be emo, but it could also be some locks vibe. It's giving an island vibe as well.
Yeah, getting a really cool look, that's for sure. So I don't know. I wonder how long it will take for him to shed that. But yeah, I hope he enjoys the look while he can.
He definitely stands out.
Yeah, he definitely stands out. You can't miss him. Hopefully that doesn't, you know, yeah. Anyway.
Any issues down
Yeah, bring any issues. Anyway, going to be a chilly start to the morning, cool day on tap, cloudy day eventually, but we are starting out with some sunshine, 45 degrees with winds out of the north and east, a little bit breezy at times, and that will add, of course, a chill to the air. We still have some upper 30s coming in for Leesburg and Germantown, 45 DC, currently at 50 degrees, though, in Leonardtown. A lot of moisture down towards our south will eventually lift northward, but not until tomorrow. So we'll get some showers out there through the middle of the week, but that's really our best chance. It will come as beneficial rain. Ahead of that, clouds will be on the rise for today, especially towards this evening. That will knock temperatures back a few degrees, so a little bit cooler than what we dealt with yesterday, and we'll have that cool breeze in a full force too, which will add a chill to the air. Tomorrow we'll add the mention for some showers, and that will last through at least Thursday morning. So let's time it out for you. Cloudy skies for today, maybe a brief shower this evening, and then tomorrow we'll start out cloudy, end up with some rain. Those showers build up towards the afternoon and then become more widespread into the evening. Most of this will fall overnight while you're sleeping, but we'll still have additional showers still possible by early Thursday morning. For the morning commute, it may be a little bit wet that day. Gets out of here by the afternoon, and then the rest of Thursday appears to be dry and will continue to dry out all the way through Halloween. Halloween forecast looks fantastic. We'll have the sunshine back, a little bit cool, a little bit breezy, but near 60 degrees that day. And then, of course, it may get a little bit chilly as we go into trick-or-treating time that evening. 7-day forecast, sunny through the weekend. Heads up, we do fall back this weekend, but we do gain that extra hour of sleep. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. 8:17 now your time. Taking a look at your traffic here in Alexandria. 395 headed northbound. Your main lanes have a multi-vehicle crash before King Street. Let's move to the right shoulder. 27 minutes currently between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. Elsewhere, looking pretty normal for your area main roads. About 25 from Woodbridge to Springfield for that 14-mile stretch. Steve?
For today's Capitol Close-Up, we are talking about the very latest with the government shutdown and the push to pay federal employees during the ongoing government shutdown. So happy to have joining us this morning from the Hill, Maryland, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator, it's always a pleasure. I always appreciate your time. I know you're hearing from a lot of people, and a lot of people certainly have you and your colleagues on their radar right now. You know, I'm curious with the stalemate that we have right now as far as the shutdown, with the latest news that the union representing the largest number of government employees is calling for this clean resolution to pass. Is this a breaking point?
Well, Steve, it's good to be with you. And look, I certainly understand the position that AFG, the union, has taken. They've been subjected to extortion, blackmail, threats, you name it, from Russ Vought, who is Donald Trump's henchman at the Office of Management and Budget. You'll recall, this is the guy who publicly said his goal was to visit trauma, his word, on federal employees. And that's what he's been doing. That's also why I and my colleagues have voted 7 times to reopen the government, but do so in a way that does not give Donald Trump and Russ Vought a blank check. Remember, they've been shutting down parts of the government since Elon Musk came in, and also to deal with this huge spike in healthcare costs that's upon us. But we're working very hard. It would help if the president spent a little more time talking to Democratic leaders here in the United States instead of trying to sit down with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader. The president is everywhere but trying to resolve this issue right here at home.
So, Senator, help the government workers in the D.C. area understand the sticking points right now when it comes to those of you in the Senate that have not passed this vote every time that this has come up, right, that have not moved this forward. We had heard that one of the big sticking points was that you and the colleagues on the Hill and in the Senate didn't want any disruptions to the SNAP benefits, wanted a guarantee there, among other benefits. Now we're hearing that it might be more, especially with this push from the latest union, that it might be a guarantee to make sure that everybody gets their back pay. So what is it exactly that you're fighting for?
Well, everybody will get their back pay, Steve. Back in the first Trump government shutdown, you know, it was a 35-day shutdown. Senator Cardin and I and others passed a law that does guarantee federal employees back pay, because these are innocent bystanders, federal employees who had nothing to do with shutdown. They should not be the ones who have to suffer, which is why right now, as we work to try to reopen the government, I propose that federal employees get paid not just at the very end of the shutdown, but really as we go. And Senator Johnson, who's a Republican, had a proposal to pay those folks who the Trump administration keeps on the job. My view is we should be making sure that all these federal employees have the means to pay their electric bills and other bills, because, again, they had nothing to do with the shutdown. And I don't want to give Donald Trump and Russ Vought the power to decide which federal employees to reward and which ones to punish. So as we work to try to reopen the government, we are working as we speak to try to propose this relief for federal employees.
And to that point, Senator, and we'll wrap it up here. I know you proposed this legislation, but in all fairness, it hasn't been passed. Others have proposed legislation. It hasn't been passed. You know, as this drags on now, day 28, a lot of federal employees are just sitting there thinking, okay, you've got Democrats on this side, you've got Republicans on this side, just kind of walking out of the room saying, well, when somebody wants to blink, then maybe we'll come back to the table. Can you assure people here in the D.C. area that there is actually work going on behind the scenes to try to get this ended?
Well, yes, there are conversations going on to try to end it. But unfortunately, these days in Washington, the only Republican who counts is President Donald Trump, because the House and Senate Republicans do what he says. I mean, they've completely contracted out their constitutional duties to Donald Trump. And so when he's traveling around the world and refusing, at least at this point, to talk about reopening the government, when he takes this, it's his way or the highway position, then he is continuing the shutdown. This is round two. I mean, Donald Trump did this in his first term. People need to remember this. This is something that's been a pattern. We want to sit down and talk with the president and resolve this issue, Steve, right away.
The president will be back this weekend. Hopefully some of those conversations can take place before we don't roll into weeks 5 and 6 of the shutdown. Nonetheless, Senator, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us this morning to try to break down what is happening. Hopefully we'll get an end to this soon to help all the people here in the DMV. Thanks, Senator.
Yes, and good to be with you.
It's always a pleasure. It's 8:22. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with more Fox 5 Morning after this.
back ahead of Virginia's Election Day. New polling shows the top issues for voters are threats to democracy, inflation, and health care. The Christopher Newport University poll has Abigail Spanberger leading Winsome Earl-Sears in the race for governor. The latest poll giving the Democrat a 7-point lead over the current lieutenant governor, 50 to 43%. In other races, like the lieutenant governor's race, Ghazala Hashmi is leading Republican John Reed by 2 points, 47 to 45%. And in the attorney general race, it's even tighter. Incumbent Republican Jason Miyares has 1 point over Jay Jones, 46 to 45%. Of course, that coming in wake of the Democrats' text messaging controversy. Meantime, as early voting continues in the Commonwealth, today marks what's become known as Vote Early Day across the country. The unofficial holiday is a nonpartisan affair with civic groups, media outlets, and consumer brands banding together to encourage people to cast their votes ahead of Election Day. With only 2 states, Virginia and New Jersey, holding statewide elections this year, the focus is on local races. You can get more information about it at voteearlyday.org.
The masked trio that went viral accused of an attempted burglary in Northern Virginia now facing backlash after a police investigation revealed this was all a prank. According to authorities, the group tried to break into an Alexandria, Virginia home while making threats. A woman related to the victim later confessed, revealing that she approached the home alongside her 2 teenage sons and a teen nephew as 2 adults and a child stood in the background filming.
I talked about this as a moral failure. At the end of the day, parents should be responsible for their children, right? And what's very disheartening about this situation is that you had adults that were engaging in this behavior, but also encouraging this behavior.
Worst nightmare. Both the victim and the police decided not to press charges.
So unfortunate.
That is the latest on that story. It's 8:26 now. Early college application deadlines quickly approaching, so we're going to break down what parents and students need to know next.
Yes, down to the wire. Plus, our very own Maureen Ume. She is live this morning with what she's working on. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm in Southeast. Anacostia High School closed another day. Residents on this street, some of them forced to leave their homes after a sewage spill. I'll tell you what the latest is when it comes to cleanup and when classes could resume. That's coming up right after this break.
Welcome back to Fox 5. It is 8:30 on this Tuesday mornings. We take a live view across the area. Our glorious quad box there. We see some sun. Won't have as much as we had yesterday. Still cold, so make sure you bundle up and you're ready for the day. We'll have your forecast as well as your traffic with both Annie Mae and Taylor in a few minutes. Steve.
All right, let's get to our top story now at 8:30. Anacostia High School in the district will be closed today as crews clean up a massive sewage backup that forced an emergency dismissal yesterday. The mess also pushed several nearby families out of their homes. So how do things look this morning? Well, let's get to Maureen Ume. She is in Southeast this morning with the details for us. Hi, Mo.
Hey, Steve. So, yeah, we're on Fairlawn Avenue. And this is the street where apparently 10 residents were also forced to move out of their homes because of that sewage spill. We've been trying to get some information about what the situation is this morning. Residents seem to be back in their home, but we can't have any definitive word yet or haven't gotten that yet if the residents that had the sewage issues, if they've been allowed back in. Nearby, just around the way, is Anacostia High School. That remains closed today. We've now seen crews coming in this morning to continue their cleanup. What they're monitoring really is the air quality, because that's the issue. And once that's deemed safe, they will let the students come back in. But they thought it just wasn't good enough today, so school is closed for a second day. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Let's take you back and show you some of the damage we're talking about. The ANC Commissioner, Tom Donahue, posted this video on his Facebook page. It shows the aftermath. That flooding began when a pump failed during D.C. Water's capital improvement project. It sent sewage back through underground lines into both the school and the homes along here on Fairlawn Avenue. On Sunday, the Department of General Services brought in a certified industrial hygienist to begin cleanup and disinfection. But despite those efforts to clear the drains and sanitize the affected areas, strong odors and air quality concerns led DCPS to dismiss students early on Monday. And in an email to parents, Principal Kenneth Walker apologized for the disruption and said updates would follow once it was safe to return. Now, in the video, Commissioner Donahue questions why the community was left in the dark for hours when the issue first began.
I was on Fairlawn all day yesterday. We received no information from DCPS that the school was affected, and yet they still they still allowed students to come into the school.
Now, D.C. Water has promised a full review of that pump failure and also wanting to work with DCPS to make sure that the issue does not reoccur so that the students won't miss another day of school. We're not sure if there will be school tomorrow. DCPS says they'll update the parents via email or other correspondence, but when we get that word, we'll let you know. As for what's happening behind me, I understand that this is construction, not related necessarily to the sewage spillage, but there's a lot of activity here. And as far as the homeowners go, again, we'll have to find out if they are for sure back in their home, but nonetheless, a lot happening here. We'll get those details and pass them along to you as soon as we have a definitive word on what's happening with the residents. Of course, the school reopening. Back to you.
All right, upending many plans, but we know you'll stay on top of it, Maureen. Thank you. It is 8:32 now for today's Fox 5 Guide. High school seniors are busy finishing up their early admissions applications, but for those who are not applying now or those who didn't get the acceptance letter that they want, you wonder, well, what can families do? What do they need to know? So for that, we're bringing in elite student coach, CEO Dan Hewlin. Good to see you, friend. It's been a minute.
Good to see you, Marissa. Third time's a charm.
You got it. So what's the plan if they miss those deadlines or, you know, they are fast approaching some of them and it's just too late?
They're approaching very, very quickly. A couple of days hence for some of them, and then, you know, the third, fourth, fifth for a couple of the other ones. So, you know, do your best. And if you miss them, just get ready for regular decision dates, which are coming up, you know, towards the end of the year. You know, focus on quality. You know, focus on doing your very best for the ones that you can submit. That includes sitting side by side with a parent or a friend to make sure that you don't miss any check boxes or radio buttons. It's very, very easy to do during the submission process. And not doing things like the activities section, which is almost always, you know, done at the very end. Get that activities section for the Common App anyway done really, really early. That one really punches through the clutter and use action verbs, you know, orchestrated, initiated, quantified. Use verbs like that because those really help sell it to admissions officers.
Would you advise some students and their families, like say there's a big reason as to why they didn't finish that in time, that early admission deadline, could they reach out to the school and ask for an exception or an extension?
Sadly, no. In a perfect world, that would be lovely. But no, early action, early decision deadlines are hard and fast. And those usually are 11:59 p.m. local time for wherever the school is located. So plan ahead and look, you know, it's human nature. You try planning ahead, and you do your very best. But if you don't make it, go try to get as early in on the regular decision cycle as you can. That said, sometimes systems will glitch at the last minute with tens and sometimes hundreds of thousands of applications coming in all at the same time. And if that does glitch, reach out to the school. The schools will usually be forgiving if something comes in at 11 p.m. the night that it's due.
And there are also some schools, as you know, that they have spring enrollment. So there could be other options. You just have to see what's out there and what's available. What about some people who say, you know what, I'll forego the 4-year colleges and I'll do a community college and then transfer later? What do you make of that path?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think that there's this perception out there that, oh my gosh, I've got to finish high school and go directly to a 4-year college. I think that taking a gap year, or in this case, to the question that you asked, taking 2 years at a community college is a great way to get started. Find out perhaps what it is that you'd like to study, and then go on from there to a 4-year college. It gives you a lot more focus. It gives you a lot more, clarity when it comes to figuring out what it is that you want to do. College is a very expensive proposition, and even if it were free, it's 4 years of your child's life. You can always get more money, but you can't get more time. So I think that that's a very good idea for those kids and families who aren't quite sure what they want to do.
And so for those who have their minds made up that they want to do regular admission, what are the key things they should do starting today to make sure they're ready for those deadlines and put themselves in the best position to win?
Okay, so regular admission, regular decision for most schools is December 31st through January 5th. Let's just say for the sake of simplicity that it's December 31st. Start planning now. The earlier you plan, the longer the runway, the bigger the plan you can take off. Focus on your core essay. Focus on if that's sort of the central planet, the orbiting planets would be the supplemental essays, the school-specific essays. Not all schools have them. Northeastern in Boston, for example, doesn't have them. University of Virginia has no supplemental essays. Those are worth thinking about. I'm just using those as examples. Not all schools have them. The letters of recommendation, make sure that your teachers have those ready to go. Don't be afraid as the student to go ask your teacher. Don't have your parents do it. Self-advocate. Go ask your teachers, make sure that you have those lined up. Letters that speak to your character rather than your academic achievements are even more important. And lastly, the activities. I cannot stress the importance of the activities sheet. So many fine students have been working all their lives to get to that point. Enter things like swam on the swim team, debated on the debate team. Use verbs that help you jump off the page. Because what admissions officers are seeing is who is this kid, who's this young man, young woman, and how are they going to show up on campus over the course of the next 4 years. You can only past pace your 17 years so far, or roughly. They are future pacing you. Make yourself come alive on paper. Outstanding people stand out. Don't be afraid to stand out.
And don't wait until the last minute. We say that over and over, and kids still do it. I did it, but you want to make sure, like you said, you have a longer runway so you can fly that larger plane.
You waited until the last minute. You did pretty well.
I did. It worked out, but not always. It's a risk. Dan, thank you for joining us, and you all can
always a pleasure.
Stay abreast with all of his tips on Elite Student Coach. We appreciate you. Jacqueline.
All right, Marissa, let's take a look at what's coming up in the next 45 minutes. The Capitol Christmas tree, it's on its way to D.C. Might be a little early to be talking about the holidays, but we're checking out this massive evergreen at 8:39 this morning. Then at 8:55, daylight saving time ending this weekend, and a new study finds that switching back and forth, well, it is not great for our health. We're talking about all of that in today's social scene. Then stay tuned for a Good Day D.C. today. We're talking Commanders with a sports analyst with what went right, what went wrong during last night's game against the Kansas City Chiefs. All that and more right here on Fox 5. We'll be right back.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Back now with your morning boost, and this is one for people who are in fantastic shape. A man in Colorado joining an exclusive club. Now, it looks like they're just climbing stairs, but let me explain. He has climbed Manitou Incline 500 times in a single year. That puts him in the exclusive territory. What is this trail? Well, it's an old incline site that is now essentially stairs that rises more than 2,000 feet of elevation in about 0.8 of a mile. So you're going straight up. Only 36 other people have made that same climb that many times. So why is he doing it? Well, this is the best part of the story. It's a bit of a sobriety quest for him. Bailey said he became sober last year. He says he found his signature Superman onesie to remind him to keep moving forward, and he has turned his sobriety into a great fitness challenge. So if you're ever out in Manitou Springs, Colorado, good luck and enjoy the hike. Christmas, a couple of months away. The Capitol Christmas tree on its way to the district now. The 53-foot red fir was cut down near Lake Tahoe over the weekend. That tree expected to make stops all across the country before it arrives at Joint Base Andrews on November 20th. So its month-long journey across the U.S. is already underway. We're well underway as well. Still ahead, a local organization helping survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence find safety and hope. We're going to speak with their team about their mission and how you can make a big difference in that battle. Still ahead. Having a secure password, more than just choosing one that isn't, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to break down some of the common password mistakes in today's social scene. That's up next as well.
All right, welcome back in. 8:45 is your time right now. I'm Akia Turner with a look at the Good Day guest list for you this morning. Today, live in studio, former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She's going to be here promoting her new book, Independent, about her time in the Biden administration. We're also going to chat with her about that and more. We'll also be chatting with Adam Smith this morning, one of the incredible voices from the stage production of Ida. And then coming up in the live lunch hour, Carolina Kitchen is going to be taking over the kitchen with red snapper, grilled bronzino, snow crab legs, turkey wings, and so much more. Did someone say Thanksgiving was just creeping up on us? You know, Steve, I'm hungry.
That's
I'm ready for it.
One of the best buffets you could ask for right there, I think, right?
Right?
Sounds amazing. All right, great stuff. Top to bottom coming up on Good Day. That'll get underway in just about 14 minutes. Right now, let's turn things over to Taylor. Get us check on our forecast here in the DMV.
Hey, Yeah, good morning. Going to be a chilly start to the day out there. You can see a nice live look currently in Frederick, Maryland, where the leaves have certainly been more amplified in terms of changing here this week, and we'll continue to get to that peak phase most likely later this week and into next week too. 45 degrees with a little bit of breeze out there out of the north and the east. That is a cool breeze, which is also amplifying that chill that is in the air right now. We're still in the 30s for Leesburg and Germantown, 40s elsewhere. So again, following this chilly start, will remain cool throughout the rest of the day. If you want some sunshine, get out there early. Clouds will be on the rise throughout the afternoon, and eventually we'll talk about that rain threat, but really not until tomorrow through the middle parts of the week. Today will be mainly dry with just increasing clouds, 57 degrees, a little bit breezy at times. So again, a cool day, cool fall day on tap, and we won't have as much sunshine like we saw yesterday to keep us a little bit warmer. 50s for tomorrow. Eventually we'll talk about the chance for showers developing. Most of that holds off until the late afternoon and into the evening on Wednesday. Today looks mainly dry with just increasing cloud coverage. Maybe a brief shower for late tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow will increase that shower threat, especially towards the afternoon. Here's after 2 p.m. and then those showers will become more widespread by Wednesday evening. Most of this will fall overnight into Thursday morning. We could see some periods of heavier downpours by Thursday morning during the morning commute, so there's something to keep in mind, and maybe it's slow moving on the roads that day. And then the rest of Thursday should continue to dry out towards the afternoon. And then we're in the clear for the rest of the week and into Halloween Day on Friday, which is so important. The forecast for Halloween Friday is looking great. We'll have sunshine mixed with a few clouds. Cool and breezy with temperatures in the upper 50s to near 60 degrees. Halloween evening for trick-or-treating will turn a little bit cooler with 40s potentially throughout the duration of that. 7-day forecast, again, a little bit wet towards the middle to later Wednesday and Thursday. Through the middle parts of the week, Friday looks dry, and then the weekend looks very nice. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We're approaching 9 o'clock here. We'll take a look at your roadways as you're headed out the door. Starting off here with your traffic. 38th annual high heel race is what's going on right now. Street closures in place in Northwest, going to be from noon to 11 p.m. today. So keep that in mind as you are headed out. It's going to affect 17th Street, R Street, Q, Church, P Street, all of those, as well as emergency no parking in place as well. Full list on fox5dc.com if you are interested in checking that out. 27 minutes right now between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. 395 headed northbound. Right now, just the yellow zone, pretty typical for the 8 approaching 9 o'clock hour. 24 there as well from Woodbridge to Springfield. Your drive time between the two. If you're headed 95 northbound, looking great, as you can see, for the most part, green. A little bit of a yellow zone right there as you head between the two. Outer loop right now, this is between Old Georgetown Road and GW Parkway, partially because we see construction in the area. We're starting to see higher volumes of traffic as you're headed over the bridge. So right now, it's about 29 minutes for that 6-mile stretch. This is what it looks like, red all up there, as well as a little bit towards 270, the spur, as you're headed towards the Beltway. Back to you.
It is almost the end of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, but you know the messaging never ends. And one local organization helping to connect victims and survivors with critical aid reminds us it's a problem that knows no boundaries or timelines. And joining me now from the Anchor Fund, Kristen Checky. It's good to see you this morning once again, Kristen. Great to have you here in the mornings. I know you help us out at night quite a bit, but it's great what you're doing. But like we said in the intro, it's not just 1 month, right? This is a time to add a little extra awareness. What's the problem that goes on year-round, right? So what are you doing to try to find the balance?
Well, domestic violence really knows no boundaries. It affects everyone of every gender, background, sex, and it's something that affects everyone. And so the Anchor Fund provides emergency funding for survivors of domestic violence and sexual abuse. And we provide critical funds that help them get out of that cycle of abuse from there and help care for their children.
One of the things that I love that you're able to do with this organization, you know, a lot of times when people look at maybe a bridge to the community or to victims, it's really big scale. You're able to help people, even in small ways, that can make a huge difference in their life.
Absolutely. Most of the grants that we give are relatively small, and they make a huge difference. It could be giving them an Uber ride to get to a court case or helping them with child care. It really makes a difference of them being stuck in a situation and being able to escape. And we work with more than 40 partner agencies around the DMV and Washington and Baltimore area, and they help vet and make sure that 100% of the funds that we give them goes to the survivors. And just like 100% goes to them, 100% of what is donated to us goes directly to the survivors, which we're very proud of.
Yeah, and it's a nice way to kind of make the two pair together as well. And I know we'll encourage people to go to the website so that they can see how it works. But, you know, you'll take donations from anybody, but then you'll make sure that they get to the people who are most in need, which unfortunately this area is very widespread.
Exactly. And if there's anyone out there who is experiencing domestic violence, I encourage them to go to our website. We have our more than 40 partner agencies listed there. there, they can reach out to them, contact them, and let them know that they're interested in an Anchor Fund grant. And these advocates will go to work for them.
What do you hear from some of the people you're able to help? And do they recognize the fact that maybe just that small difference made a huge difference in their life?
Absolutely. We just had our gala a few weeks ago, which was a wonderful success. We raised more than $300,000. And at this gala, one of the survivors was attending as a guest, and no one on the board had any idea. And she was willing to speak to the crowd, and she shared how the grant that she received allowed her to continue on with her education, and she is now working as a lawyer advocating for survivors across the country. And so that was a real 360 full circle moment for us.
Yeah, great way to pay it forward, for
Yes.
sure. So just the nuts and bolts, if people want to help out at home, is any donation too small? How big of an area are you helping out, region-wide, as far as those who might need the help?
Yes, so we're helping all the people that we help are local across the Baltimore, Washington area. And if you go on our website, any donation can help because it can really be as small as an Uber ride. It could be a $100 grant. We also provide grants for security deposits. So I would say on average, our average grant is somewhere between maybe $500 and $1,500.
But as you said, anything can and will help. There's the information for both the social follow and anchorfund.org if you want to go on and learn a little bit more on the website as well. Kristen, thanks very much. Keep up the good work in the community. It's great to have you here this morning.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break, but first, daylight saving time about to end. We're going to talk some of the pros and cons coming up in today's social scene. I think I know what Annie Mae's going to say about that, but we'll find out for sure up next. Time for the social scene, my favorite part of the day. Makia and Annie Mae get to hang out with me, and we get to talk all things like tech, because you guys are the tech queens, no doubt about it. Tech experts revealing there are very common passwords that you might still be using. Believe it or not, the most common password they say is still 1234.
Yeah,
I don't think
easy to remember.
Any website that I've ever tried to do that on, they're always just like, we're not going to accept this. You have to make it stronger.
Now it's like a,
They're
add
annoying.
a cap and add like a symbol. And,
yeah, something. Anyway, some of the common ones that you might still be using are The season plus the current year. So fall 25, autumn 25.
I've never used that in my life.
Summer 2025, whatever that might be. People use that. Like punctuation, like fall 2025 exclamation point. Then you get that in there, Makia, the exclamation.
They got me with that exclamation point.
And that's why I have to reset it every time, Steve, because I can't remember without
They're
these
like, use
situations.
a symbol. I'm like, oh my God.
This is my hack, Makia, that I do. Okay, so say my password was fall 2025 exclamation point.
Yeah.
Then like in a month they're going to be like, you have to change your password.
And you're going to be like,
Fall 2026.
No, what I do, I'll do fall 2025 2 exclamation points. And then the next time I'll make it 3 exclamation points.
And then it'll be winter.
Other things are like, no, I don't want to change it 4 times a year. Using the base word like road trip, but then changing the number every time you reset it. There you go. That's what I do. Road trip 1, road trip 2, road trip 3.
Yeah.
Another common password to avoid, straight lines across your keyboard, your QWERTY.
That's a smart idea.
Yeah, just run like 5, 6 keys together. Very easy to type in, but also very easy
But like, okay, I understand having like maybe a strong password for things that are important, that maybe like have your credit card
Like your
information,
bank
but
account.
I don't care what my password is. I don't need a strong password for my McDonald's app. Like, I don't care. I don't know. For me, I get this for like maybe like your business. If your business is like, you know, the 2-factor authentication or whatever that I hate.
Personal,
I understand,
very private
but-
information.
Now, the problem is, and this is where they get you, right? You don't care about the McDonald's app, but if you have that link to a credit card, they can still get in there and get your credit card.
What they do, though, is like you have to have Face ID to be able to do it anyway.
Well, that's your
So it doesn't
2-factor
matter.
authentication.
Yeah,
Right.
like
And that's a setting that
in order to use it
set
on,
for that.
like in order to use that, you need the 3-digit code on the back, or you need your face.
Right. And,
so,
and that will help more than the strong password to have 2 factors in there at least.
Like, I don't care.
Daylight saving time ends on Sunday. This is our last week of the sun setting at 6:30 now, 7 o'clock. Clocks are going to fall back an hour, so guess what? You get 1 extra hour of sleep for 1 night. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Wake up Sunday morning feeling the best you've ever felt in your life. A new study out of Stanford finds switching back and forth is the worst option. You have to choose one or the other, they say. Now, the Stanford folks say stick to standard time permanently. That's when the sun sets earlier and it gets lighter earlier, because they say that aligns more with the human biology. So that's what the experts say.
What, they want a permanent 5 p.m. sunset?
I'm one of those, I don't like to look out the window and it looks like it's 9 o'clock when it's 5 o'clock.
I think that those of us that work the morning shift, and maybe you do as well, we don't like to see the sun go down right after we get home from work. Like, we want that 1 extra hour in the evening. So
I think
I'm
that
team
is so
stay late
valid.
longer.
I think the opposite of what they recommend, because it almost doesn't matter what goes with human biology. It goes with what humans do on a day-to-day basis. And your average person does a 9 to 5. They're not awake for those early hours in the morning, and they're done at 5.
Right.
But also think about kids at the bus stop too. It's going to be
Well, that's the
darker
thing.
for
We're
some
always at
out
work
there.
for the sunrise anyway. We're never going to see it.
Yeah.
But the science behind it, the biology, is that you should be able to wake up to daylight. So that's why they want it earlier.
Yeah,
But
well,
anyway.
they never worked
Good
in
luck
corporate.
Saturday. Get that extra hour of sleep and feel amazing on Sunday. In the meantime, we got an amazing good day for you. Let's roll into it on a Tuesday.
Right now at 9A, a sewage leak shutting down a district high school after complaints of a messy situation and foul odors. We have the details on the spill and how it's impacting nearby residents. Did you feel it? A 2.5 magnitude earthquake shaking up Columbia, Maryland. We're hearing from residents who felt the impact in the report from Howard County officials on that quake. Then, Commanders with a game blowout. The boys in burgundy and gold losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. We have fan reaction after the team's 3rd consecutive loss, and a sports analyst will join us with what's next if they want to turn the season around. Plus, live in studio at 9:45, the barrier-breaking former White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre to discuss her new book, Independence. She's giving us a glimpse of her time in the Biden administration and more. Let's do this, DMV. Roll that open. Good DDC is here for you, and it starts right now.
Good day, D.C., Maryland, and Northern Virginia. It's 9 o'clock on this Tuesday, October 28th. Thank you so much for choosing us. And also, a quick reminder, our Halloween show is this Friday, one day closer. So I'm looking forward to that. And also, I know you all were talking about daylight saving time versus standard time. I just wanted there to be one time. And it doesn't change.
I think majority of the population wants that too. I'd go out on a limb and say that.
But which one? That's where the division
Not
is.
a 5 p.m. sunset. I would also say most people would agree with that.
They like the one that we have now, so they should just keep it as is.
This is good.
This weekend we don't fall back.
It agrees with you.
If we were the voting contingent, then we'd all be on the same page.
Landslide.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hashtag Good Day.
For some reason, it's not up to us. I don't know why.
All right, let's get to the news here. Major Fox 5 news alert. In fact, Hurricane Melissa's eye is nearing Jamaica, and conditions are getting worse by the minute. The Category 5 storm is now the strongest so far this year, with heavy rains and winds up to 175 miles an hour. A UN agency describes it as a storm of the century and to be a very catastrophic situation. Landfall is expected by early this afternoon. The hurricane is already being blamed for 7 deaths in the Northern Caribbean so far. And Fox 5 meteorologist Taylor Grenda, I know you've been tracking this monster of a storm, Taylor, and I read some reports that after it's all said and done, Jamaica may not even be recognizable.
Oh, I know. It's so hard to think about, especially with this mountainous terrain. It's not exactly something you want to hear. They'll be dealing with catastrophic flooding, even the high winds, and just significant damage across the island. They've already been seeing at least bearing the brunt of this storm for a couple of hours at this point in time, and we're still patiently awaiting actual landfall to happen. But as you can tell, that eye is getting ever so close to the coastline right there. So once we get it, which will be sometime between now and most likely noon today, official landfall, we'll keep you updated on that. But still a very strong Category 5 hurricane as it continues to move ever so slowly into the Jamaica coastline. It'll move over Jamaica over the next 24 hours and then potentially making another landfall across Cuba at sometime Wednesday morning as a Category 4 hurricane before it gradually weakens and continues to push over the Bahamas, possibly Turks and Caicos, and then out to sea right there. So not going to make landfall here across the continental U.S., so at least some good news for that. But again, a lot of damage certainly anticipated across the Caribbean. Back here at home, it's certainly a chilly start right now. Going to be a cool week ahead. Dry for now, but we do have a lot of rain close to us. This rain will lift northward as we go throughout the day. So I do think we're looking at that rain threat increasing tomorrow, especially Wednesday evening into Thursday morning. Cool and breezy throughout this afternoon with more clouds on the increase. And then we'll talk about that rain threat as we go into Wednesday night and Thursday. Plus, look ahead. Will this rain get out of here in time for Halloween? Of course, we'll have much more on that coming up.
All right, Taylor, well, those of you at home, did you feel it? Howard County, Maryland authorities confirming a minor earthquake that happened yesterday afternoon. Officials say the epicenter of that 2.5 magnitude quake was in Columbia, right off of Snowden River Parkway, just about 3 miles south of Columbia Mall, about a half a mile away from Hopewell Park. Residents we spoke with in the area reported feeling the rattle just after 5 o'clock in the evening.
It wasn't even a sound. It was just a shaking of the surroundings, and I was like, this is a normal living in an apartment complex, so thinking maybe somebody's walking up the stairs. Nobody walked up the stairs though, so I think it was the earthquake.
Yeah, at this time, thankfully, there have been no reports of any injuries or damage. Howard County's fire department did go out to different areas to survey what that quake may have done. Steve?
Developing in the district, Jacqueline, Anacostia High School is going to be closed today after a sewage backup flooded part of the building. Also forced nearby residents out of their homes. So what does everybody have to say this morning? Well, Maureen this morning is in Southeast with the latest for us. Any better today, Mo?
So here's what I'm hearing from the ANC commissioner. The people who are displaced, they should be back in their homes right now, which might make it easier to understand why when we're talking to people this morning, a lot of them didn't know that anyone was displaced and didn't even know there was a sewage spill. So it's kind of a hit or miss situation. What we do know concretely, Anacostia High School is closed again today because the cleanup effort has been ongoing since this weekend. And also you can kind of smell it periodically, the foul odor in the air. It's the air quality that's been the issue, which is why school officials decided that school needed to be closed today and to make sure that things are okay before the students are allowed back in. Let's show you the damage inside. This was the ANC Commissioner, Tom Donahue, who I just talked to minutes ago. He was able to go inside the school and get a video of what he saw, the damage from this sewage spill. He did post it. The problem started over the weekend when a pump failed during DC Water's capital improvement project to replace water mains in the Anacostia and Fairlawn neighborhoods. That failure sent sewage flowing back into the school, flooding the cafeteria, the kitchen and basement. basement and spilling into nearby homes along Fairlawn Avenue. Now, on Sunday, the Department of General Services brought in a certified industrial hygienist contractor to begin that cleanup and disinfection. But despite efforts to clear drains and sanitize affected areas, the strong odors and the air quality concerns led DCPS to dismiss students early on Monday. And in an email to parents, Principal Kenneth Walker apologized for the disruption and said that updates would follow once it was safe to return. But Commissioner Donahue says the community was left in the dark for hours when the issue first began. Here he is describing some of the damage.
In this elevator shaft, you could see the line that the sewage made it up to. There was about 8 to 10 feet of raw sewage that came through areas of the basement here at the school into the pit for the elevator, as you can see.
So again, we do understand that Anacostia High School is closed today. No word yet on whether it will reopen tomorrow. But as for the cleanup, that continues. Residents should be back in their home this morning or later this afternoon. So things are beginning to be mitigated, but still a concern lingering. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the developments as they develop. That's the latest from here. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Pain being felt by so many hardworking people around this country is very real.
We'll sit down anytime, any place with anyone, either at the Capitol or back at the White House, to reopen the government.
Well, the government shutdown now stretching into day 28. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling out Democrats to reopen the government. The American Federation of Government Employees is demanding the Senate to pass a funding bill after federal workers missed their first full paycheck of the month. Also, time is ticking on millions of people losing their SNAP benefits come November 1st. This is the 12th time the Senate has failed to pass a temporary funding bill to reopen the government. Marissa?
Well, Makia, the shutdown's impact on air travel is worsening with no end in sight, according to the union representing air traffic controllers. That union is now taking its message to travelers this morning. We want to get out to Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez. She's live at Reagan National this morning with more. And from what I understand, Steph, you've seen some of these leaflets.
Absolutely. Marissa, first, though, I'm being told today that over 10,800 air traffic controllers are getting a zero paycheck. So this is the operation for the union. They're passing out these leaflets. You'll see a member doing so behind me here. But it's calling on the passengers, the travelers here, to contact their lawmakers and call for an end to this shutdown. The president of the National Air Traffic Controllers Association telling me in a one-on-one interview that when you're forcing air traffic controllers to worry about making their mortgages and paying their bills instead of being 100% focused on the job, you're making the entire air travel system less safe. We're talking about putting people's lives at risk. The pamphlets also highlighting the grueling schedules air traffic controllers face. On top of not getting paid, they're dealing with 6 days a week, 10-hour shifts. We're told some have been turning to Uber to make money calling out sick. And we've seen the delays and ground stops, and these issues grow, and they're only expected to grow due to staffing shortages. CNN reporting over 260 air traffic controller staffing shortages since the start of the shutdown. The transportation secretary said on Fox just this weekend, in a single day this past weekend, they had 22 staffing triggers, the highest since the shutdown began. Here's our one-on-one with the union president.
Air traffic controllers love the job that they do. They take pride in the job that they do day in and day out. But what they don't want to do is have to go drive a Uber on the side, have to go do, Instacart or DoorDash in order to put food on the table. No one in America wants their air traffic controllers that are keeping them safe going to their primary job on a day or night shift, getting off of that shift, and then doing a gig job or a side job just to have a level of groceries and taking care of their family. Their number one priority is their family. Everybody works to, be able to live. And in this case, we're saying just work. One day we'll pay you back, and that's no way to live.
Guys, this leaflet operation happening not just here, but at 19 other major airports all across the country today as well. Send it back to you.
And just a reminder, you can find the latest on help for federal workers and those shutdown negotiations on Fox Local. Just scan the QR code on your screen to download it. We also have more information on our website, fox5dc.com. When out of sports, the Washington Commanders getting blown out last night during the game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Final score, 28-7.
What makes it so disappointing is it seemed as if the Burgundy and Gold would be able to pull it off. intercepting Patrick Mahomes twice in the first half. Just couldn't convert those opportunities into points. Got a nice touchdown from Terry there, keeping the toes down. But fans, not so happy afterward.
Our defense is trash right now. We got to do better.
I'm a little disappointed. I need them to play more aggressive, and I need the chemistry there on the field.
I just think we need to keep it competitive. You know, try to make the fans happy. I don't know about a playoff win because we got to win the division, and we kind of too far behind, but anything can happen. I believe in us.
That's what you need to believe. Commanders with a short week to turn things around. They'll host the Seahawks Sunday at Northwest Stadium, another prime-time game.
Fingers and toes crossed.
Knock on some wood, whatever you gotta do.
Magic dust, whatever it takes.
I mean, honestly, though, I think we would have been surprised if we did win. And I'm not being pessimistic, but that was, for sure. But 28-7, that gap hurts.
After a good first half, too. So that was a tough one. So,
well, at least we weren't the Raiders last week, where it was unscored points against the Chiefs. So, hey, we'll take our one touchdown.
So what do the Commanders have to do to get ready for a couple of heavy hitters coming to town? Well, we got our own coming up. A sports analyst will join us next. We'll talk about what is next for this team to turn the season around.
Plus, we've got an update on those masked suspects in an attempted break-in at a home in Alexandria. This video going viral across the country. We're going to hear from the police chief just ahead.
Plus, Prince George's County leaders are working to keep discount grocery store shoppers in their areas. We're going to have more on that effort to prevent food deserts.
And former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre joins us live in studio today to discuss her new book, Independent. We're going to get a deep dive into her experience at the White House while she switched parties and more. That's coming up in just a bit.
Welcome back. Coming up on 9:15 this morning, and we've got the latest in a major bust of that illegal gambling ring in the NBA. The NBA says it is now reevaluating its policies on legal sports betting after federal indictments against Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. In a memo to all 30 teams, the league says it is reviewing rules on injury reporting, training, and player safety. League officials call gambling a dire risk to players' careers and livelihoods. Marissa, back to you.
All right, Jacqueline, thank you. Back here at home, a shakeup with the Washington Capitals, the team letting go of assistant coach Mitch Love after an NHL investigation into personal conduct. The NHL also suspending Love for the entire 2025-26 season. He can apply for reinstatement next year. Reports say the probe looked into allegations of domestic abuse, though those details have not been released.
Berman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it.
Well, the marathon game 3 of the World Series between the Dodgers and Blue Jays. Los Angeles got the win after a walk-off home run in the 18th inning. A final score, 6-1. Now, Dodgers now lead the series 2-1. Game 4 is tonight in L.A. Steve?
Tough night for the Commanders, too. A lot of people watching that instead of the World Series as they faced off against defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. Now, flashes of promise earlier this season from Jaden Daniels, of course, is keeping a lot of people going. But even with the first half that was pretty strong, they could not slow down Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the second half. So what happened and what fixes might be out there as we look ahead to next week? Well, let's find out. Let's turn to one of our expert friends to find out more. Listen, here's the thing. Last night, the first half, I don't think people were complaining too much about what they saw, right? The defense played aggressive. They were moving around there. They're not the fastest team in the league, but they played like it. And then the second half felt like the Dallas game. So what do we do now moving forward?
Oh, my goodness. That's the million-dollar question here, Steve. You know, and it's kind of the thing that I'm still asking myself for this squad is they did look formidable in that first half, especially when it just came to, like, making big plays and getting the turnovers that needed to happen in this ball game to slow down the Chiefs' offense. But there was no reciprocal offense from Washington. I think they have to take a serious look at how they're running the ball right now. Bill Krosky-Merritt struggling yet again, couldn't get more than 25 yards last night. The entire running back committee was really stunted with the exception of Jeremy McNichols, who was able to catch a few passes. But my goodness, the injury bug too. I mean, Washington has been through the injury forest and hit every single tree on the way out here, Steve. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse. Laramie Tunsil goes down in this game, arguably their best player on the offensive line. How long will he be out? That's a big question that I have as well. But I think there has to be some scheme changes going forward offensively, especially when it comes to running the football. Otherwise, Washington is just not going to get teams to respect their pass game.
The easy thing to say, Zach, is when Jaden comes back, it'll all be better. But you've got Denver coming up. You've got Detroit coming up. You've got Seattle coming up, who plays great on the road. Even Miami is in a foreign country. We don't have any idea how they're going to play with all that travel and whether they're jet lagged or not. But of those teams, aside from Miami, the worst of those 3 teams is 5-2. So where do you put the focus? Do you try to balance the offense? Do you try to shut down the defense? You got a pretty good stretch coming up here.
Yeah, especially for this Seattle game, right? I mean, Sam Darnold has just been so prolific, and they seem to have one of the most untouchable running back duos in the league between Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. When I kind of look at that matchup in particular, the first thing that I immediately go to is how do you bolster the secondary? Marshawn Lattimore has gotten a lot of criticism, and I think a little bit validly so, the entire season. But last night, he even stepped up to make some plays. Got that interception, a couple pass deflections his way, too. So I think that's the first thing that I'm looking at. And on top of that, I kind of am really coming back to what do we see from Jaden Daniels if he comes back? Because even in a performance where he returned from injury, he wasn't necessarily 100%, and he is going to have to be so to take down this top 10 Seahawks ranked defense, at least in the short term on Sunday Night Football. That's the first thing that I'm looking at. And obviously, I think there's just, you know, the concern of just how many guys can go on injured reserve before you start to look at this season a bit differently than last year. I mean, especially with Dorrance Armstrong right now. I mean, that was a guy who stepped up and played tremendously well. He's gone for the entire year. You're missing Dietrich Wise. A ton of other teams are facing injury problems right now, but none quite as severe as Washington.
Jake Martin played good last night. He was just on the show last week. So Zach, obviously, I'm putting a call out for every player to come on the show, and then they'll have a great game after they come on the show with us. That's just, I think that's the fix for the future. My concern with Jaden is, and we've talked to so many former athletes, and you have too, you know, once they get in their head, the injury, they try to block it out. Jaden's great at that, but you got both legs, right, that are not 100%. So that's a concern with him. But the bigger concern is injuries happen, right? You got to make up for it. Every team in the league has to deal with that. Fans had such high expectations for this team after the championship game last year. I mean, is it too soon to say it's season over for these guys, or where do we look? Where do we sit big picture?
Yeah, it is too soon. But I think we're getting dangerously close, right? I think that there's been enough damage that's done right now and a few more losses, especially to good teams. And you start to wonder about whether or not the trajectory for this team is actually making the playoffs because the NFC is so competitive right now. I mean, you talk about that, just only 2 teams in the NFC are below 500. So overall, yeah, it's extremely competitive. But I do think there's a chance. There's any given Sunday mentality in this league for a reason. I think that if JD bounces back and you continue to see a healthy Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, there could still be some sparks that fly in that direction. But yeah, this is certainly a kind of strange place for fans. I mean, it does not look like that same 2015, or excuse me, the NFC Championship season from last year is going to be totally, feasible. Yeah. But I'm very eager to see what happens if they're able to develop the run game, Steve. I really think that that's the key going forward again. And if you can get Krosky Merritt into those 80-plus yard range, I feel like it opens up play action and so many other things that could, emphasis on could, get Washington back to that playoff caliber team.
The players say take it one game at a time, and that game is against Seattle on Sunday night, so hopefully they get it done. Zach Parnes, always a pleasure. Thank you, my friend, for joining us this morning. There's Zach's information if you want to give him a follow on social media. Just ahead, talk about an artificial intelligence fail. This caused quite a bit of chaos at a high school in Maryland, and rightly so. What the growing technology mistakenly thought was a weapon. We'll tell you coming up.
Plus, an update of the incident involving mass suspects caught on camera causing quite the scare in an Alexandria neighborhood. We're going to hear from the top cop of Alexandria next. It is 9:24. A mass trio accused of attempted burglary now facing backlash after a police investigation revealed that all of this was a prank. According to authorities, the group tried to break inside of an Alexandria, Virginia home while making threats. A woman related to the victim later confessed. She revealed that she approached the house alongside her 2 teenage sons and a teen nephew as 2 adults and a child stood nearby and filmed it.
What we do know is that the victim in this incident called her brother. Her brother responded to the scene with a firearm instead of what I just said earlier, calling us. And so absolutely it could have resulted deadly. I want to emphasize to everyone, these are not pranks, right? To be taken lightly. It is a very serious incident.
Very dangerous. Both the victim and police have decided not to press charges.
Up in Baltimore County, a massive police response at a high school. Body camera video showing the moment officers responded to Kenwood High School last week after an artificial intelligence weapons detector, an AI weapons detector, alerted authorities to the school about a student carrying a weapon. The video showed officers searching that student before discovering that the AI detector was incorrect and that there was no gun. Instead of a gun, the AI, the artificial intelligence detector, found a bag of Doritos.
This is extremely traumatizing for a kid to go through this stuff, and school officials need to look into the weeds and think this thing through and do some critical thinking about how would this stuff really work, not just buy it to do shiny objects in them, as we call it, and kind of appease the parents to say, see, we're doing something.
So the AI detector thought it was a weapon, turned out to be a bag of Doritos. Baltimore County leaders now calling for a full review of the AI system. Makia?
Well, Prince George's County leaders want a meeting with the CEO of Shoppers after the grocery chain announced plans to shut down 4 locations next month. The group wants to talk potential plans to keep the locations open, saying that if they don't do it, it'll create food deserts in the area. Shoppers calling the decision to close the stores difficult, but not commenting on a potential meeting. Jacqueline?
Well, Makia, coming up in the next 30 minutes, it is almost that time of year to fall back. We are resetting those clocks, and we're talking to a health expert on regaining our sleep. That is ahead at 9:32 this morning. And then as the temperatures drop outside, pet owners should watch out for their furry friends. We're discussing how to keep them warm and comfy and cozy in these colder months at 9:40 this morning. Then at 9:45 a.m., we're joined by former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, who made history as the first black woman to hold the position. She's discussing her new book, giving us a glimpse into her time at the White House. That's still to come. Plus, at 9:54 this morning, we're hopping into the social scene. Stick around for all that and much more. Still to come here on Good Day DC. But first, let's check in with Taylor.
All right, going to be a cool day. Dry for this afternoon, but we do have some rain, beneficial rain on the way for this week. I'll show you why. And plus, a look ahead to the Halloween forecast coming up after the break.
All right, welcome back into Good Day DC. We're coming up on 9:30 right now, and it's time now to say what's up weather. We're taking a live look around the area right now. Boy, it's a gorgeous sight out there, but it is pretty chilly. So you do want to dress in some layers today and just make sure you are prepared for this fall weather. Let's check in with Taylor now to see how the rest of the forecast is shaping up today. Hey, Taylor.
Hey, good morning, and enjoy the sunshine while it lasts for at least this morning, because the back end of the day will actually turn up to be cloudy, as clouds will be on the rise throughout the afternoon. 47 degrees. It is chilly to start out this Tuesday morning, and we do have a breeze in place too, which is adding an extra chill to that air. So I would certainly dress for at least it to feel like the 50s towards the afternoon, and it won't really feel any warmer than that. We're still in the 40s though for now for most of you, with 50s popping up across southern Maryland. Nonetheless, we're at least warming up currently following that really cold start. We do have some showers down towards our south, not really going to cause an impact for us today, but we will eventually see that rain move northward, and we'll get some showers out there, especially Wednesday night into Thursday. Today we'll mainly be dealing with an increase in clouds, 57 degrees, cool and cloudy with a little bit of a cool breeze in effect for today. Into tomorrow, we'll have a chance for some showers go up throughout the day, but especially into the evening, and then overnight into Thursday we'll bring our best chance for rain this week. And it's going to come as beneficial rain, because we could certainly use something out there, that's for sure. Here we go with Futurecast taking throughout today, just cloudy, maybe a brief shower into this evening. Otherwise, into tomorrow morning, we'll start out with cloud coverage. Showers will be on the rise towards the afternoon after 2 p.m. and then the showers will become more widespread Wednesday night into Thursday morning. A lot of this will fall while you're sleeping overnight, but we'll still have some of this lingering to Thursday morning, so the Thursday morning commute could end up being wet. Maybe a little bit slow moving on the roads that morning. Otherwise, it clears out towards the afternoon on Thursday, and it gets out of here just in time for Halloween on Friday. Sunshine's back, dry day for Halloween, 60 degrees, a little bit breezy though, and then we'll continue with the nice weather into the weekend. 7-day forecast. Just have your rain gear handy for Wednesday evening into Thursday morning. Again, Halloween looks dry, weekend looks dry. Just a heads up, we do fall back with the time this weekend.
All right, thanks so much, Taylor. All right, so daylight saving time, it ends this weekend, and while it's just a 1-hour shift, well, it can certainly throw off your entire sleep schedule. Joining us this morning with expert tips to help you regain your rest and adjust your body clock is Dr. Raymond Solano, a chiropractic physician who specializes in spinal health and wellness. Dr. Solano, always good to have you, my friend.
Good to see you.
All right, so let's start with what we should be doing right now, because the clock is ticking and fast before, yes, we get more sleep, but also before it looks like midnight outside around 5 o'clock, which I'm not looking forward to.
You know what? Start early. Don't wait till the night before to say, you know what, I'm going to go to bed an hour early and be fine the next morning. Yeah. Start early. Start now. Start today. Going to bed 20 minutes early, and then try waking up 20 minutes early. What a great way to kind of reset your clock prior to that daylight savings time.
Okay, so a part of the formula here, right, is to establish a routine that works. So what should that consist of? Because even on this shift of waking up at 2:45 a.m., I still don't necessarily have a very solid one.
Right, establishing, the key point is a relaxing routine. Okay. So how about opening up the curtains, maybe even going outside and getting some of that early sunlight? What a great way to reset that body's circadian rhythm, that body clock that we all have. How about as the day progresses, maybe getting out and getting some vitamin D from that sunlight, which also helps you throughout the day.
Yeah, I typically try to do that with breakfast breaks when I do get them, but also the kiddos at the bus stop. You know, it's still dark outside. So even for the kids too, what are some things that parents can do to make sure that, you know, their body clocks are in sync as well?
Yeah, absolutely. What parents can do is, obviously, like we just mentioned, make sure the kids go to bed early, but, you know, limit the cell phone use. This kind of thing keeps us up late at night and prevents us from sleeping and disrupts our sleep cycle. So more light in the morning, less light at night will help you fall asleep faster, and most importantly, establish a relaxing bedtime routine. Maybe get a nice sleep pillow. You know, try changing your sleep position. Sleeping on your side is most beneficial for the body and for many reasons. And then also maybe a massage from your partner. Anything to help you fall asleep easier really helps you transition with that time change.
Yeah, maybe a nice hot bubble bath.
That's a great idea.
Really relaxing sense. And going back to this pillow here, are there certain things with our bedding or just anything with that bedtime, nighttime routine that we can do to make it more relaxing or to help us fall asleep?
Yeah, you know, honestly, your position, the way you sleep is going to be the best thing you can do. A little extra padding, maybe setting the temperature right. Some people like to sleep or fall asleep better in a cool environment. This particular pillow is a cooling pillow. So you try to find ways to almost reinvent yourself so that when it is time for bed, you're doing it in a relaxed fashion. What a great way to transition into that daylight savings time.
I feel so relaxed just touching this pillow right here. What kind of pillow is this, by the way, Dr. Solano? I need to go. I need one. I need to go get one.
It's gone. This is a nice memory foam pillow.
Yeah, this is so comfortable. I absolutely love this. So what advice finally for someone who's just like, oh, I'm really dreading falling back? I mean, you've given us some excellent tips, but how do we reframe the mindset so that we can rest well and just prepare to deal with this until March 8th?
Yeah, right. I mean, I think I'll go back to starting early. Start early. Those little small changes you make, they really do snowball into you being able to understand and appreciate the daylight savings time. I personally like to get up early every morning, so it's not really going to affect me very much, but use that extra time in a good way. How about an extra workout? How about an extra walk in the morning before you get your day going? What a great way to charge you up and get your day going.
Yeah, I love that. Maybe get some meditation in there.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, maybe some yoga, Pilates. There's so many things you can do with that extra time.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, Dr. Solano, this was awesome. I'm going to use a lot of these tips for myself.
Excellent.
So we appreciate you. How can we get more information for you?
Yeah, the best thing to do is to go to the website, SolanoSpineSport.com, and then I'm very active on Instagram, Dr.RaySolano. So give me a follow, and I'd love to hear from you.
Okay, wonderful. You always come by and drop some gems for us all. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere because just ahead, we are keeping an eye on your pets this fall and winter as the temperatures continue to drop. I'll tell you what pet parents need to know to keep their fur babies safe. Marissa.
And former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre gets candid about switching political parties, her time with the Biden administration, and more in her brand new book. She's going to join us live in studio on the other side of the break.
All right, guys, welcome back. We've got Dr. Mike Dugan joining us this morning from Small Door Veterinary Hospital, and glad to have you here with us. We are talking a little bit about some of these colder months. We're starting to creep back into those colder temperatures. I, for one, am always needing a jacket. I was just talking to our friends over there, and our little furry friends, are going to have some issues as we get into these colder temperatures as well.
Yeah, well, obviously Daisy is a breed that probably doesn't need a jacket, right?
Look at
so,
Daisy.
you know, collies and shepherds and anything with like a dense undercoat, they're probably going to be okay. But if you have a little Yorkie like I have, or
bunny,
any
right?
or a terrier or anything like that, with a shorter coat, definitely they need something when the temperature drops down. We also want to be mindful of how much time we spend outside and whether their coat gets wet or whether it's really windy, because those will predispose to like frostbite.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I have a little dog like you do too, and then I have an older dog that's bigger. So I feel like I never know when to put the coat on the little one specifically. Like, you know, is it when I'm cold, or is it when, you know, the temperatures drop below a certain degree?
Well, I think it depends on how much time you're planning to spend outside. So if you're just going a quick walk before work or whatever, maybe it's not as necessary. But I would like to suggest that you try getting these things on them now, because some dogs, when you put it on and it's time to really, you know, see if they're able to wear it, they don't want to walk.
Yeah, they try to like wiggle it off, right?
So you're faced with like, do I have my dog cold or do I have them not want to walk?
Sure. And another issue that we see sometimes with them is with these colder temperatures, just like humans, you know, the skin irritations and the skin cracking, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, that, and also, you know, when they put the freezing stuff down, the salt.
Oh, right,
It's great to like make sure to, you know, get in the habit of wiping their paws off when they come inside. That's not a bad idea even now because of the pollen that's in the atmosphere. And then also the paws will sometimes crack, and you can get like the Musher's Delight or whatever. It's like a balm to put on their paws.
Okay, right. So kind of like a lotion that will help them with their paws, any cracked issues that they may have. Wanted to ask you about, as we get into some of these temperatures with those dropping, are there still issues with fleas and ticks and things like that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can't stress enough how much I want people to continue their monthly parasite prevention all through the winter. We get some mild temperatures. We can have mosquitoes. Ticks are out there throughout the winter as well, so don't let up on that. And also make sure that your pets are up to date on their vaccines. If they're going to boarding, they want to be up to date on the Bordetella and on the influenza vaccines for sure.
And there's some good options now out there when it comes to that flea and tick prevention, because I feel like for a really long time you always had the ones that you had to put on their backs and it got all oily and gross.
And they don't like it. It's like irritating. So yeah, oral medication, one thing that does everything.
Awesome. So. Obviously Halloween this coming weekend. We had you on to talk a little bit about these colder temperatures, but anything we need to know? I know candy, obviously want to keep that out of the dog's reach, but also I didn't realize, and I didn't even think about this, but if you have jack-o'-lanterns, if you have them out on the porch, maybe they have candles in them.
Oh yeah.
That's a huge problem too, right?
And I think those are exactly the kind of things that we don't think about until there is an issue. So that kind of thing, plus also making sure that the candy is out of reach. It does not take long for them to get into a whole pillowcase full of chocolate, and then you're off to the emergency room. So, and if you're going to have them wear a costume, make sure that they're comfortable in it and it's not something that they could, like, you know, eat a string off of or something like that.
And also like we do with 4th of July with fireworks and stuff like that, people knocking on the doors, people coming and going to your house perhaps. You want to maybe kind of keep them away if there's somebody, if they're a dog that doesn't really like animals or other people.
Or talk to the vet about maybe do they want to have an anti-anxiety medicine to give on Halloween when the kids are coming and going, so that they're not going to have like stomach upset the next day because they were so stressed.
Absolutely. Okay, anything else we need to know with some of these colder temperatures out there? Any tips and tricks you've got up your sleeve for us?
Well, I would also say just making sure that, like, for your pets who have like any kind of joint problems or arthritis or anything like that, they're going to be more likely to slip when it's slippery, and that also they may need to talk to their doctor about what things they can do to make sure they continue to be mobile. And also, if they're not able to walk as much and get as much exercise, maybe they want to cut back on their calorie intake a little bit.
Because they're not going to be getting outdoors as much, right? They might get a little fluffy, a little extra weight on them. That's a good point, though, that you mentioned, because my older dog does have arthritis, and I didn't even think about that as a good option. What about those little shoes you see dogs wearing sometimes?
I'm so glad
Is that a good idea?
That.
I mean, my dogs don't like them, but I've tried to put them on there. Should I try to be more vigilant about that?
I think either that, or they also have those ones that kind of look like a balloon that they can wear.
Check that out.
And again, that kind of makes it so you don't have to do the paw wiping when you come inside. And again, if you want to use something like that, I would definitely get them in the practice of wearing it now. Because if you wait until it's time that they need it, then they're going to be like, what? I don't, you know.
Exactly. I'm like, what is on my feet? Well, Dr. Mike, thanks so much for joining us this morning. And of course, Daisy, thank you for being such a sweet girl.
She's the best.
The star of the show.
Yeah.
You can find Dr. Mike at smalldoorvet.com, and he'll be back, I'm sure, in the holidays as we continue on.
We look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Good to see you as always. Guys, I'll send it over to you.
Definitely giving Lassie vibes. He has fans on this side of the studio, too. Jacqueline, thank you. It's 9:45. She made history as the first Black and openly LGBTQ+ White House press secretary. And now, Karine Jean-Pierre is opening up like never before. Her new book, Independent, dives into her time with the Biden administration, her decision to leave the Democratic Party, and her vision for America's political future. And joining us now live on Good Day DC, we have Karine Jean-Pierre. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. That's right. I was here not too long ago, so thank you for having me back.
And certainly dominating headlines with the Independent as well. So we're going to jump right in. You talk at length about how you say former President Joe Biden was treated, particularly in the weeks leading up to his decision to drop out of the race. You talk about the backbiting, the bickering within the Democratic Party. Please detail for our viewers how that dynamic played out to the point where you decided to leave the party altogether.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Look, I think what people need to understand, I lived this personally from the moment of the debate until the moment that he decided to step away from being at the top of the ticket for re-election and handing over the baton to then Vice President Kamala Harris. And what I mean by that is I was taking in all the questions. I was watching what was happening in the news. I had to go into the briefing room. And so watching it that personally, I thought to myself, why are we treating this man who had more than 50 years of public service, who objectively did a good job as president, and I thought he deserved a lot more. And it was so nasty, so backbiting, and I couldn't believe this was the party that I was part of. Now, there's other reasonings too that led me to where I am today, but that was something that was so incredibly public and nasty that I thought to myself, I don't like this. I don't want to be part of this.
And there were a lot of questions about his mental acuity and an apparent cognitive decline to many people. You had former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, George Clooney, others speaking out. You were with Biden practically every day. You never saw any signs?
Look, as I've answered this question at the podium and obviously now with the book, I saw somebody who was sharp, on top of policy, on top of history. And yes, we always said, and he would joke about it, he aged. It was visible. No one is hiding the fact or denying the fact that he had aged. But his mental acuity, to me, for me, my perspective, from my point of view, was never into question, because he was someone, when he called you into the Oval Office or called you on the phone, he would push you. It was constantly pushing us to make sure we were doing the best that we could on behalf of the American people. And that was my experience with somebody that I traveled with more than 95% of the time, saw him on average every day, and someone that I've known since 2009.
Yeah, even in his debate performance last summer, a lot of people thought it was disastrous, some concerning at the very least. You thought maybe he had COVID or was just sick.
Well, it was just not like him. That one moment that we all saw, that the world saw, was shocking because it wasn't, for me, it wasn't him. It wasn't the person that I know. And I hadn't seen him much leading up to the debate because I wasn't part of the campaign and I wasn't part of the debate prep. So I wasn't tracking what was happening. So when I saw him, I was surprised. I was like, okay, it must be COVID, it must be a cold. Something else has to be going on. But to me, it was never a question of his mental acuity. Again, I saw him pretty regularly in my time as White House press secretary.
Has he read the book? And if so, has he given you feedback?
So we have not talked about the book. He called me recently just to check in and to see how I'm doing, which I probably should have been calling him to check in on him to see how he's doing. But we have not talked about the book.
Have you spoken with former Vice President Kamala Harris, who also has a book that she's promoting?
Yes, she also has a book. I'm very proud of her for writing the book. I think it's important for her to tell her truth and to lay out what her experience. I mean, she made history and led a moment that was so critical. I have not spoken to her, and I'm hoping after I'm off my book tour, I get a chance to read her book.
I want to get you on the government shutdown because clearly there's a major partisan divide in our country to the point where it's going to impact and is impacting millions of Americans.
It's devastating.
As an independent, what's your message to both Republicans and Democrats?
Look, this is a moment, I do believe that this is a moment for leadership to reimagine how we see the future. Look, one of the reasons that I wrote the book, a couple of things, is I think the party system is broken. You need a two-working party system in order for democracy to work. And I do think right now it's too focused on the party, and it needs to be more about the people. And what I'm trying to do is push a conversation. How do we reimagine? How do we move forward? How do we include everyone in what's happening currently today in this moment? The government is shutting down. Federal workers are feeling it. You're going to have people who need SNAP, for example, veterans, seniors, who need these programs, and they're going to be shut down. And one of the reasons, at least, and I give credit to the Democrats because I do believe they're fighting a good fight, because what's happening right now is if they don't hold the line, our healthcare system is going to go into crisis. So they have to continue to hold Democrats to account. Right now, Democrats have the presidency, they have the House, and they have the Senate. It is their shutdown. And they are the ones basically saying we're going to shut down, and congressional members are still getting paid. Basically, Speaker Johnson has said, hey, you know what? I'm going to shut this down, and everybody's on vacation who are congressional members. That's a problem. There are people who are suffering. And so that was part of the things that I saw and was hearing from everyday Americans who were saying to me, what do we do? And the book is about starting a conversation and getting people involved and engaged, not walk away from the system, from the process, get more involved in the process.
Unfortunately, I have to wrap this up. A final question, do you have plans to run for office?
I do believe, I talk about this in the book, I do believe running for office is a calling. It is because you're giving up so much of yourself, and you are there in community. And I'm not there yet. I have not gotten their calling, but I want to have a voice and be helpful and help move the country forward.
I know you wrapped it up in May, so I had to see if anything changed.
I know, I appreciate it. I was like, I appreciate that, Marissa. I was like, oh no, nothing has happened.
Karine has 2 book signings if you want to learn more about Independent. Tuesday, November 4th at 7 p.m. That's at Politics and Prose in Union Market. And then on Saturday, November 8th at 1 p.m. That will be at Mahogany Books at National Harbor. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate this. Thank you for the opportunity.
We appreciate you as well. All right, stick around here to Good Day DC. We have your social scene coming up. We're going to talk about why some Gen Z and millennial brides are keeping their individuality on the other side of the break. We'll be right back. Coming up fresh at 10 he's one of the incredible voices from the stage production of Aida. Washington National Opera's Adam Smith. He's going to join us live in studio. We're going to chat with him all about that. And then on the line in lunch hour, Carolina Kitchen. They are back taking over with red snapper, grilled branzino, snow crab legs, turkey wings, and so much more. Plus, Halloween cocktails. Get potions that impress if you're planning a spooky gathering. All this and more ahead at the top of the hour. It's 9:56. We'll be right back. The must-see moments only on Good Day at 10 and oh, we have a treat for all of you scary movie fans. Coming up, don't miss our interview with the actor who plays Freddy Krueger and his influence on other scary movie franchises. Looking forward to that. Also ahead, the Housewives, they keep on coming out with your thoughts of those fraud charges against Wendy and Eddie Sefo. Ahead, we'll tell you what Giselle and Robin are now saying on their hit podcast. Plus, this man may change your opinion about opera. Live in studio, opera singer Adam Smith is here. We gotta have him sing. He's starring in Aida. Let's do this, DMV. Roll that open. Good Day at 10 starts now. Now, see, when you have a real singer in the building, you hum, where you don't do anything
I've never seen an opera sing-along before.
Going back to the Freddy Krueger thing, though, my uncle used to hide, when I was a little girl, he would hide in, like, the coat closet and with a mask and Freddy Krueger in hand. Oh, my goodness.
That's, like, trauma-inducing.
Right, thank you. When you said Freddy Krueger, I was like,
right. It was Freddy, Jason, and then Chucky. Those were the main three.
Michael Myers, too.
Yeah. I am not a scary movie person
at all.
No.
Definitely, I would have a whole heart attack if that happened to me.
Well, why do you think? I mean, maybe that trauma did something to me here.
We'll see what Freddy Krueger's up to in a couple of
Thanks
minutes.
for joining us. You're talking about Halloween movies. Our Halloween show is this Friday, so make sure you keep it locked and watch us at 10. We have so much and some surprises in store as well for you. So we have a packed show to get to. First, let's tackle today's trending topics. A new study on age gap relationships is picking up steam online. Danish researchers found that men lived longer if they had a younger female partner. And women live longer if their partner is the same age. Got that? All right. The study also found that 75% of men are married to a woman who is at least 1 year younger, and only 10% are younger than their wives. So it's definitely one-sided for the most part. Researchers concluding the older partner tends to be the happier one in an age gap relationship.
I mean, at first,
Any truth to
maybe.
that?
I feel like we have to divert immediately to Steve on this one, right? Please tell us
Literally,
more.
while you're reading that off camera, I had like 4 faces staring at me. Yes, I do believe this, and I believe it's a good thing. Okay, so I'm Gen X, and my wife is a millennial, but and she will guilt me in saying I want us to be around the same amount of time. Okay, and it's a beautiful, loving thing, and I respect her for it. And while that might be a threat in some ways, it also pushes me to be in as good a shape as I can, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I know people always say that your wife's going to nag you to eat better, to exercise more, to do all those things. But now I want to, right? Because I enjoy the time that I have with her, and I want to make sure that we have that together for as long as we can. So I totally believe it. I think it's a great study that came out.
That's why he ran the marathon.
It makes sense if you're the older partner in general that you're going to end up living longer if you're with somebody who's much younger because you're going to keep up with their active lifestyle. I think that makes complete sense whether you're a man or a woman.
Yeah, yeah, I can understand that. No, I agree. Also, too, just as you get older, because I know this next story is going to be a little cuckoo. Maybe it's the one after that. But you also just have to have the patience factor as well, especially as like young kids come into the picture. If you're like 80 in one case, and then the story we're talking about, you're like,
I know the one you're talking about.
46.
Yeah.
That's a little different.
No, that's crazy.
I mean, that's a big gap.
Yeah.
But
That's elder abuse.
But I don't think
Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson stuff right there.
You'll see the story that's coming
the
up.
46-year-old that marries the 80-year-old,
Yeah.
I don't think that they're looking to live the same amount of time.
Exactly.
They're actually completely opposite.
There's some strategy to that. Just saying.
Y'all, you're not wrong. Everybody's thinking it. We're just saying it.
I'm curious, though, was there any research in the study about the opposite, right? If you are the younger person, are you living longer, or do you live a more sedentary lifestyle because the older person is not as active?
I have to look deeper into that.
That's what I'm curious about. It's more common for, I guess, when it is flipped, for the, I guess, the man to be 4.5 years older. Or 5. And that's just more, interesting.
I'm 2 weeks older than my boyfriend. I'm a coug over here.
Oh, you are.
Look at her.
Yeah.
What can I say? And I never let him forget it.
He's young.
He keeps me young.
Do y'all celebrate your birthdays together?
And literally, they're 2 weeks apart. We should, honestly.
Yeah.
I think once you get older and they matter a little bit less, then you probably
No,
won't.
you just have to have your own celebration.
Right?
That's all.
I'm like, okay, there we go.
Just 2 cakes. Same
You think
celebration.
Annie Mae is celebrating her birthday with
anybody else? No. He does that.
All month long, it was her birthday.
Like,
Did we hear anything about her boyfriend's birthday? I didn't.
So you're 2 weeks older?
I'm 2 weeks older.
So the celebration is for Annie Mae, and then she's like, I'm done celebrating.
A month later, I'm ready to celebrate something
Good luck on your
else.
own. Pop star Lily Allen's divorced from Stranger Things actor David Harbour ramping up now. A couple listed their New York City townhouse for $8 million.
Ooh.
Now, this is a townhouse that famously featured a room for arguing. Perhaps the foreseeing of a divorce was in the plans for the townhouse. Lily Allen previously revealed her argument rule in a video tour with Architectural Digest. She jokingly described it as having a double-sided sofa so they can look at each other and argue while relaxing at the same time. Clearly it didn't work, or maybe it put things off for a while. Who knows? But what do we think about the idea of having an argue space in your home?
I think most people call that the doghouse. Okay.
Well, that's what you end up.
Not me.
Just
The
as long
basement
as you
is
don't-
somewhere else.
Look, have what you need just as long as you don't leave the house.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, you need to work it out, and if that works for you, or a little just go chill room, or just the man cave, you need to go there for a few hours.
found
and then
Go to the she shed. You
Right.
know, figure it out.
I don't know how it works for the ladies. I have found for me, if I'm in the argument with whatever partner I'm with, I get about 1% of the house, and they claim the other 99. So as long as I stay in the one,
You're on
then
the
I'm
couch.
fine.
See, I'm following you to that 1%, and I'm going to be like, and one more thing.
Now I have 0.5%.
But in today's economy, who has room for an argument?
An argument for an arguing
time
room.
and room for
my space.
Yeah. They don't have any problems if they have that luxury, right, to have a room just for that.
And I'm not wasting it on an argument room.
Yes.
Like a sunroom.
I would argue.
There could be an argument closet.
Yoga room. One corner. You can have the corner.
I would argue there'd be a better purpose for that room.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right, next up, Tina Knowles' mama, Beyonce and Solange, sharing her advice that she received from her granddaughter, Blue Ivy, that she gave to her sister, Rumi, that's the youngest one, before heading out on stage with their mom, Beyonce. During a recent interview, the matriarch revealed it was Rumi's idea to perform alongside her mom during the Cowboy Carter tour. Remember, she was waving and dancing extra hard. She was so happy to be up there. Tina went on to add, after seeing online comments, big sister Blue offered a piece of advice to Rumi, saying, quote, Rumi, you might need to calm it down. She was waving and reading signs and everything else. It was fun to watch her.
I love that human moment because Beyonce she's so beautiful.
Yes.
You don't hear her say many words. You see her perform, but in that moment, it just felt so relatable to see her little sister like, hi guys, hi. And they're like, okay, girl, stay in character.
I think she might be the actress in the family. Like, she has so much personality.
Yeah.
So it was fun to see that on full display.
How old is she again? She's only like 6 or 7,
be like
right?
7. I want to say 7.
I just love it, right? I mean, like, your mom's one of the biggest stars in the world, and here you are up on stage just like, hey, you know, it was just so
never mind the choreography.
Right? What's going on over there? I'm over here in my own little moment. I loved her. I thought she was adorable. So precious.
So cute.
All right, good to go from one queen to another with this one. So good news, and Marissa, we just talked about this earlier for Mariah fans, including Marissa, the Queen of Christmas, bringing back her holiday bar in several cities starting on November 13th, so you're about 2 weeks away. The immersive pop-up will return to New York, also making a debut in Los Angeles, Miami, and Las Vegas. Highlights include Mariah-themed decor, a Queen of Christmas homage, Santa's sleigh, photo ops, and album backdrop recreations. So the question is, Marissa,
is it time?
If we do, well, that's question one. Is it time? Question two is, do the pop-up bar in D.C. What do you have to have? What is going to make you feel like you're immersed in the Queen of Christmas?
Okay, I have to have several very tall Christmas trees, at least 9 feet. All of them have to be huge. I need to have super uber glammed up trees, because that's Mariah. She's always over the top. You got to have all the things. I need Santa to be there, at least to make a stop every now and then. And then also just some background singers, because I love caroling, so I need to hear music.
Carolers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Singing Mariah or just singing Christmas songs?
I can do a mixture, but mainly Mariah. Yeah, mainly.
Can we talk a little bit about the monopoly that she has had on this one song and how it has stood the test of time?
I was just
remarkable,
telling Steve earlier this morning. I saw, you all know, I saw her last year when she came here on tour, and before she walked on and did all of her Christmas hits, there was this DJ, and he's like, I'm going to take it back for the day one Mariah fans, the Lamborghini. So he performs and plays all of these songs from the 90s. 20% of the audience knew those songs. And I went, oh my gosh, there are like 2 whole generations who really only know Mariah as the Queen of Christmas. And that's okay, because I think it's kept her relevant throughout the years. But yeah,
but it is fascinating when you have somebody, when you think about how when she hit the scene in the 90s, right? It just immediately blew up. A huge personality, huge person, huge voice. But now, if she is okay with just being the Christmas queen, like she could do this for the rest of her life.
More power to her.
You wouldn't even have to do anything
she makes like
else.
$3 million a year just off of one song.
Depending on what kind of lifestyle you want to live, you can just live on that probably for the rest of your life.
And she's made bank even prior to Queen of Christmas. So.
And people remake it, and there are also songs that are like equally as good that people have come out with like recently that I was like, oh my gosh, Ariana Grande is a great, by the way, Christmas song. One that she did with her and Kelly Clarkson is such a good Christmas song. I can't remember for the life of me what it's called. I'll look it up and tell you later. But
you know, Justin Bieber remade his own version of All I Want for Christmas Is You.
And Mistletoe. The worst Christmas song ever is Mistletoe, and I'm okay with that. But there are so many people people that have come out with great Christmas songs, but I mean, this one really stands the test of time. It's such a great song. I love All I Want for Christmas. Everybody does.
Yeah.
I don't ever get sick of it.
So when are we going to see Mariah?
That's the
one
name.
of the pop-up.
Right?
The train.
Good day
New
takes
York,
on
let's
New
take
York.
it.
Okay, let's go.
Oh my gosh, could we?
Y'all
That
know
would
how
be
I
so
feel about
fun.
New York, but I'm willing to do it
And
for
squeeze
all
in the
of
Rockettes,
you.
too. Squeeze in the
Right?
Rockettes.
Of course.
Let's do it.
And the Rockefeller Christmas tree.
Yes.
We got to go see the Christmas
The Christmas market. Yeah, at Bryant
Can we go
Park.
shopping?
Park. There's go to food.
I think this is.
Can we go shopping?
I think this is going to be a zip trip to Manhattan.
Yes. Let's just bring a GoPro.
And
Walk around
it's
New
all
York.
Steve trying to wrangle all four of us into going to all these different.
Steve's in charge of the cabs.
Exactly. I'll carry the bags. We have a lot more. We're just getting started on this Tuesday morning, and we are counting. We're not trying to jump seasons here because we have an epic Halloween show coming up on Friday. We're going to get you to the spirit because we're talking about one of the greatest Halloween characters ever. Mr. Freddy Krueger himself is going to join us. Actor-director Robert Englund giving us the inside scoop on how he had an influence on another scary movie franchise and a very, very famous actor. And we'll get that story for you when we come back in just 2 minutes.
Switch my whip, came back in black. I'm starting saying rest in peace to
Just in time for Halloween, it's time to talk a few scary movies here as we are tackling iconic horror franchises with a man who played one of the most famous villains of our time. Talking about the one and only actor Robert Englund. And if you were not familiar with his real name, then you will certainly know the role he played, the one and only Freddy Krueger. And we're hearing about his time on Elm Street thanks to our friend, entertainment buff, and the one and only Jake Hamilton, who joins us now live from Chicago. What's up, buddy?
Steve, I, first of all, am incredibly excited about your Halloween show on Friday because you guys always crush the Halloween show. So that is going to be incredible. I'm very excited about that.
We got to get you in one of these years. You got to just come join us. Just come dress up, play your favorite scary character. It'll be awesome.
Very honestly, I'm so in. But there's another cool thing happening this Friday, which is actor Robert Englund, like you said, Freddy Krueger himself, is actually getting his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Well earned, I think, 40 years of terrifying audiences. And I had the chance to actually chat with him a couple of days ago. He was promoting the 4K release of the Nightmare on Elm Street series. And I wanted to bring up a scene, Steve, not from a Freddy movie, but another Wes Craven classic, the 1996 horror film Scream, which you might remember makes fun of Freddy Krueger in that opening scene with Drew Barrymore. And I've always wanted to know how Robert Englund felt about that scene. And it turns out, not only is he one of the reasons Drew Barrymore is in that movie, as it turns out, he actually used to babysit her.
You got to do it. This guy's a gentleman.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Is that the one where the guy had knives for fingers?
Yeah, Freddy Krueger.
Freddy, that's right. I like that movie. It was scary.
Well, the first one was, but the rest sucked.
I do always laugh at the opening scene of Scream, particularly just because it's Wes's film, with the killer saying that Nightmare on Elm Street is his favorite scary movie, but then Drew agreeing that while the first one was good, as she says, and I quote, the rest sucked. I'm sort of so curious, did Wes let you know that joke was coming, that it was going to be in the first Scream? And I'd love to know what your first reaction was when you heard that.
Well, I was at a restaurant on Melrose in West Hollywood, and my old friend Drew Barrymore was there, and Wes and his producer were, trying to butter her up to be in the movie because, of course, she dies quick, like Janet Leigh in Psycho.
Exactly right.
It's a fake out. It's a fake out. So I knew Wes was up to all sorts of stuff with that film.
So when you saw them at dinner, did you have any idea what that dinner was about, or just like, oh, Wes is talking to Drew and maybe they might be working on a new movie kind of thing?
I knew Wes was doing a new movie, and I also knew a little bit about it, jungle drums and all that. Yeah, I had a hunch that he was into this sort of, what's the word here, this deconstruction concept, with horror, deconstructing horror and reevaluating it and exploring it.
Never say who's there. Don't you watch scary movies? It's a death wish.
I hadn't seen Drew in a while. I'd seen Drew a couple of years before the screening, and she had just had her hair cut short, bobbed short, and I complimented her. I said, Drew, it looks great. It's very, very French, or something like that, and we did the air kiss, and I said, Drew, you got to do it. This guy's a gentleman.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You used to babysit Drew Barrymore. Is that right?
Well, I only a couple of times, yeah. But yeah, my girlfriend and I used to sometimes get stuck with babysitting her when her normal babysitter, which was her mother's best friend, had an audition.
So you can check out Robert Englund in 4K now. The Nightmare on Elm Street edition is now available, and congratulations to him getting a well-deserved star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I think when you have terrified audiences for over 40 years, I think you've earned a star, Steve. What about you?
The craziest story that I have heard, to think that Freddy Krueger was a babysitter for Drew Barrymore. It's insane, Jake. Great stuff. So here's the thing, this gets me thinking, and obviously I love Nightmare on Elm Street. Scream was a great movie. I love the classics. I love the original Halloween. That's probably the first scary movie I ever saw in my life. But then I love It, right? It, to me, is a great, scary movie. What about you? Because you've seen way more movies than anybody else. What stands out to you with this Halloween season?
I'm a huge horror fan. It's actually my favorite genre. You mentioned Halloween. I'm going to go another John Carpenter classic. I love John Carpenter's The Thing. I love a horror movie where the setting itself is kind of a character, and sort of that isolation in their Arctic base is fantastic. I love the paranoia of a villain that literally could be anyone. And Rob Bobbitt's 1980s practical effects at a time where sort of necessity was the mother of invention, and they didn't have CGI to make these monsters, and they had to physically build them. That is a movie that I love arguing about with my friends. I love that the ending is sort of up in the air, and for the last 40 years, we've been arguing about which one of them is really the thing. And here's what I'll tell you. I love it so much, but I will only watch it here in Chicago if it's a blizzard outside. So while it is my favorite horror movie, it's going to be a couple of months before I allow myself. I usually wait for a weekend where I know the snow's coming in, and then I turn on The Thing, because there's nothing like watching that movie while a blizzard's blowing by outside.
Well, listen, it's Chicago. You can get a blizzard next week, Jake, and then maybe you'll get a bonus screening.
Dude, about 20 minutes, man.
Yeah, exactly. You know what else I love? I love that when you're talking to Robert Englund, just his background, right, in his room, and it's just all Freddy Krueger stuff. It's all horror memorabilia. You know that this is somebody, it not only made him as an actor, but he just, he lives that, right?
Exactly right. And, you and I, you've talked to a lot of actors, too. And sometimes you talk with an actor and you bring up that role they're most famous for, and you can feel them hate you in that moment for bringing it up. I'm not gonna call out certain people, but there are some actors, do not bring up, let's say hypothetically, Han Solo. Don't bring up Han Solo to Harrison Ford because it's not going to go well. But with Robert Englund, it doesn't matter that we've asked him about Freddy, probably the same questions about Freddy Krueger for the last 40 years. He's going to answer them with the enthusiasm and the excitement like it's the first time he's ever been asked that.
I love it. We got some great options for Halloween, too, the scary season or the blizzard season. Hopefully we can leave those to you in Chicago, not here in D.C. Jake, it's always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Good to see you, buddy.
All right, come visit us for Halloween. Come dress up. We'll be doing that.
I'm sold. Next year, I'm in.
There you go. All right, Marissa, we can add another one to the list on Friday.
I love it. You know what? Maybe we should have a show on all the big Halloween villains. Wouldn't that be fun to do them all?
Who do I want to be?
I want to be the bride of Chucky.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
The wheels are turning. It's 10:21. We are off to a cloudy start with Halloween just a few days away. So find out if the gloomy weather will clear out in time for the big day.
Now, we've got that trick-or-treat forecast for you to plan around when we return.
It's 10:24. Time to say what's up weather.
Live look across the DMV this morning, and this is always the time of the year where I see the sunshine, Taylor, and I get tricked. No treats because it's cold out there.
It's so deceiving.
You think it looks warm?
I know. I see the sunshine and I'm like, oh, lovely, great, it's going to be nice out. And then bam, I walk out the door and it's a little cold.
Psych! Psych. And then you get in your car and then it's warm. Especially in this, anyway, it's one of those transitional seasons, right? So today we're not going to see as much sunshine, so more clouds will start to move in once we get into the afternoon. Kind of a cool and breezy day. Right now we've near 50 degrees in D.C., but we do have that cool breeze that's in effect, which will make it feel a little bit cooler than it is outside. So temperatures right now are approaching near 50 degrees pretty much everywhere across the DMV. I know that the rain looks very threatening for now. It's not really going to impact us for today. We're just going to deal with the cloud coverage from the northern end of that system. Eventually we'll see some showers roll through, but not until late tomorrow night and into Thursday morning. So there we go tomorrow. I do think Wednesday will start out dry, and a good part of the morning will be dry. It's by the afternoon, showers will start to roll in, and then into the evening, that's when most of the rainfall really starts. So let's time it out for you. After 2 p.m., we'll see a couple of showers tomorrow, and then into the evening, they'll become more widespread, may pick up at times, turn a little bit heavy all the way through early Thursday morning. Thursday morning's commute may be a little bit soggy, and then it lifts out of here towards the afternoon. So, again, not going to last all day long, but the Halloween forecast is looking fantastic. It'll be out of here by then. We'll have sunshine back, a little bit breezy, 60 degrees for them. Trick-or-treating looks fine that evening, too. The weekend looks dry. Just a heads up, we do fall back with the time, so we gain that extra hour of sleep, but we're going to see some earlier sunsets moving forward. So sunset on Saturday, 6:07. On Sunday, it's 5:06.
Got it. I just have to buy candy for the trick-or-treaters.
Me too. I need to go do that today.
Yeah, to make sure we have something to give.
I just hope I have trick-or-treaters. If not, I'm going to eat the whole bag.
There you go. We'll be taken care of. It's 10:26. We have a packed celebrity dish on the other side of the break, including the day that Diddy is expected to walk out of prison. After the break, TMZ, they're going to join us live with the disgraced mogul's newly revealed release date. We'll be right back.
What's poppin'?
It is 10:30. That means it's time for a dose of Celebrity Dish. And it's supersized today on this Tuesday morning. We already got one heavyweight in the house. We got Kyle on the mic.
What's up? You got my BSU gear on. It's homecoming season now. Come on now. Hey, come on now.
And you see that other spot there on the couch right there?
Gotta warm it up.
Come on, Mr. Al Reynolds, the one, the only. Joining us now.
Another buoy in the house.
You keep it clean, don't you?
Smell good, skin popping.
Well, you know, when you work with Guy and this one right here,
I know, you got to show up and show out now.
Listen, I knew all of you would be here, so I had to step it up a notch. That's all this is, you know, so one-time special. No, it's good to have you both.
Yeah.
I had so much fun at the Google event at Bowie State University. So, Al, please tell the people about it.
Oh, my goodness, it was insane. It's the first regional leadership symposium, and they had it right here in the DMV, and the wonderful Maritza right here hosted the main stage. And guess what? We recruited him. He's schedule. Guy was invited as well, but he's a busy man. You know, he's got multiple engagements, but the next one he promised to be a part of. But we were so excited. We had, you know, we had our local corporate celebrities. We had Lisa Sun. We had Justin Gatlin. We had WNBA players. We had Krista Chen. We had New York Times bestsellers. We had everyone right on the campus of Bowie State University, which is something that you don't get often, but I'm very proud to say that I was able to make that happen.
And we appreciate you.
HBCU put some respect on your name.
Come on, Professor. Hey.
Professor Reynolds.
Come on now.
Well, glad to have you both. And now that you're here, we got to get to Charles Laudaboutillier from TMZ. So much is happening. Charles, we got a full team here today.
Hey, good morning. I feel like I'm missing the party.
Yes.
I'm all the way out here in LA.
For years. For years. You have no excuse.
I know. I just gotta get out there.
All right. I'll forgive you this time. There's still time.
I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna work on it.
Let's get to Diddy's projected release date. We got some new information on his release from prison.
Yeah, I don't know if this is good news or bad news for him, how he would view this. But he's gonna get out maybe sooner than people would have thought. The Bureau of Prisons has basically calculated all the credits he gets and says that his release date would be May of 2028. So he's looking at about 2.5 years. Now, that's not set in stone. That's just the date that they work with. And then going forward, you know, potentially he could get out earlier if there were other credits he got for good behavior while in prison. And of course, he's still holding out for the ultimate trump card, if you will, which would be if he gets granted clemency, which we know the president is considering, although he has said in the past that he was inclined not to because of things that Diddy had said in the past. But he does see he does see that they have some things in common and that they both feel they were targeted by the Justice Department. So whether that's enough to sway the president, we will see. I'm sure Diddy would like it to sway him because 2.5 years, considering everything that he was up against, may be good in relative terms, but it's still 2.5 years in prison, which I'm sure Diddy doesn't want to do.
And already time served. Al, I know you did a lot of reporting on this
absolutely, especially on my show, Celebrity Court. This is interesting. He's not only waiting for the Trump card, but he's also going to appeal, which is, you know, he's throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this situation. For me, you're out in 2 years, buddy. I don't know that I would make too much ruckus considering what he did. I don't know how people can overlook, even though the two main charges did not stick, but the other stuff did. Just understanding the culture and the lifestyle, I think he needs to do his time.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, it's 2 years, and let's be clear. That jail's gonna look like this studio, all right? It's gonna look nice, all right? He ain't about to be he could be nowhere that's gonna be like, you know, hard up, but like you said, it's 2 years. Lay low, do your time. Like you know what you did. So it's kind of like, you know, do that and then keep it moving.
Yeah, at this point, it's water under the bridge.
I don't know. I somewhat disagree with that. I think that the prison that, from what's been reported thus far, is that it's quite hard behind bar where he's at.
Well,
he held
is prison supposed to be easy?
Well, I mean, it isn't. But let's be clear. That's what they're telling. I feel like now when they tell the media and what's happening behind the scenes, it's different.
I agree.
I'm telling you, Diddy ain't gonna be in no hard jail. He gonna be. It's just him being excluded and having that FOMO that's gonna mess him up. All right. That's gonna be he gonna be the fear of missing out. That's gonna be the jail cell for Diddy. Okay.
All righty then.
Okay.
Now let's get to Jay-Z.
That may be the hardest part of his sentence. Yeah.
Right. Jay-Z on backlash with Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance. What is Jigga saying?
He is saying there's nothing to see here. Keep it moving. He is ignoring all of the backlash coming from the right, saying that Bad Bunny is an inappropriate choice to do the Super Bowl halftime. We got Jay as he was leaving his offices in New York City, and he said, "Don't let them fool you." He said, "They love Benito." Now, they didn't say who they are, but as far as he's concerned, he thinks that come Super Bowl Sunday, this is going to be much ado about nothing, and he's not worried, clearly not worried about protests and alternate halftime shows. He is standing by their choice, just as the commissioner of the NFL did last week. So no surprise here that Jay and Roger Goodell are lockstep on, we're sticking with Bad Bunny. We don't care about whatever the little buzz is on the right.
Jay-Z, listen, he's a chess player. And one thing about the Carters, they don't say too much. They just do it.
Yeah.
And we all know what's going on right now in times. And he's like, you know what? We're going to make a statement. Bad Bunny, come out here and do your thing. We're going to go ahead and just act like it's not what... They know what they're doing.
Well, all publicity is good publicity, too.
Right.
So the more people talk, the more people are going to watch.
And they're going to have... It's going to break records. I think each year the Super Bowl is trying to break records. And with this, they're going to get international views, local views, hating views. And they're going to keep making money and breaking records. So I'm just like, Jay-Z, salute to y'all.
I love the drama. I love the drama. But, you know, the best part is the reason why you hired Jay-Z was for the representation and diversity. Even though the country is moving away from that right now, he's saying, but we're not.
Right.
Our entertainers love Bad Bunny, including myself. He's a record breaker. He's a Grammy winner. Come on, he deserves the spot.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I ain't gonna know what's going on the stage, but I'm gonna have a beat to be like, hey, come on, Bad Bunny, because I'm gonna have my Duolingo, a new Apple update, you translate.
Oh, you gotta put
my ear in my. He said, go ahead, get it. It's a Super Bowl. Come on. Uno, dos, tres. Come on. Hey, all right, here we go. Hey.
I think we're all working on Spanish right now.
Touch it down.
Just move to the beat. That's it. Just move to the beat.
I'm on day 400 of my Duolingo, so I'll be ready by the time Super Bowl.
Finally here, Charles, we only have about 30 seconds. Dylan Efron breaking his nose during Dancing with the Stars. It got real deep.
Yeah, listen, Dancing with the Stars, we always see the celebs getting injured. Usually it's twisted ankle, maybe a hamstring. Dylan Efron got a broken nose. His dance partner, basically while they were practicing, inadvertently hit him with an elbow. I guess those are sharp elbows, and we saw him as he was leaving rehearsal. He said he's going to be fine. He will be dancing this week, and he didn't even have a bandage on his nose, so looks like he's going to be all right.
Ooh, not blood on the dance floor.
Right.
Listen, the only thing I'm trying to do is break it down. That's the only thing I want to break.
They don't break the nose while you're at it, man.
Who doesn't need that cartridge anyway? That cartilage in it. Who doesn't need it anyway?
You should come out to Ludacris, throw them bows.
Come on, oh, like girl fight.
Get out the way.
Hey.
All right, Charles, thank you so much for that wrap. And we do wish him healing.
Yes,
we do. All right.
Appreciate the laughs this morning, guys.
Thanks, Charles. Take care. Next up, Real Housewives of Potomac stars Giselle Bryant and Robin Dixon have finally broken their silence on the arrest of Wendy Osefo and her husband, Eddie. The two dished about it on their Reasonably Shady podcast, and here's what they had to say.
And disappointed by these charges?
I'm disappointed.
You know,
I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, if everything that is in these documents is true, you know, so of course you're guilty and innocent until proven guilty. But if everything in these charging documents is true, I'm highly disappointed. And then I just have so many questions, like why did we feel the need to do this?
Why?
Yeah.
That is my biggest question. Like I immediately thought, first of all, huge disappointment. Sad, right? Because this is so sad for their children, you know, guilty or innocent. Their parents were removed from their house and brought down to a police station and charged. They have mugshots. That is, I'm sure, super scary for their children. So sad. But like, why? Well, surely not. In my mind, I'm like, this can't be for materialistic things. Like, you don't.
I mean, what else is it for, though? Because it was highly intentional, highly planned, not well thought out, but thought out. So, like, I saw a clip.
Okay, well.
Okay.
There's a lot of reasonable in shade. There's a lot of reasonable.
You know what? I'm disappointed too, though. I mean, you know, she's a professional. She's educated. He's a professional. He's a lawyer, for goodness sake. He now has 9 fraud felonies. She's got 7 fraud felony charges, 8 conspiracies. These two people should not be in this predicament that they're in right now. First of all, he's legal and he knows better.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're rich, why do all the rich people just end up being frauds? You know, it's just unacceptable. And it also is sad, awful, like the accolades, the name they built up for themselves.
Oh my goodness.
And mainly, let's get to the point of the children. I mean, going to school, you know, seeing this, you know, parents out here, those mugshots were shady because I mean, those were not good mugshots. But it was like it's just sad, honestly.
Yeah. And they will have their day in court too. I mean, I'm more curious to know what their defense will be, because they got to have one. You know, at this point, these are still allegations.
Innocent until guilty.
Yes. So.
And this is a different different stance than what we saw yesterday with regard to Stacey Rush, where she said, you know what, I'm standing behind him. I'm not too sure yet, and we just got to figure it all out. We all got to figure it out, but yet again, why?
I just don't like seeing individuals like that losing their profession over something so senseless. He could be disbarred. He could possibly not be able to practice law ever again because of this incident. We know that she's separated from the university she was a professor at. What other university is going to take her on so that she can continue her career if television doesn't work out?
Yeah, the backlash is just going to be what's really going to be hurtful as well, especially for the family, the reputation, and also for us black entertainers. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for us at all. Right.
Wow. Well, we'll be following any and all developments, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get Justin Bieber in here. He's getting candid when it comes to staying faithful in a relationship. During a recent Twitch stream, the singer revealed that he feels even fantasizing about a woman who you are not with is a major breach of faith. Online users, some say they agree, some say they don't. It's just thinking lustfully, that's all.
Guy, you better watch out.
Come on, Justin.
You get arrested.
Right. Come on. You perusing around stage and you're talking about you're not fantasizing about another woman. They're all throwing their whatever's at you while on stage. Come on, man.
Yeah.
No, you know what this is. This is post Diddy. He was raised in a hotel, in an apartment with Diddy in New York City when he was a kid. He sees what's happening. He's like, I don't see nothing. I don't do nothing. I'm going to focus on my wife because I don't want no stories about me coming out.
Well, you know, I don't got nothing to say about that.
We know he's debunked, too.
Right.
You best believe you've seen those speeches.
So much fun. I wish we had like a full 30 minutes.
Yeah,
I know.
We need that, right?
Real quick, listen, happy homecoming to Bowie State University.
That's right,
we out
Bowie.
here. Now we're going to have some fun. BSU.
You know.
Come on now.
Hey. And then there's this.
Well, guys, how about a little opera on our Tuesday morning? We've got the star of the Washington National Opera at the Kennedy Center's opener this morning. He's going to join us with a look at some of those high notes coming up after the break.
That I was not aware.
He was not expecting that. The Washington National Opera bringing Aida to life at the Kennedy Center. One of the incredible voices you heard right there leading the production is tenor Adam Smith, who is making a splash on TikTok thanks to some of these videos like this one, my friend. He's here this morning joining us to share more on the production. Okay, we got to ask, is there something behind the shirtless videos?
No, that was impromptu. That was literally... I know who to blame for that.
Okay.
That was an impromptu video I did after a show. It was just a joke in a dressing room that I was having fun singing that
well, I mean, it is blowing up on TikTok, so...
yeah, well, it wasn't...
Did you ever think singing opera shirtless would bring you...
I try to avoid singing shirtless because it's distracting.
We love it. We love it. I'm glad to have you here on Good Day DC with us. Talk to us a little bit about how you got into classical music, how you got into opera, all of this. Really fascinating.
I have 3 brothers, and we all were musical. I played the violin since I was 4, and I started on the violin, and then graduated. Slowly but surely to various different instruments, continued the violin, but then singing took over in my late teens and started with musical theatre and then went into opera, but fell into opera because I went to music college to try and become a musician for singing. But I went to music college and fell into opera and realized that I could sing as loud as I want. With that, and I didn't have a microphone, so I could sing as loud as I want and not have to actually, quieten myself down.
Right, which is remarkable because you just have such power and such high attention to your voice when you're singing. And to be in a place like the Kennedy Center, singing in front of thousands of people without a microphone, I mean, that's just incredible.
Well, I mean, we train for years to be able to do this. I mean, we train our whole lives to be able to do. We continue. It's a continuous training. And the whole point is to be able to learn to use the whole body to project sound. But it's the most authentic, the most human form of sound production, a human form of connection, because it's literally a frequency of the body connecting to another person. And I have friends that say that it's literally, it cures for briefly their arthritis because it's literally sound waves entering their body, yeah.
So a lot of people at home probably don't know this. A lot of my friends don't really know. I love classical music, opera music. In the mornings, I wake up at 1:30 in the morning and I find it very comforting, very peaceful to listen to it because there's not a lot of thought that goes into listening to it. It's just beautiful sound coming out of a voice or coming out of a musical instrument. For you, what artists do you find that you gravitate towards? What are your favorite artists that you've grown up with?
Well, I mean, I grew up, when I was becoming a singer, when I was, well, even before that, when I was growing up listening to singers, of course I was listening to the 3 tenors, Luciano Pavarotti, Placido Domingo, and Jose Carreras. They were so famous because they'd done the Italian World Cup, I believe it was. And it was such a special event when they did that, and of course they were super famous, and they were on all the recordings, and they were some of the best, and it was easy to listen to them. But later on, my main inspiration was a tenor from even previous to that generation, was Franco Corelli, who had a very, very special way of singing, and I never want to sound like anyone. I always want to sound like myself, but it just so happens, weirdly, that we have almost exactly the same physiology. And there are so many there are only so many human beings in the world. We have only so many voices that are possible. The difference is I'm English and he was Italian, so,
a little different there.
Different natures, but fundamentally, yeah.
I do want to ask a little bit about your role at the Kennedy Center with the Washington National Opera. You guys are kicking off the season with Aida. Talk to me a little bit about your role and why you love this role.
Well, Radamés is a fiendishly difficult role, and he's a warrior. And it's very much written like that. The music is written like that. He's a warrior, and he is caught between love and country, and I think that it is something we can all relate to. But nowadays, in being caught between various different emotions, but it's also something very much from historically, which can take you out of the real life and put you into a different world, which I think is the point of art. And the role is very stentorian, very you know, it's very beautiful, but it starts off with this very difficult aria. But then grows throughout the opera, and he goes through a really beautiful character arc. Many of the characters do, and yeah, it's a glorious role to sing.
Okay, well, you guys are going to be performing Aida until I think November 2nd, right? This,
Correct. Yeah, we
coming
have
Sunday.
more performance this week.
Okay.
Please come see us. You know, it's an amazing show, and I think you'll love it. Really.
Yes, absolutely. And for those of you out there, I definitely suggest seeing his TikTok, his Instagram.
Yeah,
more than just shirtless videos. There are some great videos of
Adam
you
Smith
just
tenor,
right, of you just performing and practicing, warming up.
Yeah, just behind the scenes stuff. Exactly.
It's really
you can
insightful.
See what it takes in some ways to be able to do this.
Love that. Adam, thank you so much for joining us with this morning. We appreciate it. All right, I'll send it over to you in the kitchen, Makia.
All right, thanks so much, Jacqueline. Well, here's just a preview. You can see the team is really busy from Carolina Kitchen. So we got Dr. Lance here, Don Moss, and the rest of this incredible team. Stick around and find out what is coming up on the menu. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. We're back after this.
I want to call it a Thanksgiving feast here.
Literally.
Makia.
Makia, I literally said to Marissa, I said, I've never wanted to roll around in food before, but this just looks so fantastic.
Wow.
I just want to eat every little bite of it.
Listen, well, this morning we're mixing sea with soul. As you can see, we have the team here from Carolina Kitchen. We've got the red snapper. We've got the fresh twist. On all of these other dishes, Dr. Lance Lemon here, Don Moss, Christopher. Listen. Just stick around if you want to get more information on this, and also a new location that's coming to Bowie. So really happy to have these guys here. Also this morning, should you keep it simple or go big when popping the question? A study revealed which proposals land the most happily ever afters. We're going to have the results, and they might be surprising to some of you. And if that story doesn't raise your eyebrows, well, this one may. We're revealing the most popular Halloween candies in the DMV. See if you agree with the stats. We're going to have that much more coming up in the live lunch hour in about 5 minutes, guys.
You know how happy I would be if I'm a young trick-or-treater and I get to somebody's house and they give me Carolina Kitchen? I would just stop right there.
You know what?
That's all I don't need candy.
Pull me out a chair. I'm saying right here in this house.
You got the greens, the crab legs, the corn.
You don't catch the itis and you won't be able to finish trick-or-treating.
But I'd be right okay at home.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Who needs candy when you've got all this?
Wow. My. Well, Lance, look like you and the team, you've done it again.
Yeah.
Congrats, sir.
Always.
You look so nice
good
too,
at
by the way.
faithful
The
service.
suits look fantastic, gentlemen. You guys look
I know, they look so dapper.
All right, looking forward to all this and more. And also the proposal story. That seems very, very interesting.
That's going to be juicy.
Bigger or smaller, we'll see what happens. All right, well, it's 10:55, almost 56. The sun is out, but the rain is on the way. We've been talking about it. It's coming. Find out when it will arrive after this short break.
All right, 10:58 this morning, time to check the Good Day guest list. Coming up tomorrow, former NFL star Eric Decker and country music sensation Jesse James Decker joining us live. The two put to the test on Fox's Special Forces World's Toughest Test. We're going to chat with them all about that, plus a healthy twist on Halloween. We're going to get a look at some good-for-you treats that kids and parents will both love. And any Harry Potter fans out there? Well, Food Network's Wizards of Baking returning for a magical new chapter. So tomorrow, we're live with James and Oliver Phelps to share what you can expect in the new competition series.
All right.
I wish I remembered
fun.
what is the Leviosa or something. No?
Wingardium
Leviosa.
You'll be on that segment.
There we go.
There we go. Listen, all morning we've been talking about Hurricane Melissa that's getting closer and closer to Jamaica. And Taylor, we see these images here. Category 5.
Category 5, and it's continuing to strengthen as it almost makes landfall. So we are anticipating landfall any moment here. If not, it's going to be within the next hour. And yes, that eye is getting very close to moving over the shoreline in Jamaica. But again, a dangerous day down there in Jamaica. Here's a look at that forecast track. If we move over to the graphics, you can kind of see that it's going to continue continue to move over Jamaica and then into possibly making another landfall over Cuba and then over the Bahamas over the next couple of days. Back here at home, we'll have sunshine today. We're going to have some rain move through late Wednesday into Thursday, and then dries out for Halloween, and then the weekend looks pretty nice out there.
All right, nice here at home, but we certainly send our thoughts to our friends out there in the Caribbean and the Atlantic. All right, it's time now to get to Lion Lunch Hour. It is a beast of a show when it comes to the food.
That's right. We are ready to dig into that feast over there, guys. The Lion Lunch Hour, your go-to show for all things local. When it comes to food and entertainment, it's just a couple moments away. Here's a look at what's coming up for you. Mixing sea with soul. We're giving you a taste of the coast with Carolina Kitchen throughout the Lion Lunch Hour. Stick around for the recipes that'll transport your guests to the beach. There could be a candy controversy. We're digging into the most popular Halloween candies across the DMV. See if you agree with the stats. And later, grab a glass as we make boozy Halloween cocktails. Still ahead, the easy-to-make spooky sets that are scary fun. Let's do this, DMV. The Lion Lunch Hour starts right now. All right, welcome on into the Lion Lunch Hour. It is 11 o'clock on this Tuesday, October 28th. I'm Akia Turner, your host, as well as Eddie May. And this morning, our guest host is the lovely Christina Daves, lifestyle expert and one of our faves, also podcaster as well. How are you? You always look so pretty in
Dressed
pink.
in pink. We love it.
Thank you.
Well, this is
I
a
brought
part of your
feathers
brand,
today.
too.
It is my brand.
Talk about why pink is important real quick.
It's just a happy color.
Yeah.
And people recognize me in pink, so I just always wear it.
It's your thing.
It's my thing.
There you go. That's the color.
All right, guys. Well, this morning we are super excited. We have the team with Carolina Kitchen. We're mixing some sea and soul this morning. We have Dr. Lance London, the one and only executive chef and CEO, and Don Moss, VP of Operations this morning. I saw you putting the finishing touches on this honey cornbread.
Oh, you know it.
Touch of honey. You had our mouths just watering over here.
Oh my gosh.
But tell us what's coming up on the menu, although it's eeny, meeny, miny, mo. we can tell you, but what can we expect?
Well, you have a seafood combination here. You have collard greens, seafood gumbo. You have banzino right here. We do have red snapper as well, but we got it grilled. We have it grilled and we have it fried. You have some lamb chops with, right there is Creole salmon with crab meat and shrimp on top, right? You got a couple pieces of, oh, look, you have some snow crab legs. Like a little situation.
Crab legs. A crab boil.
Crab boil, and you also have some jerk chicken over here near the cornbread, right? Yeah.
I need a napkin. I'm drooling.
It sounds like Thanksgiving came early.
Yeah, it did. And then we also have some plantain, potato salad, cranberry. We have the most delicious sweet potato pies in the absolute country. Also, Thai chili wings. You know, it's a delicious mix of Southern cuisine and also seafood at the Carolina Kitchen, Sea and Soul, located in Bowie, Maryland. So we're excited about it. We're bringing Mom's Kitchen right to you each and every day.
Oh my gosh.
Fresh, cooked fresh. Everybody better have a girdle on today, because today we're gonna make something special happen.
I'm going to have a stretchy dress on today. I got my sweater.
I got a lot of gear on this one. My sweater dress today.
Right. This is awesome. And then also, too, you have a new location that's coming, South Lake's
South
new
Lake,
development,
I have
right?
a brand new Louisiana-style restaurant. It's called Ma Pearl's Louisiana Kitchen. And it's named after my grandma, who's an incredible cook who inspired me to open these restaurants. So we have 12 new restaurants, one being Ma Pearl's Louisiana Kitchen, and another breakfast brunch spot called Yolks and Toast. But let's talk about Sea and Soul, right? Come on, let's get started.
So that's what we're going to get into in just a little bit. We're going to jump into some sizzling topics first and check in with you guys for the first demo in about 15 minutes. But, thank you so much for being here. This is such a treat.
Great to be here.
All right, guys, let's start with our sizzling this morning. Sydney Sweeney won't be going under the knife anytime soon. In fact, during a recent interview with Variety magazine, the 28-year-old actress shut down rumors that she's gotten plastic surgery. Well, she went on to share that she plans to age gracefully, explaining that she's, quote, absolutely terrified of needles. All right, so what do we make of her decision to shut down plastic surgery rumors and all of that jazz?
Do you know how old she is?
I think she's like 27.
Early 20s?
Yeah.
Early 28?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
28. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I think it's always harder for people who are in television, people who are in, you know, movies, the limelight business, to not do stuff like that, no matter what your age is, because you get picked apart, right? And somebody like her has gotten picked apart, right? Her looks are a lot of what her entire career is really, in terms of what was her big show? Euphoria was what it was, right? Yeah. So that was huge. Yeah, that show was huge. So I really do respect her going back and being like, no, I'm not going to do anything at 20-something, because y'all know, like, the Kardashians of the world at 22 are getting their lips and their face and their butts done. And I'm like, come on. Like, there are people needed like this, right?
What do you make of this, Christina?
So once she gets the lines, and I used to be afraid of needles too. I'm like, I will never do anything. And when you see yourself on camera, and you're like, yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go get a little fix. Not a lot, but just a little. Yeah,
I
bet
agree.
she changes her mind.
I think you don't need it at 20-something, right? Like, that's what I think. Eventually, by all means, I'm not like slamming Botox whatsoever, because eventually I will get Botox. Right now, I don't have any because I don't feel like I need it yet. You know what I mean?
I've seen 22-year-old like influencers.
You don't need Botox.
Go out there, get injections and all this just to push a brand. And I'm like, don't mess with your skin when it's you know, young and like.
This is the best it's going to be.
Right?
Trust
me on that. Dr. Lance, because we can all take notes.
Modern technology is so incredible. Now it's natural products that you can put on your skin to tighten up the skin, to make your skin, the elasticity in the skin tightens with special products. So you have to do your research, do your due diligence. I'm sure you won't have to go on a knife, especially at a young age like that.
Right? That's all I'm saying. I feel like 20, once you get over 30, that's of course your decision. But I think once you're like 20, if you have good skin, why ruin it? I don't get that.
And then you have to do it for life.
Right? And then you got to keep doing it. Trust me, I started doing my nails. I can't go back. I can't go back. I started dyeing my hair. Can't go back.
Now that maintenance is real. Get some vitamin C, some salicylic acid, some hyaluronic acid. Get all of those good products, and at least start with that.
And use some sunscreen. You'll be fine.
Absolutely. Right? Sunscreen every day. Just saying. All right, guys. Well, wedding bells are ringing for Addison Rae's dad, Monty Lopez. He recently tied the knot with Caitlin Nicole Robbins. In fact, according to TMZ, the couple got hitched at the Little Chapel of Hearts in Las Vegas. After 2 weeks of dating, she told the outlet that they've been inseparable since they met, and he proposed on a whim, without a ring, 12 hours before they got married. Oh, gosh.
Wait, did I?
Wow.
Yes, you heard that. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I know.
Okay, let me start with, do you believe in love at first sight?
I do.
Is that real?
My aunt and uncle met. They got engaged within 6 weeks, and they were married 35 years until he passed.
Wow.
And they were madly in love with each other.
You know, I've heard a couple of stories here and there. Just,
so I've seen it firsthand in my family. So I think it can happen.
Okay, if someone was considering this, right, what advice would you give someone who's like, listen, okay, I've met this person, I'm madly in love, no question about it.
Date them for 2 years and then have that conversation. Prenup works too.
That's the one. You gotta have that because
well, 2 weeks, you don't know who you do.
You don't know. You meet somebody. Everybody has a mask on when they first. They're gonna be their best. And 1 week goes past, 2 weeks past, the mask start peeling off. By about the second month, the mask is off, and this is how I really am.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be going, and this is how I really am.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You want to make sure. Do your due diligence with the person you meet.
Okay, I don't know if there's any science behind this, but I firmly believe 6 to 8 months. I believe you've seen all the different moods. By then, you've had your first disagreement. You see how they handle it. You kind of see some things that you need to see in order to see who this person really is. And 2 weeks, like you say, it's still that representative, right?
100%.
Yeah, you're in that. You know, that happy phase.
Yeah,
everything
that euphoric stage. Everything is
yeah.
just sunshine and rainbows, and it's just,
I'm a firm believer that you have to date somebody for a year. I feel like the year mark is like when you really, truly get to know somebody. I 100% think when you first meet somebody, and it's not even necessarily on purpose. It might be accidental that you kind of want to put your best foot forward, right?
You do.
And you just like, if somebody's like, I like apples, you're like, oh my gosh, I like apples too, even though you just like don't really like them that much. But you know, like something as simple as that, you're going to put your best foot forward. That's not a bad thing, but you start to really, truly understand who somebody is once you've dated them consistently for a year. And then if you want to, 6 months, you really like them, just wait another 6 months and then get married. You know what I mean? Just to learn somebody.
A year is good, but if you're worth $10 million or more, 36 months,
Let's
3
do
years.
36 months. I agree. When money's involved,
that's a whole different
Yeah, that's also
It
true.
is.
If you're connecting with someone who doesn't bring that much to the table, right? Like, you definitely want to make sure that that person loves you for who you are, not for what you have or what you do with a job title, whatever. And it does just, take some time.
Or if you're Addison Rae's dad, who does nothing. What does he do? Besides being Addison Rae's dad, do we know?
No.
I don't know.
All right,
I don't
hold
know.
on. Listen, there's a new study. When you find out, you let us know anyway.
I will.
So there's a new study that finds that the most successful marriage proposals happen at the most boring place you can imagine. When looking at the most successful marriage proposals from 2020 to 2025, so a 5-year period, researchers found that nearly a quarter took place at home. It accounts for over a third of all top 5 mentions, which were outdoors, the beach, and a restaurant. Okay, so what do we make of this? That most successful proposals happen at home?
Mine was.
Yours is at home too?
My husband came up, we've been married 30 years, came up with a cereal box and said, look what I found. And I thought it was going to be a fake plastic ring, and it was the real thing.
Oh, so are they?
I'll never forget it.
Are they talking about successful proposals, like the person's going to say yes, or like marriages?
I said marriages.
Okay, so successful marriages with people that propose at home. I do not want to be proposed to in front of everybody. I want to do a very secluded, intimate
nice.
moment.
It was just
I
the
want
two
nothing
of
to do
us.
with the public.
At the end of the day, your partner knows you best.
Yes.
Yes. So I think it's all about the thought that's behind it and how you do it. For me, it was in front of a very intimate group of family and friends.
That too,
And it meant the world. It was so thoughtful how my husband now did it. So it just depends. Your person's gonna know what you like and all that. And
don't propose to me at Times Square.
Is what's gonna be
No.
or
at a game.
No, or at a game, no.
You don't want to be
Literally,
proposed to at a
you do not
game.
know me.
You don't want to be on the Jumbotron.
I'm on the Jumbotron. I don't want to be on it any more than I am. No, not for me.
No Caps game, Annie Mac?
No.
All right, Andrew, take notes.
Andrew knows.
She doesn't want
He
that.
would know.
All right, y'all. Well, don't go anywhere because when we come back, we're going to get a look at that forecast for you. We know that time changes, gloomy weather, a drop in temps. Well, fall can certainly be packed with stressors. So luckily, Christina here is going to be breaking down methods to keep our head above the water this season and flourish amid fall. We're also going to check in with the team from Carolina Kitchen and see what we're working with. Stay with us. We're back after this.
If you feel like that's what you want to do, here come back. and a little bit of chicken fried.
All right, welcome back into the Lion Lunch Hour. We're in the kitchen this morning with Carolina Kitchen executive chef and CEO, Dr. Lance Lund.
And comedian.
Right? Okay, what do we have here? Because this is just...
This is a lamb chop, delicious. Started out being grilled, then we actually put it on top of the oven here to warm it up. But of course, because of the magic of television, we're going to stir it up here, and we have some really delicious ones on the table that I know you're going to devour.
He goes, I know.
Okay, so what's in it? What's in the secret sauce? Because I know these recipes are coming from
the recipes
your
are coming.
family.
My grandma. And basically what's in this sauce right here is more or less, of course it has some tomato in it, but we turn it into a really unique, almost like a barbecue sauce.
Oh.
But it has a lot of garlic in it, and a lot of onions, and other special seasonings. And we cook the lamb chop just right, cover it up, and get it ready for plating.
What's the process of cooking a lamb chop? How do you do it the best?
I used to think the best way was to grill it. So I do a combination of both. I start off with the grill lines in it, and then I'll take it from there and I'll put it in a skillet and finish it off. Does that make sense?
So you get the grill lines.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what makes it charry almost, I feel like, is if you grill it first.
Yeah, if you grill it,
gives you the taste.
That grill taste, right?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Look at Makia, get it.
I feel like this is so tender.
Yes, well, you have to be tender.
You got to have a lot of patience to make all of this to perfection.
That's right.
Wow. And the sauce.
Yeah, the sauce is really
You
good.
said it's almost like a barbecue sauce, so what's the base of it?
The base of it is tomato, always. Always tomato, but also a lot of other ingredients. We put some seasoning in there, and we also, again, we put garlic. Garlic is a real special ingredient there. Honey. We put in there. Yes.
It's
give it a little sweet, little tangy taste to it.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
Look, guys, if you're out here, you're watching, and you want to propose in like 2 days,
preferably not in a game.
Maybe it's lamb chop, okay?
There you go. If they can, or they can just come to you.
Yeah, that's all.
Hey, you guys, right now.
I'm working too hard. I'm a bachelor. I need supervision. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
gosh. That's where they can come out and try stuff. I got to dry my hands and do this next segment, but let people know where they can come out and enjoy some Carolina Kitchen.
Carolina Kitchen is in Bowie, Maryland, right? Right there in Vista Garden Shopping Center. That's the Carolina Kitchen CNSO. We have 8 locations. We even in Baltimore, up in Orange Mills, and like we said earlier, we have a new location called Ma Pearl's Louisiana Kitchen in South Lake Shopping Center. Get excited about that.
All right,
7 days a week.
7 days a week, baby. Let's go.
Oh, that was delicious. All right, guys, we're going to check back in with you in just a few minutes. In the meantime, as the seasons change, so do our routines, from what we wear to how we care for our skin and even our energy levels. But with a few simple adjustments, you can certainly feel your best and look great all season long. Lifestyle expert Christina Daves is joining us now with some suggestions this morning. And this is what we want, especially as the temps start to fall. We want to make sure that we keep our skin moisturized.
Yes, so
our
dry.
Hair, our nails, everything. So what do you have for us today?
Well, we're going to start with sleeping. So this is the time we change to our flannel sheets.
Okay.
So I think, like, they get pilly. It's like an old pilly sweatshirt. Just nuzzle in at night. These are so great.
They are.
Right?
And you know what? With the clocks, well, we're going to fall back this weekend, but we've got to put ourselves in our...
Yeah, it's going to be
dark.
dark.
We got to get some good rest, so this will be really, really good to have.
Now,
so soft.
When the clocks change, this is a sunrise clock. So it'll slowly start to light up earlier. You know, it doesn't get light now until like 7:30, or it will. So that way you start to gradually, you keep your body on the same clock. So that's awesome.
Genius.
Yeah.
I think this is like the starter kit to prepare our bodies.
Exactly,
for the time change.
And then, you know, it's cold and flu season. Yeah. So this is aromatherapy that just, you know, put in some fall scents and just keep you healthy.
Yeah, keep your
breathing
nostrils
well.
clear.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now let's talk skin.
Yes.
So, do you exfoliate?
Yes.
Okay, love exfoliating. My gloves fell off somewhere, but so do you use this one? Smell this.
Okay. And I see hibiscus. Oh my gosh, that is heavenly.
This is my favorite, yeah. So the pink hibiscus.
Okay,
yeah,
noted.
write that down.
Need to get that one.
And not expensive. You know, these sugars, some of the sugar scrubs are just outrageous. You don't need it. This is just, okay, do you use...
Good portion, too.
Yeah. Do you use oil on your skin yet?
I could use more oil, but occasionally.
So I use collagen oil, which as you get older, you need to do more collagen. But it doesn't drip on anything. It doesn't get on your clothes. I use this instead of lotion now.
Oh, so it's not overly oily?
No, it's
really.
It soaks in, has just a light scent, nothing too heavy.
Yeah.
And it's.
And talk about the benefits of collagen for a moment.
Well, yeah, it tightens your skin, and you need to start I started way too late, so now all of a sudden I woke up, I was like, what happened to my arms? Okay, this is lip balm mask. So you put this on at night. It basically exfoliates your lips overnight, and you wake up all fresh and soft.
Juicy.
Oh, yeah. Hi, honey.
Hey, babe.
You're newlywed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hey,
honey. Don't kiss me at night when I have it on, but in the morning.
Right, just wait. Yeah.
Okay.
I like this one.
Yeah. Hands, moisturizing gloves. So these are great. Sunflower seed oil, avocado oil. Just my hands get so bad in the
Especially
wintertime.
after washing dishes.
Yes.
You know, I'm just like, and in the mornings too, when the dry air hits it.
Yes.
So
when you're watching your shows at night, put your moisturizing gloves on.
How long should you leave them on?
I leave all this stuff on probably longer than you should, as long as you want. I feel like the more I get, the more it goes. Yeah. And then last but not least, you use the eye mask.
I actually just brought some of those.
I can't do enough of this. You put these on your eyes, and it's just like cool, refreshing. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
So I just bought like the big thing on Prime Day. So I think I got like 50 of them.
Smart woman, especially getting up at 2:45 in the morning. I'm just like, I'm trying to do everything.
I'd be driving to work in these. Like, even if people look at you, don't.
I had my little acne patch, a little invisible sticker on this morning coming in. I was like, gotta
take that off.
Yeah. Now, these are all great essentials. Christina, you always come through with the best ideas. Oh, my goodness. How can folks get more information, follow along, maybe reach out with some questions?
Yeah, ChristinaDaves.com. I'm also on TikTok, Christina Daves Official.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you also have a podcast, too.
A podcast, Living Ageless and Bold, drops every Wednesday, new episodes.
Love it. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate this. And I got to get some of these things. I got to start my shopping.
Yeah. Now, let's go nibble.
Let's do it. All right, guys, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to check in with Taylor Grenda. As you can see, the clouds are moving in, and they are racing towards Halloween. So we're going to find out if the gloomy weather will clear out in time for the big day. We have that trick-or-treat forecast to plan around. Stay with us. We're back after this. All right, welcome back into the Lion Lunch Hour. We are taking you outside right now for a live look at Frederick, Maryland. Temps right out there right now. A nice fall, crisp afternoon out there. Taylor, at least it's dry for now because that might change pretty soon.
Exactly. So looking at a dry day today, clouds will be on the rise later on today, and then we're talking about some wet weather through the middle parts of the week. So we're going to get to all of that, but I do want to bring you an update on Hurricane Melissa right now, just because it's nearing landfall over Jamaica as a strong, very strong Category 5 hurricane. So there it is right now. The eye wall is actually approaching the island currently, so we're just waiting on the word that it does officially make landfall. So again, forecasted track takes it over the island as a Category 5 hurricane, and then possibly a second landfall over Cuba tomorrow, and then over the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos over the next couple of days before it eventually goes out to sea. So for them, we're going to keep them in our thoughts and prayers for sure, especially in Jamaica. Back here at home, things look quiet for today, so I do like the forecast. 59 degrees, should be a cool day, kind of cloudy eventually. Temperatures right now, we're already into the 50s for everyone, so we're seeing that warm up, at least finally approaching, especially with some sun in the forecast right now. Clouds will be on the rise from the south, as you can see ahead of that rain that will eventually impact us tomorrow. So temperatures tomorrow will be upper 50s. Let's talk about that rain threat. Looks like it's due to arrive, at least in terms of showers, after 2 p.m. tomorrow. That will pick up, become more widespread by Wednesday night, and most of this will fall while a majority of you are sleeping, but we will see some of this linger into Thursday morning before getting out of here by Thursday afternoon. And then the biggest question is for Halloween on Friday. Is it wet? Is it dry? It's going to be a nice day. So that rain's out of here, 60 degrees that day, 7-day forecast, takes you into the weekend, and that's looking nice too. Just a heads up, we do fall back, so we gain that extra hour of sleep Saturday night into Sunday.
All right, looks like that rain and those thunderstorms, they clear up just in time.
Yes,
for all the little
for me to go gather candy.
Or give out candy, yeah. Anyways, are you giving out candy or are you going trick-or-treating this?
I've a Caps game. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
so that'll be fun, too.
Are you doing something special?
Oh, yes. I'm whipping up a little something special, but we also have a great Halloween show here, too, on Friday.
That's right. I just learned who you're going to be, Annie Mae. I died.
Stay tuned in.
The transformation is going to be crazy.
I got a video of that one.
Yeah.
Tune in. It'll be good.
Yes, seriously. All right, guys, well, don't go anywhere because Erin Como is bringing us Thanksgiving flavors with the help of a major culinary name, Wolfgang Puck. The world-renowned tips after the break. Stick with us. All right, welcome back in. Erin Como is getting ready to share more recipes with you, and this morning she's cooking up something special with the help of a major culinary name.
All right, and she joins us now with a preview of what is cooking with Como. Okay, just kidding. We're going to be cooking in here in the kitchen.
Listen, we're going to go from this kitchen to that kitchen, so we're going to check in with Erin in just a moment.
That's up next. Right now, we got a seafood boil on the table, which has my name on it.
Okay, so for those who are just tuning in, walk us through all of what we have here. We tried the lamb chops, which were fantastic. I got to get my plate back.
Jerk chicken.
There's my
plate. This is seafood gumbo, but collard green seafood gumbo. Of course, we had plantain. We had bronzino with macaroni and cheese and collard greens, candy yams, potato salad, some incredible Thai chili wings, a seafood combination with lobster, shrimp, and crab cake. Also, we have a seafood bowl. We have a great right here, amazing soups, a collard green and spinach soup. And then we have some lamb chops and Creole salmon topped with crab meat and shrimp and a couple of sweet potato pies. And I gotta say this, guys, on Friday night, it's gonna be a Halloween party at the most incredible, most sexy bar in the country at Sea and Soul in Bowie, Maryland, the New Carolina Kitchen Sea and Soul.
Wait, how sexy?
It's very sexy. Right? So that's this Friday night, so you don't wanna miss it.
Is there a costume contest?
It's a costume contest. I already know you're gonna win it because you pay me $100 for food. That's why she said that. Okay, so you know it's gonna be a party here in the daytime, but on Friday night it'll be at the Carolina Kitchen Sea and Soul. Also, I'm gonna tell you because we're gonna get in the next segment. We're gonna go over this bar that we have over here. Need some drinks, and that's all about a brand new liquor store that we opened up called L London Fine Wines and Spirits, where we highlight and give homage to African American beer, wine, and spirit makers all over the country, highlighted by big giant lights on the different shelves that backlight all the bottles, and we're excited about it. So you gotta come. It's the most beautiful liquor store, I hate to call it liquor store, a spirit store in the country. And I'm telling you, when you come, you're gonna think you're in Dubai, you're gonna think you're at Epcot Center. It's the most gorgeous place.
This is like Tucker describing the Fox local
Right next to Carolina Kitchen Sea and Soul. It's next door. It's next door. You gotta come.
Oh my God. Okay, Dr. Lance, tell me what led to the idea, because this is the first concept, Sea and Soul. You decided to bring seafood to this location over there in Lotsford Vista Gardens, that area right there. Yeah. What led you to combine the two?
Because I love seafood, and me and Miss Black USA right here in 1996. That's who she is.
Yes. Wow.
Okay.
We love that.
We talked about it. We talked about it, and we decided to bring some incredible seafood and mix it. That's a crazy way, but it's all good.
Show me how it's done, Donna. Show me how it's done.
Copy her.
She did more graceful.
Don't get her started.
Wait, how's mine? Good?
Because she won't stop.
Oh, yours is pretty good anyway.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, but all y'all lost y'all minds.
Well, let me see yours. I'll be like Miss Fox DC 2025.
There you go. There you go.
I'll be Miss Fox
DC. I want to tell you guys, you want to come to the Sea and Soul. It's the most beautiful restaurant as well. It's a door in there to take you to this incredible spirit wine store and beer store next door.
Yeah.
It's going to blow your mind. You got to come past. You got to experience this. You're not going to believe it, because when we're in there, we have an express, and we also have a dine-in that starts every day at 5 o'clock.
All right.
And go to Lance London, the real Lance London at IG. That's right.
On IG.
That's
Next
right.
up is a Carolina commercial. That's what you said.
You're all over here for it.
In the DMV.
That's right. Come on now.
All right, you guys ready for something new?
All right, let's get to it.
All right, let's do it. A new study revealing that 1 in 4 parents hide their kids' Halloween candy so they can eat it themselves. Miss Christina Davis.
So, Christina, what are you driving first?
Peanut M&Ms. All the kids knew. They would even bring me their peanut M&Ms, but my kids didn't have any when they woke up.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, researchers also found that 30% of parents impose a candy tax in exchange for basically taking their kids trick-or-treating. So we take you trick-or-treating, we're going to take some of your candy. When it comes to what type of candy parents are taking, here you go, listen up, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Snickers, and Kit Kats ranked the highest. And then we talked to Christina just now about stealing these said things. Do you also impose a candy tax?
We did not.
No. Okay.
No. But we did, through the school, they would donate the candy send it somewhere to. Yeah, so and the kids really enjoy doing that. So they got to keep a little bit. They don't need a whole pillowcase full of candy.
Yeah. That's some dentist bill. That's some doctor bill.
No. Nobody needs that much.
Guys, when I went trick or treating as a kid, I used to love it at first, but then when I went, it was kind of like Charlie Brown. Everybody said, I got a Snickers, I got a candy apple, and I would always say, I got a rock. You know, like, and then I just never went after that. I got a rock every time, bag full of rocks. Motivated me. I had to do something with my life.
Listen, all I gotta say is hide the Sour Patch Kids and the Gummy Bears and the Reese's Pieces, Now Laters, Smarties.
So you're a sugar girl. Like I'm a chocolate girl.
I'm the sugar.
My daughter was the sugar.
Really?
So it didn't work well because she wouldn't share. I mean, I didn't want to share it with her.
Yeah. I knew the Reese's was gone from my dad and the Sweet Tarts were gone from my mom. It was like I might as well just give them now because they're gone.
All right, guys. Well, looks like we may be able to check back in with Erin this morning. She's been busy out there. Let's see. Let's check in with Erin now. She's with some major star power this morning.
Oh my gosh! I remember Erin. I do. Hi, Erin.
Hey, Erin. Looks like we're up and running. Take it away.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to join you live on Lion Lunch Hour from Cut DC with celebrity chef and restaurateur Wolfgang Puck. We are working on something really special together. He's going to kick off our Cooking with Como Thanksgiving special. The show is filled with tips and tricks for a successful homemade Thanksgiving feast, and we're obviously going to be talking turkey. Thank you for joining us.
We have to talk turkey, but you have to cook the turkey the right way. Just like maybe even mashed potatoes. You know, people think it's so easy, but if you make it the right way, it's something else. And I'm really going to show everybody out there how to do it the right way.
So as soon as we're done being live with you guys, we're going to get in the kitchen and we're going to walk you through a really easy process to make the most beautiful, golden, delicious turkey. But the exciting thing is they're also offering a 3-course Thanksgiving here at Cut DC if you don't want to cook. If you're like, hey, I'm not cooking, they offer great, delicious bites. Like, look at that pumpkin risotto. What else do we have up here?
Well, we're going to have pumpkin risotto. Obviously, we're going to have turkey. Obviously, if somebody doesn't want turkey, we're going to have an amazing fish dish like a salmon Wellington, and we're going to have some delicious steaks because Cut is famous for steaks, and you know, soup. We're going to have a pumpkin soup. Maybe we make also a lobster soup. So it will be a delicious thing. And my favorite, I always say, take a little time for dessert. You know, the pumpkin cheesecake we make here is out of this world.
Oh my gosh, that looks delicious. I'm excited to get back in the kitchen with you and perfect my turkey game too, because you know, it's a little tricky. It's the star of the show. You don't want to mess it up. So thank you for your time, Wolfgang Puck, and stick with us because I have these great segments coming for you. They're going to air on Lion Lunch Hour and Thanksgiving morning as well. We're having a good day out here, guys.
All right, I love it. Oh my gosh. Tell them we said hello. Thank you so much, Erin. We look forward to more of your content that'll be coming our way. All right, guys, well, don't go anywhere because spooky sips are heading your way. Coming up after the break, Halloween cocktails recipes. Well, that's coming up. Stay with us. We're back after this.
All right, here on the Lion Lunch Hour, we are always gearing up for the next holiday, that which is Halloween, and we have to do so with some Halloween-themed cocktails. Oh my goodness! Today, Una is joining us with an incredible gin that we will be seeing today, Wild Irish Gin. Look beautiful, and of course the beautiful cocktails that come along with it. What do you have for us today?
Yes, oh, it's such an exciting week today. I am so excited to be here.
Yes.
And we have a pumpkin butter punch with our gin here.
Is that this one?
It is this one that is already ready to go, and it's perfect for entertaining large parties. It's really easy to make and batch and you keep in your fridge and have it ready and nice and chilled. It has 1.5 ounces of Wild Irish Gin. There is a cup of pumpkin butter that is from McCutcheon's Farm, which is a local Maryland staple here.
What's so like pumpkin butter? I think of it as like a thick.
Yeah.
Do you melt it?
Yeah, it actually already comes in a jar. Okay. You can buy it locally at McCutcheon's Farm and just scoop out a cup of it. It's already pre-mixed. And it has the most smoothest, beautiful, it's not too sweet. You could put it on toast even if you want.
Oh my God, that sounds great.
Yes, yes.
I'm thinking pumpkin butter.
Oh my gosh. So it's that and then gin? And
some gin and then some juices. So we have, so you see these little creepy eyeballs over here?
Yes, that's what I was looking at. I was like distracted.
Yes, so those are lychees. And so a lychee fruit that's stuffed with jam and blueberry. And so what we do is you take a whole can of lychees and then you drain
what's lychees?
that. Lychees, it's a tropical fruit.
Okay.
So it's this little guy that is
I'm thinking like a little snail.
No, it's fruit.
It's fruit.
It's like a very tropical fruit.
Okay.
And it comes sitting in this beautiful lychee juice in the can that you buy it. So what you do is you strain off the juice and you're going to use that in the punch. It's a cup of that. Okay. You're also going to add about 2 cups of, there's pomegranate juice, 2 cups of orange juice, I'm sorry, pomegranate, and a little lime juice.
Okay, can I serve it? Are these the glasses for it?
Yes, those are
I'm here for it.
the 3.
I was going to say.
With these beautiful ice spheres as well.
I love a nice
anyway.
ice cube. You are so welcome. Look at that. Oh, come on. Look at that.
Gorgeous. And if you get those beautiful crystal cubes, probably at a local liquor store, those will always make it a little extra special, little pop. Okay. And then with the garnishes, we're gonna do, a creepy eyeball. And if you have it at your house, you could feel free to throw some of those creepy eyeballs in the punch bowl itself.
Yeah.
And and then scoop it out with a ladle.
There we go.
Nice and creepy. And then I was gonna do a little cinnamon stick as well.
For a beautiful garnish.
Little garnish.
Okay, so this is awesome. This is something you can pre-make, pretty much use for a party, right? Stick in your fridge, pull it out when people are there. But you also have another drink that you're gonna make for us too today.
Yes, yes.
All right, what are we making?
And I love shaking drinks with our beautiful Wild Irish Gin.
There we go.
It has an amazing 11 botanicals to play with. Is made by actually Ireland's first female master distiller.
That's awesome.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a really big deal. It's really special. It's our muse is Oscar Wilde himself.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, he's a famous poet, as you know. Most of his quotes are, he's probably one of the most quoted poets in the whole English language. And so one of my personal favorites is "Be yourself, everyone else is already taken."
I love that.
I love
that
too. Yeah. Gosh. Oh, so what I'm doing here, I put in 1.5 ounces of Wild Irish Gin. I'm also going to put in a little bit of lime juice, a half ounce of orange, 3/4 of pomegranate, which is also a winter fruit. Citrus season is right around the corner. It's actually the winter months that has
that's the best
citrus
flavor.
Is the brightest, and pomegranates as well.
That's why I find you can only get pomegranate like this time of year. Try looking for one in July.
And then this is a cinnamon honey syrup.
Oh, okay.
Which is very easy to make. All you can do is like toast some cinnamon on your stove.
Put some ice in there.
Put a little water and honey, like equal parts. And just shake it up and you have honey syrup. Shake it up here.
I want to put one of these little lychee eyeballs in all of them. That's what I want to do. That is the cutest thing.
I know, right? Shake it up real cold.
Very
delicious.
delicious.
Then we're going to serve this straight up.
Let's do it.
And I have a cool little strainer that
I always love stuff that matches too. Like look at
me
your little
too.
gold set. I'm here for it. That is the key to a good Halloween party, isn't it? Just matching stuff, fun decorations.
I feel like a good theme is always
a good theme.
the best.
All right, Christina, you want to give it a taste, or you want me to do it?
I'll try.
Okay, here we go. All right, so of
Cheers.
course we were talking about the gin. Where can we get the gin? Anywhere in the DMV area?
So yeah, go to our website at wildirishgin.com and enter in your address, and it will give you all of the local spots where you can find us, both in liquor stores and in restaurants and bars. It makes a great cocktail. It's at 47% ABV, so it gives it a nice backbone. It's really like bright and beautiful, and I think it mixes really great with.
It really does,
and a
certainly
pretty
with the
bottle to
two
have out.
options that you gave us. And the bottle is
Delicious.
gorgeous. That is perfect too, with the purple for a little Halloween moment. Thank you so much for joining us. We learned a couple of cocktails for Halloween, and you can get it throughout the DMV with the information that you just had up on the screen. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, ladies. Thanks for having me.
All right, Nakia, back into you. We'll be joining you in a second.
All right, looking forward to it, ladies. A great segment. Okay, so from some really good spooky sips, back in the kitchen with Carolina Kitchen for some really delicious eats. We're going to get into the drinks, but also, too, you were talking about catering orders.
Yes, it's Thanksgiving time again. The family comes over and everybody celebrates. Well, at the Carolina Kitchen, every year we take orders for anybody with 3 different packages, the gold, the silver, and the platinum packages. Give a Carolina Kitchen a call. I would give you the number, but too many people might call me personally, but call the local Carolina Kitchen and make your orders, because we stop it when we get to 2,000 orders, we stop. So you want to call today.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And you said that's available come Monday. So I know Halloween is Friday, but right after that, I know a lot of you are going to kick into holiday mode.
Call today.
So, yeah.
They call today.
Put your call in today.
Yes, for your order.
Yes. All right. So, Christopher Kinlaw this morning, you're going to show us how to make some of these drinks. What do we have on display right now? What are you going to make for us?
So, as of right now, we have the Blue Lagoon, which is a very popular cocktail. It's with tequila topped off with a little Grand Marnier. Then we have the Captain London, which also gets topped off with a little bit of cherry juice, the Passion Colada.
That came from.
I don't know. I got
Captain London, huh?
Yes. It's one of his favorites. He cannot stop. And then what we're going to make is the last one is going to be a One Love. It's a layered cocktail with mint at the bottom, topped off with the Sorrel brand.
All right, One Love.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
While he's talking, we use all African-American spirits. I mean, nothing against the other. We have the other spirits as well, but we think they need the love, like my good friends, Jamie and Arena Tyler, 202 Champagne. Absolutely, the most incredible champagne I've ever tasted in my life. It's right there. We have some incredible. So we use this at our bar, too. A lot of these, well, all of them at our bar. So go ahead, show them. Go ahead.
Okay,
Absolutely.
go ahead, make your drinks. Hi, ladies. I'm making my plate while you make your
right
drinks.
next to the bar.
Can I say this, too?
Yeah,
I told you about El London Fine Wines and Spirits. You got to visit. It's right next to Sea and Soul. When you come there, walk through the door, through the restaurant, and frequent this absolutely incredible liquor store, spirit store, right there in PG County, Prince George's County, gorgeous Prince George's. And also, I want to say this mixologist is on one. You can meet him at the Carolina Kitchen. It's called, what's the bar called? Tell me the name of the bar.
It is called the Carolina's Kitchen Splash Bar and Lounge.
It's right there in Sea and Soul. The roof comes off when it's a warm day. You push a button, and the walls open up, and all the furniture lights up, too. So it's absolutely safe.
You got a lot of lights going on.
Look at he's selling us. He's like, here you go. We're like, okay.
It's absolutely safe. It's the sexiest bar in town. Look. Make me wrong. Come there, see this. You're not going to want to bring your pillow. You're going to want to stay. You're going to have these drinks. And we don't play with these drinks in there. You're going to have these drinks, and you're not going to want to leave.
Hey, if it's a sexy bar, you're not going to be doing a lot, of sleeping with your pillow. Is that all I
I forgot about that.
We'll be dancing.
Right? We'll be dancing, of course.
Oh my God. Drinking and dancing.
Oh, we do have DJs, too. So Friday night we're going to have a DJ. Thursday night we're going to have a DJ. Saturday we're going to have a DJ. So come and enjoy.
So we are dancing.
It's a great clientele. It's a great clientele of people. A lot of business people, so come to network.
What were you just making? What did I miss?
So I was making the One Love, and then the base of it is with our Nyack Peach, which is a peach brandy, and then it's layered with like a mango passion fruit puree. Then we top it off with a sorrel liqueur.
Oh my God. Beautiful. We love to see it.
They're all pretty
drinks. Oh my
drinks.
gosh, this is giving
the Blue Lagoon.
This is giving to Halloween vibes with like the fun colors,
Absolutely.
smoking
Switching it
stuff
up.
there too, giving it like a little rich flavor to a drink. I'm here for
absolutely.
it. Let's do it.
Oh, what's that one? That looks good.
This is
like a pina
this
colada.
right here. What is it called? Captain London. Named after me.
Yeah. That's why he's drinking it.
I was on a boat and I got lost like Gilligan. And when I got to the island, I found all the ingredients on the island and made this drink and came back to America with it. It's called the Captain London. Come on now, get excited.
Captain London. All right.
Good job.
I'm here for it. All right, guys.
good.
Make sure you check out Carolina Kitchen Sea and Soul. Put those catering orders in ASAP because, like you said, the first 2,000 orders, that's what you're accepting.
You're stopping at 2,000.
You're stopping. All right, here's all the information on your screen. We're back with your energy boost right after this. Stay with us. All right, welcome back into the Lion Lunch Hour. 11:52 is your time right now. That means it's time for this morning's Energy Boost. For that, let's send it back into Annie Mae. What you working on, Annie Mae?
All right, sounds good. Halloween is right around the corner, and a new list is revealing the most popular Halloween candy in every state. Here in the region, Babe Ruth ranks highest in Virginia. That is so concerning.
That, yeah.
And Almond Joy
Even
is a
worse.
house favorite in Maryland. Okay, we're moving to the deep south. Skittles are the standout treat of choice. That I'm okay with. Midwestern states tend to stick to the classics like Hershey's bars. And then over in the West Coast, Sour Patch Kids are highest ranked. So DC actually wasn't included in this, but I am so concerned for the people in Virginia and the people in Maryland, because what in the world, Makia, is going on?
Okay, so because I was walking toward the live center. So Virginia likes what now? What's their favorite?
Babe Ruth?
Oh,
Babe Ruth.
Yeah. No, what?
Yeah.
And what was it? Maryland likes?
Maryland likes Almond Joy. Sorry,
I like Almond Joy,
lovers,
but it's not the best
not a
candy
fan
bar.
fave.
Yeah,
Not a fan fave.
I don't agree with either.
Yeah, I'm calling an audible here. I am from Virginia. That's my home state. I'm going to be lovers. And
The number one.
Or Almond Joy.
Oh,
They don't bring me joy.
number one.
out.
I like the nuts. I like the nuts.
Okay, but Skittles I saw was, I think, in the Deep South. You on board with Skittles?
I like Skittles.
You like Skittles?
A little sweet.
His feelings are hurt with the
know.
mounds
Sorry.
and the Almond
Sorry.
Joys and the Babe Ruths.
Marsh family it isn't me.
They are
I
local.
like-
We
I
should
like both of
support.
them. That's
That
right.
could be why. The Mars
There we go.
family is
I like them. I just don't think they're ranked highest. Guy, what is your highest ranked candy?
Snickers all the way.
There we go. That's an
What'd he say?
easy lock at
Snickers.
Snickers.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
You know, I'm
Makia,
gonna go
highest
with-
ranked candy.
You know where I stand. Either a Reese's or anything gummy.
I'm candy all the way. I'm not a chocolate. I'm more candy.
peanut M&Ms.
Things we talk about.
I know.
Over to you guys.
All right, girl. All right, guys, let's open up the live zone today.
All right, another busy day on Capitol Hill. Day 28 of the government shutdown, still no end in sight. Patients wearing very thin. We're going to be joined live in studio by political strategist Andrea Kaye from the Andrea Kaye Radio Show. We're talking about Hurricane Melissa. In this case, gosh, I got to tell you, this is more powerful now than Hurricane Katrina. We're going to get a special report in the 1 o'clock hour. And then I think you're going to like this one. We're talking about men who are bad drivers, apparently make great husbands.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if they can adapt to the rules, they can adapt to the good old wife. We'll break it down in the about 12:30.
It's gonna be
right
a
here
good
on the
talker.
Live Zone.
All right. I'll
See you at noon. Bye.
See ya. All right, on the menu tomorrow we have Chef Ivy Cooper, who's going to be joining us with creative recipes. So you don't want to miss that. In the meantime, look, I had to take a seat. This food is so good.
Hey.
These seats are meant to make it a more homey vibe, so I choose to sit in them every day while you talk about the food.
Okay, well, the food is amazing. The ladies are beautiful. Miss Moss is beautiful, right? But I got to tell you, when you come to the restaurant, you want to go, after you eat your food, you want to try some of this gold leaf coffee from Cameroon. Special. You can buy it at London's Fine Wine and Spirits. Also, you can buy it right there at the Carolina Kitchen, See and Sow. Why? Because it is what it is, and you know it.
Oh my you God. Need to be in a movie, Dr.
Something in a reality show. Cooking up in your kitchen.
No, this is so great. So again, you get this double concept. You get the seafood and you get the soul food. at that Bowie location, really the Vista Gardens area, but then also to down 301 Crane Highway, you have Ma Pearls.
Ma Pearls coming up about 4.5, 5 months in South Lake Shopping Center, right adjacent to, I'm going to give them a plug because they're my neighbors, right adjacent to the brand new Giant.
Okay.
The whole shopping center is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and there's great rec space behind it for youth sports. I've been to a couple soccer
Doggy
games.
parks, soccer games, sports center.
Yep.
It has everything.
Yeah, across the street too from the new Wawa, that intersection.
Mounds.
He was not feeling. I was like, mounds.
And look here, everybody out there, look out for my cookbook. It's amazing. I'll be right here to share this cookbook with you. And if you go watch this show, you're going to get a discount. Get a whole $1 off.
Yeah, period.
$1.
Let's go.
A whole $1. This is a special challenge you got to watch every day to wait for my cookbook.
You're going to tell them you watched on Fox 5 DC.
That's right.
Fox 5 DC.
The Lion Lunch Hour specifically.
The Lion's Lunch Hour.
Hey guys, happy Tuesday and welcome to the Fox 5 Live Zone. I'm your host, Guy Lambert. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up on the show today, yet again, we are counting the number of days regarding the government shutdown. Now day 28 with still no end in sight. Political strategist Andrea Kaye will join us with the very latest. Hey, Halloween just several days away, but the name of the game, keeping your kids safe. We'll have an expert stop by to tell you parents how to do just that. And we're talking about want to get away. In this case, if you happen to get away at the airport, you're likely to grab a snack or two. Well, now we have a new list of the top snacks in America while at the airport. Can't wait to chat about that. In the meantime, let's chat weather, shall we? Caesar joins us right here on the Live Zone. Hello, my friend.
Hello, Guy. I'm hoping everyone's been enjoying their Tuesday because, you know, it's not too bad, right?
Yep.
Have a little bit of clouds, and that's usually what we see before we get that rain.
Yeah. Before we get to the rain, Caesar, I want you to take a look at this. This is what I saw you doing yesterday. Now,
yeah.
Do tell, sir.
So they asked me, usually Tucker does the high heel run or race. So they asked me to, since Tucker was off, and I was like, you know what? Why not? Let's have some fun. And surprisingly, we found a pair that kind of fit.
Yeah.
I was able to squeeze into them, and you know what? I thought running in cleats on hard concrete was tough. This was even tougher than that. I was like, no. I think one and done. I'm retired now.
Yeah. The best part about it is I saw Jacqueline running beside you, and then she actually beat you.
She beat me, yes. You know, she does have some experience being in heels, but the worst part, I think, was of it all was the fact that she was like, I'm passing you, Caesar. I'm like, no.
Good stuff. Yet again, the DC high heeled race is actually taking place today, correct?
Yes, yes. It's later on. It's in the evening time here on Tuesday. It should be fun. Looks like it's going to be a big blast.
Okay. All right. So the $1 million question is, will rain be in the forecast as well?
So far right now, it's looking to stay dry for the event. So that's going to be the good thing. We do see clouds building in, though, and that's, again, usually that precursor before we have all of that rain making its way in. Most of the rain is going to be really relegated towards that Wednesday and Thursday time frame. So that's really going to be that main area, time of concern, let's call it, for that rain. And especially as we then head in towards Halloween for the end of the work week, well, you know what? We do have a cooler and breezier setup for us, but it is dry. So that is going to be the important thing. Temperatures will still hang around those mid to upper 50s throughout a lot of our area. We see wind gusts hanging around 28 miles an hour at time during the afternoon hours, but winds will be sustained between 10 and 20 out of the northeast. So again, going to be a little bit breezy. Looking at lows tonight, breezy conditions still hold on, and temperatures will be back down in towards those 40s. Cloud cover will keep us a little bit warmer, so not going to see as many widespread 30s for our morning temperatures. But tomorrow, we expect to see some rain showers towards the evening time frame. So that is going to be something that really starts to impact us. So if you have a little bit of a later night on Wednesday, well, you could see some rain showers. But if you start the day early on Thursday, that is certainly when you start to see a lot of the rain. Tomorrow, everyone's going to be seeing temperatures in those mid to upper 50s. More cloud cover again, because we do have that system making its way into our area. And even in the southeast zones, again, mid to upper 50s, still hanging with us, and even in the northwest zones, right? Look at that. Boom. Western Maryland could even see temperatures still just hovering around 52 degrees in Cumberland. Most areas will still be around the mid to low 50s. But hey, temperature trend though. We do warm back up towards Thursday. Friday still sticking around at 60, but the one bad thing about that 65 degrees on Thursday is it comes with rain, and that rain can be heavy at times. Again, this next system that really drives in towards Thursday morning really is expected to bring some heavy showers at times. So certainly something to keep in mind, especially for the morning commute. And then after that, boom, Friday looking dry, breezy. Not too bad for Halloween. Rainfall amounts between Wednesday morning, and let's just say it fully wraps up everything. Friday morning, well, we could see about 1.5 inches of rain in the district, so a little bit of some rain showers really prevailing there. Halloween forecast, though, temperature 60 degrees. Still going to see some wind gusts at about 25 miles an hour. Chilly after sunset, so make sure to have the kids in layers or maybe get some breaks or something to keep them a little warm, because we are going to be dealing with those winds. Overall, though, 7-day forecast is not looking bad as we head in towards the weekend. So we just have to get over that middle of the week rain system, and then by the time we get towards Saturday, Sunday, again, gain an hour of sleep. Just make sure to set your clocks back before you're going to bed for Sunday morning. Then you'll see temperatures still hanging in those upper 50s for us.
Yeah, good stuff. I love falling back into major way. To your point, you get that extra hour.
You get that extra hour of sleep.
By the way, you're doing double duty today. You're going to stick around, and in the 1 o'clock hour, join us for the latest on Hurricane Melissa.
Yes, and I'm excited for that.
All right, good stuff. All right, folks, if you haven't already done so yet, make sure you download the Fox Local app. That way you can take that forecast with you any and everywhere you go. All right, guys, if you're counting, it is now day 28 of the government shutdown, and there is still no signs of a breakthrough to reopen the government, as both parties remain firm in their positions. A GOP-led funding bill is expected to fail again in the Senate, as Democrats insist the shutdown won't end until President Trump gets involved. Joining us live in studio, Andrea Kaye from the Andrea Kaye Show, political strategist. Good to see you, Andrea.
So good to be with
live
you
in person.
I know.
Finally. Normally you're on the other side of that little camera right there.
Exactly. Normally there's a barrier between you and my insanity and my hardcore conservatism.
Well, let's jump into it and see how conservative you can be today. The government shutdown, as you heard me make mention, continues. Still no end in sight. We know some 700,000 federal employees remain furloughed. It's the multi-million-dollar question. When will this come to an end?
Well, I think now that the largest union for federal workers, which covers about 800,000 workers, has come forth and blamed the Democrat Party for the shutdown and said, look, Democrats, y'all need to sign this continuing resolution pronto so we can get our people back to work. I think that has put the pressure on the Democrats and Chuck Schumer. So, and in fact, Speaker Johnson said today, he said, look, Chuck, you got an off-ramp now, because you can blame it on the unions and say, look, now I'm under union pressure. We got to sign this continuing resolution and get on with it. It's time. There's too many people suffering, Guy.
Yeah, not only that, but I'm thinking about air travel. You just flew here to the nation's capital. And, and yet again, I'm curious, any issues with regard to, let's say, going through TSA or anything of that nature?
Well, it's funny you should ask. Not for me, because for the first time in my life, I was glad I had to be at the airport at 4 a.m. Because those that got there at 5, I think about 20 people missed my flight alone. Wow. And the backups at TSA just continued throughout the day in San Diego. So there's just too much suffering going on for everybody. And of course, I thanked the workers at TSA who showed up that day, but some didn't. And you know what? I can't blame them. I really can't.
We have said this time and time again, and that is no matter what side of the fence you sit on, this needs to come to an end. There are thousands that are really being affected by this, and quite honestly, at this extent, now going hungry. Got to bring it to an end. Let's move on to President Trump's nearly week-long visit to Asia. It continues. Earlier today, he delivered remarks to American troops aboard the USS George Washington aircraft carrier in Japan. Now, the president also signed an agreement with Japan to speed up cooperation on the processing of critical minerals and rare earth materials. Your thoughts on this, Andrea?
Well, first of all, I love seeing my commander-in-chief back with the military. His entrance today was quite epic. To see Top Gun himself come down on that aircraft carrier. Look, I grew up in the military, so I love anything related to the military. And I love what President Trump is doing, meeting with these world leaders. We now have a historic leader in Japan Japan, a woman was elected. She's considered conservative, and she's already got the framework in place with President Trump regarding rare minerals. But also, we're expecting an announcement on over $100 billion of investment in them buying Ford trucks, despite the fact that the streets over there in Japan, Guy, are a little too narrow for the Ford trucks. But only my man Trump could get them to buy some big old trucks that they don't even have room for.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all of this plays out sometime yet again in the near future. We'll end with this, and that is, well, the big talk of the town right here in the DMV, and I'm making reference to the gubernatorial race in Virginia. We know that Democratic candidate Abigail Spanberger leads Republican nominee Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears by, according to the latest stats, some 7 percentage points, 50% to 43% among Virginia likely voters. Your take on this?
Well, my take, first of all, I know you're too smart to believe that poll, Guy. Look, and Americans stopped believing polls when they told us Hillary had a 93% chance of winning back in the day. But if you are going to believe polls, look at Trafalgar, that has the race at only a 2% difference. And my money is on my girl, Winsome Sears, who's currently lieutenant governor. Her experience, her intellect, her character, her integrity is just really going to push her over for the win. So count me on that one. It's going to be Winsome.
Yet again, we will have continuous coverage throughout the remainder of the week as that gubernatorial race heats up yet again in my home state of Virginia. Can I ask, why are you visiting the nation's capital?
Well, in addition to the fact that I just love D.C., and it's always a reminder to me of how great our country is, I'm here visiting family, and I'm also here for an incredibly important event involving election integrity. I'm here with a group, I want to make sure I get the name right, Real America Vote, who has actually filed a lawsuit against Letitia James for conspiracy against rights for voters in New York. Going to be a lot of media coverage, and we might even have the DOJ here. But I want to end on a note. I want to lift up the folks in Jamaica. I want to extend thoughts and prayers to them today. I'm incredibly concerned.
Yet again, the hurricane said to be more powerful than Hurricane Katrina. That is something for us to truly be concerned about. The Andrea Kaye Show. Folks can listen how, when?
Just go to theandreakayeshow.com and get all the details there.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. Always good to see you.
You too,
so
guys. Thanks for having me
here on the Live Zone. Well, as the shutdown continues in near its 4th week, millions of Americans are going without pay. Some 42 million SNAP recipients may lose food assistance if funding isn't approved soon. My next guest says this is more reason for bipartisan negotiations, noting that the Affordable Care Act and healthcare subsidies remain key points of contention. I'm referring to Miss Tamia Booker, CEO of T. Booker Strategies, joining us yet again on the Live Zone. Miss Booker, good to see you, and thank you so much for coming on the show. So let's jump right into this. You know, I got to ask you, there are so many folks that are now being affected by this, and I'm hoping you can give us your point of view on the human and economic toll of the government shutdown on working families.
Yes, absolutely. So first, you know, we were talking about how the the Democrats were 10 toes down in making sure that subsidies for healthcare were covered. And so understandably and respectfully get why we would hold until we could figure out a way to afford healthcare. I just got my notice in the mail about my premium going up over $100 a month. So I appreciate them fighting for us. I think what's hard now is that we're in a rock and a hard place. We have the economic toll that it will take eventually, but now we have a situation where families will not be able to eat because the SNAP benefits are going to run out. The administration has said they are at a point now where November 1st is looking very bleak. And what we can't have are people who are hungry. We can't have hungry children, right? So now we're at a place where we have to figure out what is the middle ground, because we can't let this continue.
Yeah. You know, to me, I saw a soundbite or a young lady speaking the other day, and she said, how are we, arguably the richest country in the world, and yet again we are faced with those that could possibly go hungry because of failed lawmakers? This is truly concerning. It should not be that we are dealing with this.
We shouldn't. And when you think about how we manage to find money for other things like wars, it is frustrating to see. And we have to remember that many SNAP recipients are workers. So these are people who are working and still can barely afford their day-to-day, and that's a problem. We also need to fix that as well. So that is something that the legislature needs to take up once we open government again.
And so I want to be clear here, and I want to make sure my audience fully understands as well, and that is that this whole fight really boils down to, let's say, healthcare subsidies and the ACA amid funding stallings. Is that correct?
That is correct. And listen, I worked at the Department of Health and Human Services right after the ACA was passed. That was 15 years ago. we are still having the same fights. And it is unfortunate that healthcare costs are still so controversial in this country. We have to get to a place where we are okay. We are more than okay. We are advocates to make sure people have adequate health care. And it's frustrating to see that we are here once again.
All right, and so we'll end with this, and that is, how do we get there? I know it's you nor I have a crystal ball sitting in front of us, but as you heard me just make mention with my last guest, this is ridiculous. It needs to come to an end.
It does. And I think both parties have to come to the table at this point, right? Like the blame game has gone back and forth for the last 4 weeks. But at this point now, it's time for them to compromise on both sides and figure out a solution to open the government again. People can't keep going without paychecks, and people can't go without food. It's time to end this. I hope it's soon. I thought it was going to be last week, but alas, here we are again. So hopefully we'll get to some type of resolution by the end of the week.
Yeah, yet again, day 28 of the government shutdown. We have been speaking with Tamia Booker, CEO of T. Booker Strategies, kind enough to join us on the Live Zone. Ms. Booker, I truly appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Well, President Trump's favorability rating among Hispanics has fallen dramatically since his inauguration. A new Associated Press poll shows only 25% of Hispanic adults now have a somewhat or very favorable view of the president, which is down from 44% from a similar poll done in early January. To discuss why Hispanics feel this way, we welcome longtime immigration attorney and founder of immigration law firm USA for All, Renata Castro, back here on the Live Zone. Ms. Castro, always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Great to see you as well. I continue holding hope. We will be here to discuss positive news when it comes to immigration.
Yeah.
Soon to come.
Yeah. Well, I guess, that being said, what are you seeing really within the Hispanic community?
It doesn't surprise me. In the beginning of the Trump campaign, I suspected an alignment with immigrant communities or minority communities with the discourse that Trump was promoting, that the country was being invaded, because let's face it, most people don't have a full understanding of how immigration law works. So it was very easy to say that people were pouring through the border when that was actually not necessarily true. We just had an accounting of the people coming through the border. And following U.S. law, which asylum law requires being present at the border to claim an asylum protection and fight your case. So now that we've had enough time to see the outcome of the Trump policies, I think that Hispanics feel betrayed. They did not expect that the good Hispanics would also be a target of the government, but unfortunately, that is just what happened.
So it's no secret, Renata, we have seen a number of Latinos and Hispanics rounded up, if you will, during the raids. And I wonder, have you had the opportunity to speak with those who, their families, if you will, that perhaps cast a vote for the current president? Do they feel differently?
They do feel differently. They feel betrayed. They feel like they cast their vote relying on Trump's assurance that he would only go after the criminals. But what people didn't realize is that for the Trump administration, anyone who was in the United States that could be even fighting their case, who have a legal claim, is a perceived criminal. So at this point, they feel betrayed, but it's a little too late to make a decision until it's time to cast a vote again. And I am curious to see how this distancing from the Trump agenda will translate into the voting precincts when it comes time for local and state elections in about a year.
All right. And so with that being said, how can the courts, if you will, really resolve some of these outstanding immigration issues?
It is such a coin toss. I never thought that we would see the day that courts would give so much latitude to the federal government and such resistance in chastising, in some circuits, in chastising some government wrongdoing. Listen, this is not partisan position. This is a legal analysis. So I believe that we will start seeing a big discrepancy in precedent law now more than ever in certain circuits that are not necessarily more liberal or more conservative, but where judges are less apprehensive about political retaliation. I think that everyone from officers at USCIS to career government employees that are looking to further their profession with the government, everyone is just on their pins and needles and avoiding making decisions that could draw the fury of Donald Trump. So I think courts are, in some instances, going along the same narrative, and I hope that this is just a derail, but that we go back to what America really is about, that the law favors and punishes everyone and anyone, irrespective of their creed, of their color, because we should be an impartial country and not a country that looks to favor an individual in disregard for the law.
Yet again, we have been speaking with longtime immigration attorney and founder of immigration law firm USA for All, Renata Castro, right here on the Live Zone. I truly appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, we'll take our first break. On the flip side of that break, Al Reynolds joins us for our Tuesday Talkers. He's next, right here on the Live Zone. All right, guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. It is Tuesday, and it is time for our Tuesday Talkers with the one, the only media personality and professor extraordinaire, Mr. Al Reynolds.
That's right. Always good to see you, buddy.
You are wearing that blazer, my friend.
Thank you, man.
So whatever it is, I love that.
It's warm. That's all I know, because D.C. is cold.
Yeah, especially when you spend a lot of time in Los Angeles like you have in the past. All right, we're talking about our Tuesday Talkers, and in this case, these are the stories that you folks are discussing at home. We're going to start it off with snacks, but not just any snacks. The snacks folks are eating while at the airport. According to a newly released study, we now know the top 5 snacks that folks love to eat, Al. Coming in at number 5, Twizzlers. It's got to be the red Twizzlers for me.
Got to be the red Twizzlers, yeah. Okay, I can see that.
Number 4, Cheetos Flaming Hot and Crunchy. Yeah, but it's all that orange powder.
On my fingers, and then it gets stuck in my teeth. These are good teeth, too. I don't...
I know that's right. I paid for mine, too. Number 3, Cheetos Puffs.
I love those.
Really?
I do. Only thing I don't like is the residue on your hands, but that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite travel snacks. So they got that one right.
Okay. Number 3 happens to be beef jerky. How about that?
I love a good beef jerky. It's quick protein. It brings my energy back up. That with a cup of coffee or Gatorade is a winner for me too.
Okay. Number 2 happens to be M&Ms.
Oh, I love M&Ms.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Peanut or plain?
Peanut if I want to enjoy it. Plain if I need energy.
Okay. Well, you're good with this. And taking the top spot, drum roll, please.
Okay.
Oreo cookies.
I like a good Oreo cookie, but I don't eat them in the airport. Do you?
I'm with you on that.
Do you eat them in the airport?
I don't even eat them really.
I don't see them in the airport.
Yeah. That's just interesting that of all the things that you could actually, purchase, for me, what's really a go-to is a drink. And typically it's a beer. If I'm flying, let's say over 4 hours, I'm going for my scotch.
Yeah, I need something stronger too. I'm usually at the bar. I usually arrive early, believe it or not, to the airport. I try to have a drink so I can calm down. I'm in the airport quite a bit.
Yeah, you are.
So I've tried everything in that airport.
So it's really interesting. Yet again, Oreo cookies, the numero uno snack that Americans are eating once they arrive to take off on their flight.
I'm going to start looking for it.
Okay, I'll pass. Let's talk about spending, not my money, your money, my friend.
Okay.
In this case, we're talking about how much you spend after receiving your paycheck and how Gen Z and millennials use it. According to a new survey, most people, spend a third of their paycheck within the first 12 hours, meaning it goes direct deposit right into your bank account within 12 hours. A third of it happens to be gone. The highest spending generations today, who spend an average of 40% with those in the first few hours, happen to be none other than millennials. Within 48 hours, 48% of the average paycheck is already spent. Why do I feel like my entire paycheck is gone as soon as I get it?
No, I feel like for me, I must be a millennial or something, even though the number don't match, because I really think that all my bills are waiting for that direct deposit. Because once that direct deposit hits, it's all gone.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happens or why that happens, but I think I do it in 6 hours.
I think I'm kind of with you, especially during this time of the year. Let's see, today is October 28th.
You might as well say it's Christmas. Black Friday's going to be here in 2 days. This is going to be here in 10. All our money's gone for the next 3 months.
I'm thinking Bone Thugs and Harmony. It's the first of the month.
Right. Oh, yes.
And that rent is due.
Especially if you live in D.C. or New York or even Los Angeles. Yeah, that takes a big chunk of your money.
Yeah, it's so interesting, though, how most of us just immediately get that paycheck, and then as soon as you get it, it's gone. The interesting thing, though, is that it's funny. Producer Chris and I, we were talking about this yesterday. Some months you'll get a third paycheck. At the end of the month, if the way the calendar is set up right.
God, Lambert, I am not listening to you. All this hosting you do, you have like 12 paychecks a month.
No.
I will not have empathy for you ever, buddy. You're sucking up all the money all around. You're flying here, there. Keep up the great work, though. But if you're ever tired, you can tell them I would be a great substitute.
That is too funny. Yet again, let me borrow $1. We'll end with this. This is really interesting to me. According to a new study, men who break traffic rules make the best husbands, according to psychologists. You see, apparently, men who do just that, they're able to adapt on the spot. They have quick thinking skills and are good problem solvers, all traits that can often carry over into marriage and family life. What are you thinking about that, Al?
This is really interesting. I'm actually intrigued about that. If you break traffic laws, that means you don't follow rules. but you make a great father or a great husband or both. Great
family man.
Well, listen, I tried it once. Didn't work out so good. I tried driving once too. Didn't work out so good. I think I'm gonna stay in my lane.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you pointed it out. If you're breaking rules driving, why would you not break rules within your marriage?
Right.
AKA cheating.
Right.
So it's really interesting that, that psychologists actually found this to be true.
Maybe I think in a marriage, maybe a lot of women are looking for men that take control and solve the problem, get it done. So breaking the rules is a part of solving the problem and getting it done. So, hey, maybe that's what they like.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a fantasy thing.
Yeah, I guess so. Running red lights, not my thing. I don't want to get hit.
I don't.
Okay, full disclosure, I have done that a little illegal U-turn thing. You're not supposed to make an illegal. I mean, come on, haven't we all?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
I'm not going all the way around the block. Who does that?
But that wasn't me, by the way, right here in front of Fox 5, because we have one of those illegal U-turn signs right here. Wasn't me, it was him.
Listen, I don't even drive. So.
What are you working on, my friend?
Oh, man, we just finished the Google Regional Leadership Symposium at Bowie State University, which is a big activation that I did there at the university. Let's see what else I have come up. We have homecoming coming up this weekend, so we're super excited about that. And what else? Oh, I'm getting really excited because award season is getting ready to kick off.
Yeah.
So as you know, award season is always a great time to review film, television, see what's working, what's not working, which are the big hits, box office hits, and I can't wait to start it off with the Golden Globes.
Oh, wow. I can't wait to see your reviews. They are always truly amazing. Al Reynolds with our Tuesday Talkers joining us right here on the Live Zone. I truly appreciate you.
Absolutely, sir.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. The Fox 5 Live Zone. It is now 2 minutes past the bottom of the hour. Just about a half hour ago or so, we heard right here at our Bethesda-based studios what appeared to be somewhat of a flyover. We're now getting word that it appears to be the Blue Angels flying in formation. They started over D.C., and it happened over the National Mall as well. You're taking a look at a video of just that happening a little over a half hour ago. Still no word as to what exactly happened to be taking place, but perhaps a promotional video. Why do I say that? Well, as you take a look at it again, look at that 7th jet. It's flying at somewhat of a distance, and so that would mean perhaps that, well, the pilots inside that jet and or the co-pilot happened to be taking video. Either way, it was really cool. We heard the flyover right here at our Bethesda studios, and as you can see, we now have video of that just happening a little over a half hour ago. Should we find out exactly what that was all about? Of course, we'll let you know right here on the Live Zone. How cool is that? Speaking of cool, well, the Commanders, they were cool, calm, and collected last night, at least for the first half, as they took on the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, the second half didn't really work out, and ultimately they ended up falling to the Chiefs, 28-7, the final score. Joining us now to discuss this and so much more is Kelsey Nicole Nelson, back here on the Live Zone, sports analyst extraordinaire. Always good to see you, Kelsey.
Good to see you, Guy. And while we might not know what's happening with the Blue Angels, we do know what's happening with the Commanders, and it's not looking good right now for the team in Washington, Guy. So not a lot of happy faces this morning in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, you heard me touch on it. I got to tell you, I watched the first half, and quite honestly, I was surprised. We saw turnover after turnover, but, well, daggone it, the Commanders just couldn't capitalize, Kelsey.
Yeah, it's hard. You see this Commanders team coming off a 22-point loss to the rival Dallas Cowboys. And you talk about that second half. Terry McLaurin, after the game, called this a tale of two halves, if you look at the game. And head coach for the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, actually called the first half downright weird. You talked about it. That first quarter, it wasn't that exciting, right? But we end the half 7-7. You're kind of feeling confident, again, against the Kansas City Chiefs team in Arrowhead, where we know the Kansas City Chiefs are very good. You had Patrick Mahomes with two uncharacteristic interceptions in that first half. And by the way, with the interceptions, Patrick Mahomes actually did credit Marshawn Lattimore, who's kind of had a rougher season this year, with a good interception on him. And we know Bobby Wagner getting the other one. But the second half, 21 unanswered points, Guy. So you look at that, Travis Kelce having his best game of the season, finishing with 99 yards and a touchdown. And we know how dynamic Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce can be. And really nothing really able to get going, especially a lot of people looking at that run game, Guy.
Yeah.
20 carries for 60 yards, not all by the running backs. And this is a Washington team that started first in the NFL, folks, with yards per carry. So all in all, again, I think there's a lot of worry right now as Washington has now dropped 3 straight. It doesn't help that you're going to have another primetime game on Sunday, again, against a winning squad. So all in all, just not what you wanted to see, again, against a talented Chiefs team that did give you opportunities that the Commanders just weren't able to capitalize on.
All right, Kelsey, I'm going to try to stay optimistic here. And I heard everything you just said, but sheesh. Yeah. Let's just talk about Terry McLaurin for 1 minute. First and foremost, we saw he showed up and showed out in a major way, getting his first touchdown of the season. Yet again, a lot of questions behind him. We got that big contract. Show me the money. Well, the Commanders showed him the money, but then he was shown the bench, if you will, because he was injured. Well, now returned in a major way. That's something to look forward to, knowing that he immediately made an impact.
Yeah, 3 catches for 54 yards. And when we found out that Terry McLaurin would be healthy for this game, again, still battling that hamstring, and we're still watching that guy, by the way, after this game, and also getting Debo back, that was a big boost. He had 2 incredible catches in that game last night, right? You saw the toe touch. Terry McLaurin doing Terry McLaurin things, but you talked about it with the contract. There was a lot of big expectations, but we know the injury bug has hit this Commanders team hard. As we're talking about Terry McLaurin coming back, we saw left tackle Larry Tunsil, right, go down in that game. So all in all to say, again, I think, you want so much more from Terry, but health is going to be wealth for Terry McLaurin staying on that football field. I do think, again, he was a boost. He is incredible, but this is a team that really does need some more consistent offensive production. There's a lot of people looking at Cliff Kingsbury because nothing was, again, really able to going. That first drive was probably really the most exciting drive, right? But then they weren't able to capitalize, in that football game. But Terry McLaurin, again, Washington is going to need him. His veteran status, if they do want to do something. We've got 9 games left in the season, Guy, and this is the time now for Washington to turn it around if we do want to look at anything like last season.
All right. Well, yet again, we're trying to be optimistic. I can tell you one thing, though. At least during the first half, the defense for the Commanders, they definitely turned it around in a major way after catching a lot of flack, Kelsey.
Yeah, the defense needed this. I think it was a big boost. Something a lot of people, though, are talking about, Guy, right now is the Commanders being the oldest team right now in the National Football League. The only other close teams in terms of age are the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Buffalo Bills. But all in all, like you said, holding the Chiefs, folks, to 7 points, 7-7 at the first half, that is commendable, especially on the road. And remember, Darnell Savage actually almost had that forced fumble. The Chiefs are one of the best teams in terms of recovering fumbles, but that would have been yet another turnover. So I know the second half, a lot of people are questioning the defense, but that first half, I do think the defense gave the offense opportunities that they just weren't able to capitalize on, guys. So like you said, I try to stay positive. You can look at it, the hard thing is that 3 of the 3 teams that they have coming up, 2 of them have winning records. The team with the losing record is the Dolphins. Of course, we'll all be watching the Dolphins this Thursday to take on the Baltimore Ravens. So that's probably the one team I would give them the win. There's a lot happening in Miami, Guy. But the road ahead will not be easy for the Washington Commanders.
Yeah. How about we end on a positive note? In this case, case, we're talking about can you hear me? Houston, you got me?
Yes, I can hear you great.
Cool. In this case, we're talking about the Commanders' tight end, Zach Ertz. He showed up in a major way. In this case, correct me if I'm wrong, but during Monday night's game, the Washington Commanders veteran became only the 6th tight end in NFL history with at least 800 career receptions. He has plenty of elite company. We're talking Hall of Famers Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, and Shannon Sharp. It's you got the whole theme here. We're staying optimistic.
We're staying optimistic. I will stay positive. And, Zach Ertz is somebody I would like to be more utilized. Zach Ertz, a veteran tight end, I think he's been solid for Washington. I call him Mr. Reliable Guy. I mean, he's very special. One of the best parts of the game, I thought, was when he actually embraced Travis Kelce post-game. And just on the theme of tight ends, Travis Kelce also making history on the other side. I know that's the opposing team, but he actually tied Priest Holmes for Kansas City Chiefs for most touchdown in Kansas City Chiefs history. So if anything, there were some positives for the tight ends coming out of this game in terms of history. But Zach Ertz, I do think, will need to be a weapon, again, that the Commanders are going to have to find to be more shifty if they want to make this offense more explosive. But Commanders fans, the biggest thing, cross your fingers and put prayers up again just for this team to be able to stay healthy, because obviously you also want JD5 back on that football field to give them the best chances of winning.
All right, so crossing fingers not only for JD5, but that they take on the Seahawks and come out victorious. I think I'm going to have a third hand to cross that and make that happen.
Cross all the fingers, guy. Keep them crossed.
Yet again, we've been speaking with Kelsey Nicole Nelson. Always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Good to see you. Have a great one. And Commanders fans, looking forward to Sunday again. Prayers up. Thanks, guy. Have a great one.
You bet. All right, folks, we'll take a quick break. Hey, on the flip side of that break, we're talking Halloween safety for your kids. That's coming up next, right here on the Live Zone. Live Zone. It is now 12:42. Question. It's the $1 million question. What would you do with $1 million? Author and entrepreneur Joel Steele, well, he says he plans to give it away to charity if his new book sells, get this, 1 million copies. In this case, the name of the book is dubbed Life Switch, How to Experience the Power of Living On. I should make mention that Mr. Steele traces his candid story of resilience and reinvention. Blending unflinching personal narrative with practical advice, he reveals strategies for unlocking potential, rediscovering passion, and transforming adversity into opportunity. And with that, we welcome Mr. Joel Steele to the Live Zone. Mr. Steele, good to see you, sir, and welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on. I love the positive football talk before this, and living on and recognizing the power we have is what it's all about.
I am so glad that you joined me, and I am so excited about this segment, about this conversation you and I are going to have. Your story, sir, is really made for a movie. Correct me if I'm wrong, but before turning 25, you already faced jail, bankruptcy, and a near-death experience. However, instead of harping on that, you really transformed them into stepping stones. Oh, do tell.
Absolutely. You're right. I had a tough start to my life, but anybody, and I've gone through this personally, so I can tell you anything is possible. The life you're living right now might be a parallel life to one that you can live. So you have to start with setting the vision and having a realization that anything is possible. Whatever vision you set, you can start to work towards that vision. And there's basic steps. I start with, you understand anything is possible, right? That's potential. Then there's passion. There's something within you that you love to do that makes you feel alive and excited to get out of bed every day. And then purpose. You're on a journey. You have an opportunity every day to pursue something. So the question is, why are you here? And it's exciting that we all have an answer to that, but we have to figure out for ourselves what that is. So those are some basic steps. But ultimately, this life, it goes quickly, and you can make the most out of it if you want, no matter where you've been or where you're at. Where you're going is really all that matters right now.
Wow. I absolutely love this. Mr. Steele, I have a buddy of mine. He, at one point, he's obviously suffering from cancer, and I believe it was stage 4. And I remember he told me, he said, Guy, the doctors came to me and said that, I'm not going to make it. And they wanted me to, in essence, sign everything I needed to sign before I passed. And he said, I refused to sign it, and I told them I'm going to make it. And he said it was all about my mindset. Well, he made it, and then the doctor said, we have never seen anything like this before. And so, yet again, is it all about the mindset, or is that what you're saying?
1,000%. The mind should drive the body, not the other way around. Again, if you believe something and you can remove or delete doubt from your mind, I honestly believe that will trickle down through your body and you can make that happen. But you have to believe it. And that's what your friend did. And that's such a powerful story. And that's a great example of what anybody can do if they honestly believe in themselves 100%. It all starts in your mind.
All right. Well, I got to tell you, I believe in you. So in that case, in the near future, you're going to be giving away $1 million to a charity. The catch is, and it's not really a catch, but I fully understand, and that is you have to sell 1 million copies of your book. How did this come to be, and why are you doing this?
I wrote the book to give back. Ultimately, who I am, my purpose is to help others. I've helped people with their physiques. I've helped people with their diets. I've helped people with their finances. And I've only been able to do that on a one-on-one basis. So writing the book, putting everything about my experiences, the lessons I've learned the hard way so other people don't have to, I wanted to share this with the world. But I realized that there's a lot of books and we can do more together. So I'm trying to prove another point in this book that we can do anything, that anything is possible. Selling 1 million copies isn't to make money, it's to get the messages out there. And all people have to do is get a book, and they are going to help contribute towards that 7-figure donation. I've never been so excited to write a big check in my life.
Yeah. Yet again, this is really awesome. Mr. Steele, I always ask when I have an author on the favorite chapter, in this case, your favorite chapter, and why?
That's tough. But I would say that my favorite chapter right now is chapter 9. Because other people have been moved by that more than any other chapter in this book. And it's talking about not just my story, but other people that I've gotten to know who have found themselves and their purpose and their passion, and they've taken it to a level of potential that they never thought was possible. So that right now is my favorite chapter, and I love that people are loving the book.
Yeah, well, we absolutely love it as well. This is just such a cool thing. And I'll tell you what, we'll have you back on, and when you do, and you'll tell my audience that, quite honestly, not only did you, sell 1 million books, you sold 2 million books, and hopefully you'll break the news at that point that you gave away not 1 million, but 2 million bucks.
Absolutely. I will keep doing this. I can do this all day.
Yet again, Mr. Joel Steele. He is the author of, you see the book right there on your TV screen. Let's pull it up, Joey. In this case, it's called Life Switch, How to Experience the Power of Living On. Mr. Steele, folks that want to get their hands on it, how would they go about to do so?
You can go to Barnes & Noble, you can go to Amazon, you can visit my website, bookjoelsteele.com, but it's everywhere, hardcover, ebook, and audiobook.
Good stuff. I really enjoyed this. You're doing a good thing and giving back in a major way. I can't wait to have you back on the show to share the great news. Mr. Joel Steele, author, joining us on the Live Zone. Make it a great day, my friend.
Thank you.
You bet.
You too. Take care. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll take a quick break. Hang on the flip side of that break. The countdown is on. Halloween right around the corner. Just, 3 days away to be exact. However, parents, are you making sure that your kids are safe when they go about trick-or-treating? We'll speak with an expert about just that next, right here on the Live Zone. Halloween just days away. Well, Safe Kids Worldwide reveals that children are 3.5 times more likely to be fatally injured by a car on Halloween than any other day of the year. Most incidents happen between 5:30 and 9:30 p.m. with trick-or-treaters. Well, they're out and about doing just that, trick-or-treating. Joining us to discuss this and so much more is Sadiqa Kendi, Dr. Sadiqa Kendi at that. She's an officer with Safe Kids Worldwide and kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. Dr. Kendi, truly appreciate your time and welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's jump into this. I got to tell you, on what is that Toys R Us song? I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I'm one of those. I'm one of those that if given the opportunity, I'm still trick or treating, and I'm proud of it. However, the focus is on our children, and that's a startling stat to know that kids are 3.5 times more likely to be fatally injured by a car on Halloween. Do tell. What are we working with here?
So Halloween is actually the most dangerous day of the year for children walking. So more children are injured as pedestrians on Halloween than any other day. So there are several things that you can do to really think about keeping your kids safe as they're out enjoying Halloween and trick-or-treating. Trying to make sure that costumes are not too long, that they can walk comfortably in them. Doing face paint over masks is important because you don't want to obstruct their vision. And so making sure that they can see well outside of their costume, making sure that their costume fits appropriately, those are all really important.
But Dr. Kendi, I'm curious because I know, let's say my niece happens to be 10 years old. And so I know that at that age, my sister, mom and or myself, I would actually be with my niece in order to make sure that, everything's okay. But apparently, are we saying that kids are trick-or-treating by themselves and then as a result are ending up in this position?
Not at all. And I would certainly recommend an adult to be there with their children, especially children under 12. And even some children older than 12 really should have a trusted adult with them while they're trick-or-treating. The challenge is, kids are excited. They're running from house to house. And that can be dangerous when they're away from their trusted adult. It can be much harder for drivers to see them. As it's getting dark, it is much harder to see children. And so that's one reason using something reflective, like something like this, like a necklace or bracelet, having something reflective on the costume or as part of the Halloween kind of trick-or-treat bag can be really helpful for making sure that children are seen.
Yeah, one thing we love on this show is props, and I'm so glad that you brought those props. And not only because, well, you could show our viewers, but yet again, we can stress the importance of making sure that kids and children are actually wearing those alongside their costume. Now, Dr. Kendi, I'm going to be honest with you. I remember being 10 years old, and I would say, Mom, Dad, it doesn't match my costume. But we need to make sure that they actually wear these, correct?
Definitely. And I think there are ways to make them cute, make them part of the costume. The other option is using a reflective bag, so something like this, for actually collecting their treats that they are getting on Halloween. So even if it's not part of the costume, having a bag that's reflective or using reflective strips as an additional part of the costume can be really helpful.
All right, we have touched on what mom and dad can do and or the guardian of the child that's going about to trick or treat. I want to focus on the drivers now because they too have a responsibility, and that is to watch out for the kiddos that are doing just that, trick or treating.
Definitely. I mean, drivers need to be very careful all the time, but especially on Halloween. That's when we know that a lot more kids are going to be out on the streets, even as it's getting dark. So it's really important not to drive distracted. It's really important to keep an eye out for children, even when coming out of driveways or pulling into driveways. It's important to do it very slowly and to make sure there are no kids who are moving in or out of the driveway area or the street.
All right. And so we'll end with this, Dr. Kendi. Can you really share an overall message as we wrap up with parents as Halloween approaches to what they should really focus on in 3 days when it's time for the kiddos to head out and trick or treat?
I think the most important thing is both showing important pedestrian behaviors for children, but also really watching out for them, making sure that they're crossing at crosswalks, making sure that they have that reflective material as part of their costume or as part of their bag that they're carrying. So making sure that they can truly enjoy the holiday and enjoy those treats at the end of the day and not be in a position in which they're injured.
Well said. Yet again, we have been speaking with Dr. Siddiqa Kendi. She is an officer with Safe Kids Worldwide and kind enough to join us on the Live Zone. I truly appreciate your time, Dr. Kendi.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, folks, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Fox 5 Live Zone. From passionate protest to political punchline, the word woke has really sparked debate across the nation. But the question is, what fueled this transformation? We're now taking a look at the evolution of woke and its impact on American culture. Fox 5's Janae Addison with more.
And, you know, we have to stay woke.
Our state is the state where woke goes to die.
Make no mistake, empathy is not weak or woke. And by the way, woke just means you give a damn about other people.
The term woke has seen significant changes in its use in American conversations. Born from the Black community as a call to action against systemic injustices, it's since transitioned into a buzzword in the world of politics.
So the first attestations of the use of the term woke were from the blues singer Leadbelly, and that interpretation was also carried over into the 60s when there was an effort to elevate Black pride and Black nationalism. But in the political arena, it's been ping-pong back and forth.
Over the past decade, woke has been adapted in discussions about education, public policies, and cultural issues.
When we think about the Democrats' use of the word woke, we might often see it as a description of people who are activists. But it's important to note that that use of the term is very different than the Republican use of the term. I think that one party has been successful in co-opting the word woke and using it as a way to talk about other things. If we reduce something to saying that it's woke, then that is to put a label on it that doesn't necessarily capture all the complicated things that might be happening with that political or social issue.
As woke continues to evolve, experts say its meaning is a reminder of how language can be reshaped, repurposed, and ultimately redefined.
Words shift and change again to suit community needs. Black people and marginalized folks in general, as we want to bring issues to light, we're going to continue to innovate and we're going to continue to find new words. So while you might not see woke in the future, maybe you'll see different other iterations of trying to get to the purpose of what woke was trying to explain, which is let's stay aware, let's be mindful of stuff that's going on around us.
Yet again, all things discussing woke. I'm curious, with your research, how has the word woke really impacted policies overall?
Yeah, so similar to what we just heard from experts, there's been an uptick in efforts to restrict certain programs, classes, and even training. So here in our region, we've seen those efforts primarily driven by the federal government in terms of targeting DEI initiatives.
Yeah, yet again, it's something we'll all have to keep a very close eye on. Janae Addison with the latest surrounding all things woke. Great job.
Thank you.
Right here on the Live Zone. We'll take a quick break. Guys, on the flip side of that break, Hurricane Melissa, just minutes away from striking Jamaica. We'll get the very latest right here, next on the Live Zone. latest on Hurricane Melissa. Now, according to experts, stronger than Katrina as it continues to churn at a very slow pace. Caesar, this is quite devastating and quite concerning for those who live in Jamaica.
It really is, and especially as it continues to not only just go through Jamaica, but also other parts of the Caribbean. It is going to affect the island of Hispaniola, so areas like Haiti, where they're going to see a tremendous amount of rain as well, and also areas in Cuba. So it is not just the island of Jamaica, it is a much larger area that I feel like, is going to be severely impacted by this, especially for countries that depend on tourism. So this is going to impact their infrastructure and be a little bit more devastating than sometimes what smaller hurricanes could be. But to your point about Katrina, though, so Katrina got to a pressure of 901 millibars. That was a pretty big one, right? And Melissa, at a certain point, got below that at 892. So that is about 10 or so millibars, and that just shows just how strong it is. So this is much stronger than what Katrina had gotten to at its peak, and this is hitting. It's really causing this havoc over top of the Caribbean at that strength. Katrina got to that peak before even making landfall over to Florida, and after re-entered parts of the Gulf. It never hit that strong for us. So it shows the magnitude of this hurricane that is so important to realize, because not only is it the rain or the wind, but it's also the long-lasting impacts for this area.
Let's talk about storm surge, because so many times we hear about that, but for those of us who, obviously I'm not a meteorologist and really don't understand the extent of it, but how that occurs and why, yet again, we are expected to see some major storm surge as a result of this hurricane.
Yes. So storm surge, basically what it is when you have the ocean, right? It's all around this island, and mostly, again, around coastlines as well. You have this storm with so much inertia, so much motion going with it. It's dragging that water along with it. So as it has those winds, as winds create waves, it's also just continuously pushing all of that water against the shore. And as that water can't go anywhere else, it has to start to rise. You can't get waves breaking because it's just so much more water going onto the land. And as that water pushes onto land, that's where we get all of that much more dangerous surf and conditions. That's really what storm surge is. It's not the amount of rainfall that ends up coming down from the sky, it's the actual ocean coming onto land. So as you have it not only with winds, but also pressure, because of, again, low pressure allows for anything to start to kind of try to rise into the storm itself some. So you have choppier waves around the eye. That's why it's always super important as to where the eye is hitting, because not only is it following with the storm and the back end of it, but also that pressure difference actually allows for some of that ocean water to drag along even more, because it wants to rise up higher as there's less atmospheric pressure.
We're taking a look now at the storm's path, and I want you to walk us through this, because yet again, we see that as of right now, when it hits Jamaica, it will be a Category 5 hurricane, but then we see it slows down or decreases in power, if you will, becoming a 3, 2, and as we can see it move on and on. How does that happen and why?
So right now, what's happening with this is, especially in the Caribbean, usually there's a lot of warm water. If you go down there in vacation in the winter, you can jump in the water, it's still feeling comfortable. So there's usually all of that energy. That's why it stays at a 5 right now. But there's also tons of mountainous terrain out there. The islands all have some mountains, and that actually helps disrupt some of the circulation going on. So as it has to fight against the actual terrain itself, it loses strength. But that's also why it still stays at a 3, even though it's going over parts of Jamaica. Jamaica has some tall mountains out there, so it helps really disrupt a lot of it, but it still has warm water to work off of once it passes Jamaica and then hits the other side of Cuba, which also is mountainous, has some higher terrain. And as it continues to go forward, that's where it starts to go into cooler water, becomes a little bit more disrupted because there's also shear. So that's usually what we talk about in severe weather. That's what causes those tornadoes, things of that sort. Shear is actually bad for a tropical system because it doesn't allow it to stay organized. You want everything to stay stacked on top of each other, like a house of cards. If you start to move one way or another, that's usually really beneficial for mid-latitude storms, severe weather, like the severe thunderstorms that we get, things of that sort. That's where it's beneficial for that. for this type of a system, it is not beneficial at all because you want all that warm air stuck together, moving around.
We have also been told by officials that those that are in low-lying areas really need to evacuate ASAP and head to the hills, if you will. But yet again, a storm of this magnitude, will that really make a difference?
So it will in some part because, again, you are expecting to move yourself from the surge. The storm surge is going to be extremely dangerous because of not only all of the extra water, but the also momentum of that water becoming very strong. So there's lots of currents and things of that sort that can become dangerous. That on top of the sewage and the pollution that could possibly be in that is also dangerous. Any cuts, anything like that, you could become sick from, and that becomes another issue then to deal with. But one thing of note is from the National Hurricane Center is that they mentioned, yes, get to higher ground for sure, because the storm surge is always some of the most deadliest points of this, but they also then deal with stronger winds. Usually at the surface, we start to see a little bit of friction that helps some of the winds slow down. The higher you go up, the stronger the winds do actually get. So they could face slightly stronger winds than they would normally at sea level, since you're getting a little higher up. But I'm not assuming that people are going to go to the tops of the mountain, hopefully. So there's at least that.
Yet again, our hearts and prayers are going out to those that are currently in Jamaica. The storm, dubbed to be worse than Hurricane Katrina. To think there's a storm of that magnitude is yet again very concerning. And obviously we'll have continuous coverage throughout the afternoon right here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Caesar, we truly appreciate you sticking around with the latest. All right, folks, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Obviously, we have been covering all things with regard to Hurricane Melissa. The hurricane officially making landfall at this very moment in Jamaica as a Category 5 hurricane. Winds sustained of at least 175 miles per hour. To put it quite honestly, folks, this is going to be a devastating storm for the country of Jamaica. It's predicted to be worse than Hurricane Katrina. Obviously, we'll continue to follow this throughout the afternoon as the hurricane yet again officially making landfall in Jamaica. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, let's take a live look there where just minutes ago we saw lawmakers scurrying about as day 28 of the government shutdown continues. The question is, will this come to an end? We're keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill, and should any lawmaker approach the podium to address the media, we will take you there live right here on the Live Zone. In the meantime, real estate professionals are increasingly using AI-generated images to market properties, offer virtual staging, renovations. However, this infiltration of AI imagery into the market also raises significant ethical questions and concerns and potential misrepresentation. Joining us now to discuss that and so much more is Mr. Mark Powell, licensed real estate broker, back here on the Live Zone. Good to see you, Mark. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me back, Guy.
All right, so let's jump into this. In this case, we're talking about AI-generated images to market properties. I got to tell you, Mark, this is all new to me. I'm not familiar with it, and so I'm hoping you can elaborate. Should we be concerned? Is it okay, or should we not be concerned?
Well, when I first heard about the story, I thought about the first kind of AI-generated photos on dating sites. If you remember that, people will go on dating sites and they'll see a picture of somebody, but they're altered. The pictures are altered. Well, kind of that same application is going to on real estate sites. So you'll have a property that might be in distress, and the agent can use artificial intelligence. They use things like ChatGPT to kind of make the walls look better if they're chipped, or if they're not looking as colorful as they can, enhancing them. Or let's say the lawn is dead. They'll actually put in green grass. However, this is not against the rules. You can do these kind of things, but you have to disclose it. And one of the reasons why this is all occurring is because the cost to stage a vacant house can be anywhere between $3,000 and $4,000, but you can virtually stage it. You can take pictures of a sofa or pictures of a bed and put them in an empty room. However, you can't alter the physical nature of the room. You can't add a staircase. You can't add a door. And another thing that you might find on some of these images is they'll actually use AI to take things out. So let's say there may be a nice view, but it's blocked by power lines, and they erase the power lines. Or there might be a fire hydrant in the front yard. And it's having a fire hydrant in your front yard is good if your house catches on fire. However, you're not able to park your car there, so they might take out the fire hydrant. But if an agent does use AI to enhance a property, they have to disclose it. And there's rules. There's National Association of Realtor rules that say you can't mislead the public. You can't take a house and make it look so much better than it really is that when the people get there, they get disappointed. And there's also rules for the multiple listing service. That's where realtors put all of the information about a house, the room dimensions, how many square feet it is, and they add their pictures on there. If they're putting misleading or pictures that do not really represent the property, they can actually get fined by the multiple listing service for doing that.
Wow. Mark, so many questions. And by the way, great information in explaining it in detail. So first of all, yet again, this is more reason for me to always, and I mean always, read the fine small print. If you're stating that, quite honestly, that they can do this and it's legal. Second, you made mention of they can't over-represent, if you will, or overdo the property, and to my liking, or disliking, I should say. What's the line on that? I mean, that could vary between a potential buyer and someone that's actually selling it.
I can tell you that in this industry, if an agent is going to take somebody, let's say, to look at a house because they saw the images, and when the realtor gets there, the images don't look like the pictures, they will probably themselves, the realtor, call that listing agent and say, what's the story with your pictures? You're not representing the property accurately. So there's kind of a self-policing agency within realtors. We take care of ourselves. We make sure that everybody's towing the line and doing the right thing. But one thing, Guy, that is really going to change real estate is these immersion goggles. So, and I've actually done it. I've actually put immersion goggles on, and I've went inside some of these listings. And with these immersion goggles, through AI technology, I can actually virtually walk through a house. I mean, I feel like I'm standing in the living room, or I feel like I'm in the kitchen, right next to the stove, right next to the sink. So I think the real estate industry, with the advancement of AI, is going to be much different in the next few years, because you'll be able to actually go into homes, walk around the house without leaving your own living room through the use of these virtual goggles or immersion goggles, and the technology just keeps getting better and better. So it's going to be strange. I'm hoping that we don't have virtual or realtors that you can just create your own realtor that's going to take you through the house.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to come up next? But yes, those immersion goggles, they are something else. And because I actually did it, I heard about it. I went to the Apple Store, I put them on, and it was incredible. I felt like I was sitting in the living room, looking around, and you can zoom into the walls, you can zoom in here and there. It's incredible how this technology is changing not only real estate, it's changing the way we're doing a lot of things.
Yeah, high five going out to my producer, Joey, who was able to download a picture of those emerging goggles and bringing up for our viewers to see. And so, Mark, I'm curious, you as a broker, does this help you or hurt you overall? Meaning, the market is up sometimes, it's down sometimes. How do you foresee this really playing a role with regard to what you do, let's say, over the next couple of months?
Well, for me personally, I always recommend using real staging so that when the people do come there, they're not disappointed. Because the last thing you want is somebody to walk into a house and be so disappointed that they don't want to purchase that house. But I do see a cost savings because you can virtually stage a house for about $500 versus $3,000. So oftentimes that cost is passed on to the seller. That seller might say, well, you know what, just go ahead and do the virtual staging. The house is vacant. It's going to look much better with furniture in there. Let's take a little bit of a discount. But that doesn't mean you can go in there and let's say there's wood floors or there's carpet and you change the color of the wood floors or you change the color of the carpet, you make the carpets look a lot cleaner or you enhance the color of the walls. So this is cutting edge technology. And for me personally, I'm a little bit more traditional. I like to put the people in my car and say, let's go see the house and let's kick the tires and then see what we're really getting.
Information by Mr. Mark Powell, kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. I truly appreciate that. I learned a lot on this show, but by far this was perhaps the segment I learned the most today. And so good stuff.
Yeah.
I truly appreciate you, Mark.
Very kind. Thank you.
All right, guys. Yet again, we are following breaking news. Let's go ahead and take a live look at Jamaica. This is actually B-roll, but I want to bring folks up to speed. Hurricane Melissa has now made landfall on the island of Jamaica. We know that it is a Category 5 storm, bringing violent winds and significant risks for flash flooding from rain in the storm surge as it pushes across the island throughout the day. At last check, we now know that winds are sustained at some 185 miles per hour. This is going to cause some major devastation on that island, and obviously our hearts and prayers are going out to those who call Jamaica home. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. right, guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. It is now 1:23. Time for a little celebrity dish. Joining us on Tuesdays, as he always does, the Media Prince back in a major way. Hello, Media Royalty. Welcome back to the show.
Me, the Guy Lambert. We are live in the zone.
All right, Media Prince, we got a lot to get to and a little time to do just that. So let's jump right into it. In this case, Glorilla and Brandon Ingram are making a case for NBA's new favorite power couple. I hope I pronounced his first name right, because fans went wild when the Raptor star landed a kiss on his rapper girlfriend right at her courtside seats. The cute moment happened when Ingram and the Toronto Raptors faced the Mavericks in Dallas on Sunday. Now, Glo was posted up courtside with her friend EJ King, and she made it crystal clear that she's Ingram's loudest cheerleader. What are you thinking about this?
Glorilla, she's in her bag right now. She's in her season. Glorilla. I just had to throw that out there. Every time you hear her name, you just have to say that, right? I like the season she's in. I think they're a beautiful couple. And, of course, as of right now, her and Megan Thee Stallion are the two rap females that have the basketball players. So I think it's adorable. I like where Glorilla is in her career, and I think we are getting to see what she's like as a girlfriend as well. And this probably, I think, is her first high-profile relationship. Now, I wouldn't be Media Prince if I didn't pry a little deeper, though, because you remember how I mentioned Megan Thee Stallion and Glorilla are like the wags right now. But, there might be some tension between these two ladies. And you mentioned who she was at the game with. Glorilla was at the game with her friend EJ King. Now, if you know EJ King, do you know that there's some bad blood between him and Megan Thee Stallion? And if you know Megan Thee Stallion and Glorilla happen to be supposed to be friends. But that's just me being messy and the trickle of it all. But congratulations to Glorilla. But if y'all heard me say this, go dig into it so we can talk about it.
Yeah. You know what? As long as she's happy, that yet again, we love here on this show. And so, not saying they love each other yet, but if she seems to be happy with the relationship that she's currently in, I'm happy for her. How did you say it again, Media Prince?
I love you. That kiss said, I love you tonight, tomorrow.
Can I get one more, Glorilla? Hey, let's move on to Jay-Z defending Bad Bunny's selection as the Super Bowl halftime show performer. He says Americans really love them some Benito. We got Hove in New York City, we being TMZ recently, stating that, well, quite honestly, he's not feeling any sort of way about Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl, and that's just, it is what it is. As he put it, they love Benito, don't let them fool you. So what are you thinking about this as well?
Totally agree with Jay-Z. I mean, don't let them fool you, people, because his stores continue to sell out. His music is going through the roof. Clearly, people are excited to see Bad Bunny, which is why the hateration in this dancery is coming so heavy. I think Bad Bunny is going to take it to the next level. We saw what happened with Jennifer Lopez and Shakira. It was amazing Super Bowl. It went to new heights. It opened up a whole new audience and a whole new world to the NFL Super Bowl. Bad Bunny is going to do that times two. He's like the GOAT. You get what I'm saying? Bad Bunny is probably like one, if not the top Latin artist. And I think he's getting ready to bring a whole new ball game to the Super Bowl. And I think the haters are just upset because they're trying so hard to cancel somebody that they can't cancel. And Jay-Z is a man of his word and a man of his business, and he stands 10 toes down on his business. And he chose Bad Bunny, and y'all not about to change his decision, okay? So, and if you are hating and you are upset, just watch and the crazy thing, the people that are hating are going to secretly watch anyway and be dancing in the living room and then still running to Twitter to hate. I just don't get those type of people, and I think we're in a new season where we don't need to try to understand those type of people. Just let them frolic in their own misery, because Bad Bunny would be live on center stage killing it, and you can't say nothing.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the movie, but the famous line is, they hate us because they ain't us. And in this case, apparently that goes for Mr. Bad Bunny and Jay-Z.
Yes.
We'll end with this, Meeting a Prince, and that is Justin Bieber now explaining why he believes thinking about another woman equals cheating in a rarely open discussion on marriage. Apparently, the Biebs just saying that, hey, that even fantasizing about another woman crosses a moral line. It's interesting that he's actually speaking out about this. He's been married for 7 years now.
Well, doesn't he do this all the time? Cross the line. I mean, we saw how he was thinking about Selena Gomez again and again and again. So it's kind of ironic to hear him say that, because we've seen the spiral of him not getting completely, because that's been the whole hoopla of him and Haley's marriage, is he wasn't completely over Selena Gomez, and then we have that whole rift. So it's ironic, and we see him really go after Selena. You could tell when his feelings are a little hurt. So the fact that he is speaking about this, it kind of like contradicts what he does on social media with his exes. So, but I do agree. Even fantasizing is, it ain't fully indulging into the cheating, but it's definitely opening the door for cheating. So if we had to spell out the word, fantasizing would probably be CHEA. Of the cheating, okay? So it starts the door opening. So yes, I do totally agree with him. It's just ironic that he's the messenger delivering this message.
Right. Well, we'll have to leave it there. Yet again, meeting a prince with all things celebrity gist, joining us right here on a Feel Good Tuesday. Always good to see you, my friend.
It is always good to be seen. Just make sure you stay live in the sun.
And we are live in a major way. We're going to take a quick break. On the flip side of this break, the latest on breaking news out of the Middle East. Perhaps violence yet again? Maybe so. We'll get you the latest next right here on the Live Zone.